You are not arriving at a single moment. You are entering a long tension, one that stretches across decades. A tension shaped by ideas that promised order, by skies filled with engines and waiting, and by 13 days when the future held its breath. This is not a story about heroes or villains. It is about how certain ways of thinking came to feel normal, and what happened when those ideas were finally tested by reality. Tonight's journey moves slowly, from belief to conflict, from endurance to consequence. You don't need to remember names or dates. Just notice how pressure builds, how silence spreads, and how the world learns, again and again, how close it can come to the edge without meaning to. Settle in. This is Echoes of War. Part 1. The Rise of Fascism. The Road to War. You're standing at the edge of a vast field of darkness, the kind that swallows sound and softens the outlines of distant shapes. The air is cool, almost metallic, and you can feel a faint vibration beneath your feet. Not loud, not sharp, but steady, like the slow pulse of something enormous waking up. Ahead of you, a glow begins to tremble against the night sky. Not sunrise, not fire, something in between. A single torch lifts, then another still, until the darkness seems to crack open under the weight of thousands of small flames. They sway like restless stars, flickering in the cold air. You hear a murmur ripple through the crowd, a low, unhurried wave, building, pausing, rising again. You don't see faces at first, only outlines, shadows, silhouettes standing shoulder to shoulder, their breaths drifting like pale ghosts in the night. The light grows brighter. Spotlights sweep upward in perfect mechanical arcs, carving pale corridors into the sky. They move like the ribs of a giant skeleton, opening and closing, folding and unfolding, all choreographed by hands you cannot see. You watch from the edge, where the noise is thinner, where the earth feels softer beneath your shoes. You are not in the crowd, but near enough to hear the hum of anticipation, the drawn breath of thousands waiting for a signal. Somewhere in the distance, a drum begins to tap, hollow, slow, like a heartbeat learning its rhythm. Thud, thud, thud. You can almost feel the pattern settling into the bones of the people around you. Then, above the torches, above the spotlights, above the controlled silence of so many gathered bodies, a flag unfurls. Its fabric snaps in the wind like a warning you can't quite decipher. Here, in this field near Nuremberg in the late 1930s, a new kind of spectacle is taking shape. A theater of power built from symbols, light, and noise. You don't hear speeches, not from where you stand. You don't need to. The atmosphere itself tells the story. The rising heat of torches, the synchronized movements, the architecture designed to dwarf the individual, the rehearsed unity that leaves no room for questions. You might wonder when it all began, when the world's quiet drift became something heavier, something leaning toward the shadow you feel settling over this place. But beginnings are rarely sharp. They seep. They soak into the cracks of crises and fear. They cling to those searching for certainty in unraveling times. For now, you stand in this moment, not the first, not the last, with the night breathing in torchlight, with wind carrying murmurs in a language that seems too synchronized to be natural. Far away from this rally, people sit in Berlin cafes with newspapers trembling in their hands. They talk about inflation, about lost jobs, about new promises rising on street corners. In rural towns, men in worn coats listen to radios that hiss and crackle with voices insisting the future can be rescued. In crowded city squares, young people chant slogans they barely understand, feeling the strange comfort of belonging. Across Europe, similar patterns twist through the air. In Italy, a decade earlier, black-clad marchers moved through streets claiming to restore order. In Spain, The smell of gunpowder and burning churches signaled a civil war born from old fractures. And farther east, Japan's drums beat toward empire, echoing different oceans, different horizons. But Germany is where the storm coils tightest. And here, at this rally, you sense it. A shift that is not sudden but steady. Not explosive but inevitable. People cheer. Spotlights sweep. Torches burn without wavering. Yet beneath all of it, beneath the choreography and the spectacle, there is a quiet that feels wrong. A quiet too deliberate, too heavy, as if the silence itself is part of the performance. You stand at the edge and watch as the flames blur in the night air. The heat rises in soft waves. The speeches echo in the distance, their words carried more as vibration than meaning. It is a kind of trance, one designed to pull people inward, away from doubt and toward obedience. And you can feel, in this moment, how easily fear becomes unity, how unity becomes power, how power becomes something darker when given form through spectacle. The night absorbs everything, the torchlight, the breath of thousands, the rising chant you can barely make out. It folds it all into a single impression, a world drifting towards something it does not understand. Chapter 1: The Broken Republic. Germany after the Great War. The torches of Nuremberg fade behind you like distant storms, their glow swallowed by the long corridors of time. As you drift backward through history, the night softens, the air cools, and the noise dissolves into a quieter world, one full of exhaustion, debt, and lost illusions. You're standing now on a railway platform in the winter of 1919. The train whistles sound thin, tired, stripped of urgency. The tracks gleam with a cold metal sheen, cutting through the early morning fog. Around you, men in worn uniforms step off with the slow, uneven movements of people returning from somewhere they don't wish to remember. Their boots make a soft, rhythmic clatter on the platform, but there is no triumph in their posture, no cheers, no crowds with flowers. Only fatigue, and a question hanging in the air like smoke. What now? Germany, newly defeated in the First World War, is not yet a nation rebuilding. It is a nation pausing, stunned, hollowed out, searching for a shape it no longer recognizes. You hear the shuffle of paper as a station worker pins a fresh notice to a board already crowded with bills. New prices, new shortages, new regulations. His hands move calmly, but you notice a slight tremble in his fingers. Behind the fog, in the distant city streets, a republic has been declared, the Weimar Republic, born from necessity rather than celebration. Democracy arrives not as a dream, but as a compromise, a fragile bridge built over deep fractures. You watch one of the returning soldiers adjust the strap of a nearly empty duffel bag. His medals clink softly against each other, metallic ghosts of a war that promised glory but delivered rubble. He looks around, searching for someone, but no one is here to greet him. After a moment, he lowers his head and walks on. He is not alone. Across Germany, millions return to a country that feels foreign. Cities hum with political arguments. Factories wait for coal that may never arrive. Old empires crumble while new parties swarm into the vacuum. Dozens of them, each claiming they can resurrect a broken nation. You sense the atmosphere thickening with uncertainty. A man passing you unfolds a newspaper, Die Freiheit, and you catch a glimpse of the headline, Armistice signed. Germany to accept responsibility for the war. That word, responsibility, will echo for years, like a stone dropped into a deep well. The weight of defeat. In 1919, Germany signs the Treaty of Versailles, and the world rewrites its boundaries. You see it in the way men curse under their breath at café tables, in the sharp, nervous energy of parliamentary debates. In the quiet despair of women who line up for food with ration cards pressed between their palms. Reparations become a constant presence, a shadow over every conversation, every misfortune, every failing business. And as the winter deepens, you feel something else forming beneath the surface. Not just anger, but longing, a yearning for structure, certainty, meaning, a desire for anyone who promises to restore dignity. You walk through a Berlin street where posters peel from the walls in the cold. One calls for unity. Another demands revolution. Another warns of capitalist conspiracies. Another promises national resurgence. The colors blur into a collage of desperation. And somewhere in this noise, a small party meets in dim, smoky beer halls, one so obscure that few take it seriously. Its name changes, evolves, grows sharper with time. The National Socialist German Workers' Party. But for now, they are almost invisible. The first seeds of catastrophe rarely announce themselves. Inflation like a storm. By 1923, the paper money you hold in your hand feels weightless, not because it is light, but because it is almost worthless. You can smell the ink, fresh, overwhelming, as new notes spill from printing presses day and night, rivers of currency trying to fill an ocean of debt. The air tastes strange in these years, as if even the atmosphere carries the bitterness of devaluation. You walk past a bakery where the owner has stopped updating his chalkboard prices. Instead, he erases numbers with rapid strokes, rewriting them every few hours as the mark loses value with frightening speed. A woman enters, clutching a basket of money. Not bread. Money. The owner weighs the bills with a scale usually reserved for flour. People no longer count currency. They measure it. A worker receives his wages twice a day, so he can rush out during breaks to buy anything before prices rise again. Children play with stacks of banknotes as if they were building blocks. A man burns money in his stove because paper has become cheaper than firewood. You can almost feel the world tilting. In this environment, extremism doesn't just grow, it finds fertile soil. Dozens of political groups claim salvation. Dozens promise rebirth. You hear a speech echoing from a public square. A voice sharp, emotional, insistent, not yet powerful, but practiced. He speaks of betrayal, humiliation, renewal. People stop to listen, not because they believe him yet, but because they want to believe in something. A republic under siege. There are moments when a nation seems to lose its balance, and the Weimar Republic lives permanently in that precarious space, standing upright only because it has not yet fallen. You walk through the halls of the Reichstag, where the air hums with argument. Coalition governments rise and collapse in rapid succession. Parties fracture. Alliances dissolve. Confidence evaporates. Each year feels like a different season. One year brings promise, cultural flourishing, new art, new cinema, new freedoms. Another brings riots, assassinations, street battles between political militias. You see uniformed groups marching in tight formation. Brown shirts here, black shirts there, red banners in another street. They pass each other like rival tides, each convinced they are the future. The Republic bends under their weight. And in Munich, 1923, a failed uprising unfolds, dramatic, clumsy, and quickly crushed. The man at its center is arrested, his political movement temporarily shattered. But you sense there is something unfinished in him, a pause, not a defeat. In prison, he writes, revises, edits, and dreams. Words sharpen into ideology. Myth hardens into belief. The calm before the storm. You step into the late 1920s, and for a moment the world appears to steady itself. Streets brighten with advertisements. Trams ring their bells with renewed optimism. Cafes fill with laughter and cigarettes and music that floats lightly above the tables. It feels almost safe. The German economy stabilizes. Foreign loans flow in. Architecture rises. Cinema flourishes. Paintings challenge old norms. Writers fill small notebooks with ideas that crackle like electricity. For a few years, you sense a fragile beauty, a reprieve, a world trying to breathe. But the calm has a brittle quality. Beneath it, fractures remain unhealed. And then the stock market collapses, not here, but across the ocean, and the shockwave ripples outward like a long, invisible earthquake. By 1930, unemployment lines stretch through Berlin streets. Factories close. Families lose savings overnight. Men gather on corners, staring at their empty hands as if answers might appear there. In these years, the quiet desperation returns, heavier than before. People turn again to voices promising certainty, order, security, pride. And among those voices is one that has become sharper, louder, more refined, more theatrical in its ability to tap into fear. Adolf Hitler. The fringe party that once met in small beer halls now draws crowds that overflow public squares. Its members march in tight formation. Its symbols multiply. Its slogans ring out with conviction. But what you notice most is not the noise. It is the silence between the noise. A silence that suggests surrender. A silence that suggests inevitability. History is rarely a straight line. It is a spiral tightening around moments like these. You stand once more at the threshold of a country searching for itself, torn between memory and myth, between democracy and disorder, between light and a gathering darkness. The Republic still stands, but you can feel it unraveling. Here, in these fragile years, the road to war is already forming, not yet visible in full, but present in the atmosphere, like a storm gathering beyond the horizon. And as you listen to the wind moving through the narrow streets of Berlin, as newspapers flutter against lampposts and political posters peel in the night air, you sense the same slow, inexorable drift you felt in Nuremberg, a nation stepping quietly toward catastrophe. Chapter 2. The Man Who Promised Order. The winter of 1930 settles over Germany like a thick, unbroken layer of frost. You can almost feel its weight, not just on rooftops and empty streets, but on the minds of the people who walk through them with their collars pulled high and their thoughts held close. Factories that once hummed now stand silent. Windows are dark. Smoke no longer rises from chimneys that burned day and night before the world's economy collapsed. In this cold, brittle air, you sense something more than economic hardship. You sense a quiet rearranging of hope, a shift from the possible to the desperate, from complexity to craving simplicity. Men gather around the corners of job centers, stamping their feet against the cold. They speak in hushed tones, as if ashamed of their own uncertainty. Women form long lines outside soup kitchens, holding metal bowls that clatter softly when wind pushes through the alleyway. You watch from the edge of these scenes, close enough to feel the tension, far enough to sense the broader atmosphere tightening like a wire. And it is in this environment, this landscape of hunger and restlessness, that a once fringe figure finds his moment. The voice that grew too loud to ignore. At first, his name drifts softly at the edges of conversations. A rumor, a mention, a curiosity. People say he speaks with a strange intensity, unsettling yet compelling, Others dismiss him as too emotional, too theatrical, too extreme. But gradually, his voice seeps into public squares, radio waves, and nightly discussions around dim kitchen tables. You hear him before you see him, a cadence rising and falling, punctuated by long pauses designed not for thought, but for tension. His speeches carry the rhythm of certainty, a sharp contrast to the hesitant, fractured voices of the politicians who argue without resolve inside the Reichstag. He frames the nation's pain as betrayal, its confusion as conspiracy, its suffering as deliberate humiliation. And though his words are harsh, the listeners' faces soften with recognition, because despair is easier to bear when it has a name. You stand at the back of a crowded hall in a regional town. The air smells of sweat and cigarette smoke. The wooden floor creaks beneath the shifting weight of restless bodies. He is on a small stage, illuminated by a dim spotlight that throws stark shadows behind him. His gestures are sharp. His voice climbs in crescendos. But what you notice most is not the noise. It is the reaction. People lean forward. Hands tighten on chairs. Eyes narrow with fierce attention. He doesn't merely offer policies. He offers a story, a narrative of rebirth, revenge, restoration. And for individuals drowning in uncertainty, stories are life rafts. The machinery of myth. Propaganda is not just words. It is an environment, an atmosphere you can almost breathe. You walk through Berlin in 1931 and see posters plastered on walls, their bright colors slicing through the winter gloom. You hear radios in shop windows transmitting fiery speeches. You notice newspapers eager for dramatic headlines, giving outsized attention to those who speak in absolutes. But propaganda's most powerful tool is not imagery. It is repetition. Again and again, slogans echo. Again and again, symbols appear. Again and again, a simple message replaces a complex world. You pass a room where a small team meets under harsh electric light. They discuss fonts, colors, angles, how to magnify presence, how to create the illusion of inevitability. Their work is methodical, almost clinical, and across Germany, uniformed groups march with unsettling precision. Brown shirts align shoulder to shoulder, boots thudding in perfect synchrony, banners rising like rows of dark sails. The symbolism is unmistakable, the message unmistakably clear. A movement that once felt chaotic now appears disciplined, orderly, almost militaristic. A movement born from resentment now presents itself as the embodiment of strength. You watch from the sidewalk as the marching column passes. Dust rises in soft clouds beneath their boots. Windows tremble slightly. People look away, or look too long. And somewhere in that charged silence, uncertainty begins to look like weakness. Complexity begins to feel exhausting. Democracy begins to appear fragile. Order, even harsh order, begins to look comforting. The collapse of the center. By 1932, Germany is balancing on the thinnest possible edge. Inside the Reichstag, arguments fracture every attempt at stability. Parties refuse to work together. Coalitions splinter before they can function. Laws stall in endless debate. Democracy is not failing because it is flawed, but because it is exhausted. You walk into the Reichstag gallery one late afternoon. The room feels too large for the voices fighting inside it. Chairs scrape. Papers shuffle. Anger erupts in sharp bursts. But the loudest sound is the vacuum where unity should be. Outside, political street violence intensifies. Communists and Nazis clash in alleys. Paramilitary groups train openly. Fear hangs over neighborhoods like thick fog. A shopkeeper boards up her window long before nightfall. A teacher dismisses her students early after hearing rumors of fighting near the station. Parents pull children indoors as soon as the sky turns orange. You can almost feel society narrowing, people withdrawing into themselves, looking for stability anywhere they can find it. And then, in the summer elections, something shifts. The Nazi Party becomes the largest in the Reichstag. Not a majority, but no longer fringe. A force that cannot be ignored. A force too large to contain. January 1933. A door quietly closes. You find yourself walking along Wilhelmstrasse on a cold, grey morning. The windows of the government buildings reflect a dull sky, and the street feels unusually still. There are no crowds, no celebrations, no banners, only a handful of officials and guards moving with hushed urgency. And then, with no fanfare, no echo of footsteps, no dramatic proclamation, a political arrangement is finalized behind closed doors. A few men, believing they can control him, believing he can be boxed in, believing his fire can be useful but contained, make him Chancellor of Germany. January 30th, 1933. A date that unfolds with quiet, devastating subtlety. You hear a single door close inside the Chancellery. The sound is soft, almost gentle, but it resonates like a hinge turning in history. Outside, people read newspapers with cautious curiosity. Some smile, some frown. Most simply shrug and return to their errands. After all, the appointment seems temporary, a compromise, a stopgap solution. Few sense the depth of the shift beneath their feet. Few understand how quickly democratic structures can be dismantled from within. And as evening falls, a torchlight procession moves slowly toward the Chancellery. The flames sway in the cold air. Boots strike the pavement with deliberate rhythm. Shadows crawl across the walls. You watch from a distance, feeling a strange mixture of silence and inevitability. The torches gleam like reflections of the ones you saw in Nuremberg. This is where the paths connect, where the spectacle meets the hungry crowd, where the promises meet the desperation. A republic is not destroyed in one dramatic moment. It erodes quietly, like frost melting underfoot until the ground gives way. Tonight, the light from the procession flickers across the building's stone facade. In those flames, you see more than celebration. You see a warning, soft, glowing, unmistakable. The man who promised order now holds power, and the machinery that carried him here is only beginning to turn. The aftermath of a choice. In the weeks following his appointment, the atmosphere in Germany changes in subtle but undeniable ways. New decrees appear, administrative, technical, seemingly mundane. Political opponents find their meetings disrupted. Journalists receive warnings cloaked as friendly advice. Radio stations adjust their programming without explanation. Nothing explosive. Nothing dramatic. Just a gentle tightening, like a hand slowly closing around an object. You hear a woman on a tram whisper to her friend about the new tone on the streets. A factory worker notes that certain colleagues no longer show up for shifts. A shop owner removes a political leaflet from her window after a polite visit from two men who merely wanted to chat. And yet, most people continue their routines. Life does not stop. It simply bends. You feel the bend more than you see it. The air seems heavier. The silence seems more deliberate. The past seems further away than it should be. A movement that once thrived on chaos now begins to cultivate order, But it is an order built not from stability, but from control. And still, the majority remains uncertain, curious, cautious. Few understand the shape the future is taking. Few sense how narrow the corridor of freedom has become. You stand at the edge once more, watching as the new chancellor steps into a car surrounded by aides and uniformed men. The door closes with a soft click. Another quiet sound. Another hinge turning. History rarely roars. Sometimes it barely whispers. And yet, the whispers can change everything. Chapter 3. Fire in the Reichstag. How fear became a tool. The winter after Hitler becomes chancellor is strangely quiet. Not peaceful, just quiet in the way a forest feels before a storm turns its weight toward the trees. You walk through Berlin at dusk, and the streets feel thinner than they should. Windows emit soft yellow glows, the same as any other year, but something about the way curtains shift, how conversations pause when footsteps approach, suggests that people are waiting for something. They just don't know what. Snowflakes fall on the wide avenue that leads toward the government district. They melt almost instantly on the warm pavement, leaving faint dark spots that vanish just as quickly. There's a feeling in the air, not expectation, but tension wrapped in routine. The kind of tension people breathe in without realizing it, like dust from an old apartment you stop noticing after a while. And then, one cold evening in February 1933, the quiet ends. The night of the fire. You see it first as an orange glow rising above the rooftops. Not bright, not a roaring blaze, just a strange, flickering pulse in the sky, as if someone has set the clouds alight from below. People begin to move toward the Reichstag instinctively, pulled by the glow the way travelers follow the beam of a distant lighthouse. Their footsteps crunch across patches of icy cobblestone. Coats flap in the wind as the smell of burning wood grows stronger. You join them at a slow, steady pace. When you reach the square, you feel the heat immediately. Not harsh, just a dull warmth pressing outward from the building's shattered windows. Smoke curls upward in soft, writhing columns. Flames lick the inner walls with a strange, hypnotic rhythm. The Reichstag, the heart of German democracy, is burning. Firefighters shout orders through the haze. Streams of water arc upward, hissing as they meet the flames. The crowd tightens, whispering, pointing, exchanging murmurs that blend into one trembling hum. Some faces are frightened. Some are confused. Some are disturbingly calm. And then he arrives. Hitler steps into the square surrounded by ministers and uniformed aides. His face is tight, eyes burning with something that is not shock. His movements are sharp, controlled, unmistakably intentional. The flames reflect in his gaze like sparks caught in glass. You watch from a distance as he surveys the fire not with fear, but with recognition, as though he sees not destruction, but opportunity. Within minutes, he is shouting about treason, conspiracy, threats against the nation. His voice rises above the crackling of the flames, cutting through the heavy air. The accusation spreads as quickly as the fire did. A scapegoat, an enemy, someone to blame. And even though investigators will debate the cause for decades, the conclusion drawn that night becomes the foundation of a new reality. Fear is useful. Fear creates permission. Fear will become law. The Reichstag Fire Decree. The next morning, Berlin wakes under a different sky. The smoke has cleared, but the air feels heavier, as if the fire left something behind. Not ash, not soot, but a silence that carries intention. You walk past newspaper kiosks where headlines scream about conspiracy and subversion. Papers are snapped from bundles before the ink is fully dry. A man mutters that Germany is under attack from within. Another nods, swallowing the explanation without question. Fear can be a comforting story. That same day, a decree is drafted hurriedly, signed swiftly, and enacted immediately. The Reichstag Fire Decree. Its words are sharp, precise, seemingly temporary, but their effect is permanent. Civil liberties suspended, freedom of the press restricted, privacy weakened, detentions without trial permitted. You picture the decree's paper lying on a desk somewhere, warm from the lamp above it, ink barely set, edges crisp. A document that looks small yet casts a shadow stretching far into the future. For now, it's just words. But words can be weapons, quieter than guns and far more enduring. The first quiet purge. Within days, police raids sweep through neighborhoods before dawn. Doors are knocked upon softly, then beaten upon loudly. People are taken away in trucks with covered windows. Records burn. Offices are sealed. Opposition voices fall silent one by one. But the city does not erupt into chaos. It does not scream or protest in the streets. The changes happen with a frightening gentleness, as if they are part of the natural order, a simple extension of the emergency. You watch officers walk past you carrying folders, ledgers, boxes of documents. Their boots leave clean, precise prints in the thin layer of melting snow. Above them, the sky remains pale and indifferent. Inside cafes, people lower their voices. Inside trams, passengers sit rigidly with newspapers folded neatly in their laps. Inside small apartments, radios whisper the same reassuring message. Order is being restored. The city appears calm because fear rarely moves chaotically. It moves under the skin. The Enabling Act. March 1933 arrives with a thin sun that fails to warm Berlin's cold stone corridors. You walk toward the Kroll Opera House, temporarily converted into the meeting place of the Reichstag. The building's facade is stiff and formal, its windows reflecting a sky that seems exhausted. Outside, uniformed men line the street. Not many, but enough. Enough to signal expectations. Enough to remind onlookers what order now looks like. Inside, tension coils tightly between the rows of seats. The Enabling Act is presented, a law that will allow the Chancellor to enact legislation without parliamentary consent. A shift from democracy to something quieter, sharper, more absolute. He stands before the Assembly, speaking with the gravity of someone claiming national salvation. His voice is softer than during rallies, almost gentle, but the gentleness feels dangerous. A calm hand offering a cup that might contain poison. Some delegates resist. Some tremble. Some attempt to argue. But the decision has already been shaped by fear, by violence, by the promise of stability. When the vote is cast, the silence afterward is thick, almost suffocating. The act passes. A republic dies not with gunfire, but with raised hands under a watching gaze. Outside, the street remains quiet. A carriage rolls by. A bird lands momentarily on a lamppost. Life continues, indifferent to the hinge that has just shifted the course of history. You hear a woman say to her companion, "It will bring order. For now, we need order." Her voice carries the tragic truth of many eras. People rarely surrender freedom willingly. They surrender it when they believe it will save them. The slow tightening of the net. Weeks pass, and the atmosphere in Germany becomes subtly different. Newspapers begin to sound the same. Films adjust their tone. Teachers modify their lessons. Historians revise their interpretations. You notice posters being removed from kiosks and replaced with new ones that share identical color palettes, slogans, and imagery. Radio broadcasts grow warmer in tone, more hopeful in vocabulary, but narrower in content. Censorship doesn't announce itself. It arrives quietly, like dust settling on a bookshelf. Children march in youth groups with clean uniforms and eager eyes. Businesses hang new symbols above their doors. Civil servants rehearse new procedures whispered to them in meetings. Everywhere you turn, small details align. A synchronized shift that feels less like change and more like orchestrated choreography. The country is not being transformed overnight. It is being adjusted, calibrated, tightened, and still, the streets remain calm. People shop, children play, trams rattle down the tracks. Daily life continues, but with each passing week, it belongs less to the people and more to the state. The silence that follows. You find yourself on a quiet bridge overlooking the Spree River at twilight. The surface of the water reflects the dim lights of the city, long, shimmering streaks that tremble gently with the current. A man stands near you, gazing at the water with his hands buried deep in his coat pockets. He murmurs something almost inaudible. It's peaceful again, and it is, superficially. Crime has decreased. Street fights have lessened. The visible chaos has receded. But the peace feels like a blanket placed over something that still breathes underneath. You watch as the wind pushes ripples across the river. The reflections distort, break, reform. This is how society changes, not in explosions, but in slow warping waves that eventually reshape the entire surface. The fear remains. The suspicion remains. The uncertainty remains. But they no longer belong to the streets. They belong to people's private thoughts, locked away, unspoken, growing heavy. And overhead, in dim offices lit by yellow bulbs, the machinery of control hums onward. Plans are drafted, lists compiled, opponents monitored. Germany is no longer drifting. It is being steered, quietly, steadily, irrevocably, toward a destination few can yet see. The fire that consumed the Reichstag did not end in ash. It lingered, invisible, in laws and offices and whispered instructions. And you can feel it now. The heat of it still glowing beneath the floorboards of a country walking calmly toward its own unmaking. Chapter 4. A Nation Rearranged. Gleichschaltung, when everything begins to align. Spring unfolds over Germany with deceptive gentleness. Trees bud along the avenues. The air softens. Shadows lengthen in the late afternoon sun. From a distance, the country looks unchanged, even peaceful. But when you step closer, when you observe with a quieter kind of attention, you sense the truth. The landscape is no longer shifting naturally. It is being arranged, as if invisible hands are moving pieces on a board, as if the country itself is learning a new choreography. You walk through Berlin in the early months of 1933 and notice how the daily rhythms hold their usual shape, but the tone beneath them has changed. Shopkeepers sweep their doorsteps with slightly more urgency. Civil servants carry folders more tightly against their chests. Teachers lower their voices when students leave the room. Something is settling over the country like fine dust, subtle, sticky, difficult to brush away. And that something has a name. Gleichschaltung, coordination, alignment, the quiet fusing of every institution into a single, obedient flow. You hear the word whispered in offices, printed in papers, muttered by workers who don't know whether to fear it or welcome it. Mostly, they simply absorb it, the way you absorb the smell of rain in the air without realizing it's coming. The disappearing middle ground. The first institutions to bend are political. You walk past the headquarters of once influential parties, now shuttered, their signs removed, their members scattered. The windows are dark, with faint outlines where posters used to hang. Inside, dust gathers on desks that were once cluttered with debate and paperwork. Moderate voices disappear from Parliament. Centrist newspapers shrink in size. Liberal clubs close without announcements. The middle ground, that fragile, essential space, becomes a void. You see a journalist sitting alone at a cafe table, staring at a blank sheet of paper. He taps his pen, sighs, writes one sentence, then quickly scratches it out. Not because it is wrong, but because it is no longer safe. He folds the empty page, pays his bill, and leaves without looking back. In times like these, silence becomes self-defense, and silence spreads faster than fear. Reshaping the states. Germany is not yet fully centralized, not until the new government begins to redraw the map. You travel by train through the countryside, watching fields roll past like sheets of muted gold. Villages tucked between gentle hills look untouched by politics, but they too are being rewritten. State parliaments dissolve. Regional leaders are replaced. Uniformed figures take up positions in town halls where mayors once held unchallenged authority. At each stop, you notice the same details repeating. A flag replaced. A new civil servant introduced. A meeting called with unusual urgency. A bulletin posted with a tone that feels too direct, too final. This is not the chaos of revolution. It is the quiet efficiency of absorption. A nation that once balanced regional identities now tightens into a single spine. The process is so steady, so administrative, that many people barely notice. They simply follow instructions, sign documents, attend compulsory meetings, update records. Coordination begins to feel like compliance. Compliance begins to feel like normalcy. And normalcy, once redefined, becomes difficult to question. The transformation of culture. Culture does not collapse. It adapts. You walk into a cinema one warm evening. The line snakes around the block, filled with people eager for distraction. Inside, the theater smells of popcorn, damp coats, and the faint sweetness of perfume. But before the film begins, a short piece plays, a newsreel, crisp and carefully edited. It shows smiling faces, orderly crowds, uplifting slogans, parades with synchronized movements. The audience watches quietly, not with enthusiasm, not with resistance, just with the blank acceptance that repetition breeds. You hear a boy whisper to his father, "Is that real?" The father hesitates, then nods, not because he believes it, but because contradicting the real suddenly feels complicated. Culture shifts in small increments. A play closes earlier than expected. A controversial novel quietly disappears from bookstores. An art exhibition is postponed indefinitely. When painters receive guidance about appropriate themes, most comply. Not because they fear punishment, but because they fear obscurity. And obedience is often easier than risking invisibility. You stand in a gallery where landscapes replace once radical works. The walls look calm, but the silence feels heavy. Youth rewritten. Children adapt more quickly than adults. Their worlds are still soft, still malleable. You walk past a schoolyard at recess. The shouts and laughter sound no different from those of any other era. But the games have changed. Instead of chasing each other or inventing stories, groups of children practice drills. They stand in lines, march in small circles, raise arms in gestures they do not fully understand. A teacher watches with arms folded, her expression unreadable. Is she proud? Obedient? Troubled? You cannot tell. Inside classrooms, maps are updated. History textbooks are revised. Speeches find their way into morning routines. Songs change. Symbols appear on walls that once displayed only alphabet charts and seasonal drawings. A girl sits at her desk, tracing one of the new symbols with her finger. She is not frightened. She is curious. Children do not resist what they are taught. Children absorb. One day, the old lessons fade into the recesses of memory. The new ones settle like roots, and generations begin to tilt. The disappearing press. You pick up a newspaper in a kiosk under soft morning light. At first glance, it looks like any other paper. Columns of text, bold headlines, grainy photographs framed in neat borders. But as you read, you notice something missing. Variety, argument, dissonance. The edges have been filed down, the perspectives aligned, the dissent folded into ambiguity. Reports blur into one tone, bright, assured, purposeful. Political news reads like triumph. Economic news reads like recovery. Cultural updates read like celebration. Even weather forecasts feel optimistic. As you flip the pages, you hear a vendor mutter. They all say the same thing now. He doesn't sound angry, just resigned. Acceptance is the quiet twin of surrender. And in this new landscape, where every newspaper echoes the same message, people begin to believe not in truth, but in inevitability. A leader becomes a symbol. You walk into a public square where a crowd has gathered, not enormous, not frenzied, but steady. Banners flap in the warm spring breeze. A podium has been erected beneath a row of towering lights. When Hitler appears, the reaction is strangely muted. There are cheers, yes, but not wild ones. The noise feels rehearsed, like applause at a well-practiced concert. He speaks with a calm authority, stripped of the early fire that once shocked audiences. This new tone is deliberate, careful, designed to sound presidential, inevitable. He talks about unity, about destiny, about the new Germany rising from hardship. People nod, some with conviction, some with uncertainty, some simply because everyone else is nodding. You watch from the shadow of a column, observing the subtle shifts. How people straighten when he raises his voice. How they lean in when he pauses. How their eyes reflect the lights in a way that makes them seem already halfway convinced. The man who once relied on volume now relies on presence, on posture, on myth. Leaders rise through power. Symbols rise through perception. He is becoming the latter. And the country, numb from crisis, hungry for identity, begins to shape him into something larger than a politician. The hope that blinds. In the early months of 1934, you notice a strange thing. People begin to smile more. Shops display new goods. Factories reopen. Public projects create jobs. Cafes fill again, their windows glowing in the evening light. From a distance, this looks like recovery, the fulfillment of promises made during rallies and radio addresses. But recovery and control often walk hand in hand. Prosperity can be a leash. Hope can be a mask. The mood is lighter, but the structure beneath it grows heavier. Civil liberties remain suspended. Opposition parties remain dissolved. Voices remain silent. The country is not healing. It is hardening. Yet optimism can make people blind to the walls quietly rising around them. You hear a man on the tram tell a friend, "Say what you will, things are finally improving." He says it with such relief that you realize something heartbreaking. People will accept almost anything if it means their lives become simpler. The silence between beats. By midsummer, Germany feels fully aligned, not divided, not chaotic, but synchronized, a system of institutions ticking forward in unified rhythm. You walk through a city square at dusk. The street lamps glow. The river flows quietly under a stone bridge. Children chase each other in the fading light. Couples stroll hand in hand. On the surface, it is serene, but beneath the serenity lies an absence. The absence of disagreement, the absence of debate, the absence of the spontaneous disorder that once made public life vibrant. You stop near a small kiosk where a radio is playing softly. The broadcast drifts into the air like warm static. Germany stands united. Germany stands strong. Germany stands renewed. The repetition is gentle, almost musical, and that is what makes it so effective. You listen for a moment, sensing the strange truth this new Germany embodies. When everything aligns, the silence becomes thunderous. The chapter ends here. Jorge, a country fully coordinated. The storm beginning to coil beneath the veneer of stability. Chapter 5. Night of the Long Knives. When power redefined itself. Summer settles over Germany with a heavy, listless heat. The air tastes of dust and new pavement. Fields shimmer in soft waves beneath the sun. Cities feel slower, as though they are exhaling after months of tension. From a distance, it all seems peaceful. But you've learned that in this new Germany, peace often means something else. Not calm, not safety, but the moment when something unseen prepares to shift. You walk through Berlin on a warm June evening. Shadows stretch long along Wilhelmstrasse. Street lamps flicker on one by one. People stroll with unhurried steps. Shopkeepers locking their doors. Students laughing at private jokes. Couples pausing to admire window displays. If you didn't look closely, you might almost believe nothing was brewing beneath the quiet surface. But power rarely moves loudly. It moves at night, in silence, behind doors that close softly and stay closed. And in the summer of 1934, Germany enters such a night. A state full of whispers. Tension begins on the edges. Conversations in cafes feel more guarded. Newspaper articles emphasize unity with an insistence that suggests the opposite. Rumors drift through barracks, offices, railways. Rumors about old allies becoming inconvenient, about rival ambitions within the very movement that seized power. You overhear a man muttering outside a post office. Something is happening. Something big. No one asks what he means. People have learned not to be curious. In beer halls, whispers spread about Ernst Röhm and the SA. Millions strong, undisciplined, unpredictable. A force once useful for street battles, now too large, too loud, too threatening to the army and to Hitler's vision of control. The tension is palpable, yet invisible. You feel it most in the pauses between conversations. in the way people look over their shoulders before saying anything political, in the way newspapers praise unity while hinting at danger lurking within. A country that once roared with slogans now speaks in whispers, and whispers are the first sign of an approaching purge. A car leaves Berlin at dusk. On June 29, 1934, you stand near the Reich Chancellery as dusk folds softly over the city. A motorcade pulls out, quiet, disciplined, deliberate. No fanfare, no public announcement. The cars glide through the streets like dark shapes drifting through water. You watch one of them pass under a lamppost. For a moment, you see faces inside, expressionless, focused, lit by a faint glow of dashboard lights. Hitler is among them. His eyes are fixed forward, his jaw tight, his posture rigid with purpose. This is not the fiery speaker from the rallies. This is a man preparing to redefine power on his own terms. The motorcade heads south toward Munich, into the quiet heart of Bavaria, into a night that will carve a new meaning into German political life. You watch the last car disappear into the distance. The street feels colder once it's gone. The night opens with a knock. The purge begins not with gunfire, but with footsteps, soft at first, measured, obedient. Doors are knocked upon, names called quietly. Uniforms step through thresholds while neighbors pretend to sleep behind thin walls. Across Germany, Munich, Berlin, Stuttgart, Breslau, Kiel, Hamburg, homes that were safe at sundown are no longer safe by midnight. The SA leadership is arrested swiftly, almost surgically. Men who once marched with pride now sit in shock, hands bound, unable to grasp the new reality forming around them. You stand outside a small hotel in Bad Weersee, watching officers move with tense precision. There is no shouting, no chaos, only the heavy sound of boots on wooden floors and the muffled voices of men awakened abruptly from sleep. The air smells of pine and lake water. The night sky glows faintly with stars. It is tranquil, and that is what makes it terrifying. Power is reasserting itself not through spectacle, but through silence. Orders in the dark. The arrests continue through the night and into the early hours of morning. Phones ring in government offices. Messages are delivered by hand. Lists are checked, updated, expanded. Some names belong to genuine rivals. Others belong to old enemies. Others still belong to people who simply stood in the wrong place at the wrong time. The purge widens. It becomes not just a removal of threats, but an opportunity, a chance to reshape the inner circle, eliminate dissent, and send a message that loyalty is no longer sufficient. It must be absolute. You walk through Berlin's Tiergarten just after dawn. Birds chirp in the foliage. Sunlight filters through the branches in soft golden beams. But soldiers stand at intersections. Not many, just enough to signal that something has shifted. Their faces are neutral, their posture rigid, their eyes scanning quietly. Most civilians do not yet know what has happened, but the animals in the park behave strangely. A flock of pigeons bursts into sudden flight, as if sensing the tension the way they sense storms. Nature often reacts before people do. The official explanation. When the news finally breaks, it does so in carefully arranged pieces. Newspapers release statements that frame the purge as a necessary act, a decisive blow against traitors, conspirators, moral deviants, threats to stability. The language is sharp, moralistic, absolute. Posters appear, speeches are broadcast, and radio announcers talk about heroic action with unwavering calm. But what you notice most is the relief. Yes, relief. People are tired of fear, tired of uncertainty, tired of whispering. The purge, brutal as it is presented as a cleansing, a removal of chaos, a restoration of order. And many accept it. Some even welcome it. A woman at the tram stop says quietly, "Maybe things will be stable now." Her voice is thin, trembling slightly, but the hope in it is genuine. People will endure almost anything if they believe it brings stability, even the erosion of their own freedoms. The army's silence. The reaction that matters most comes not from the public, but from the army. Generals had long feared the SA's unruly power, its millions of members, its radical ambitions, its rivalry with the professional military. When the purge eliminates the SA leadership in one swift stroke, the army does not protest. It breathes. Hitler assures them that the army is the nation's sole military force, that their traditions remain intact, that their loyalty will be rewarded. You stand outside the war ministry as officers arrive for a meeting. Their uniforms are immaculate, their steps firm yet subdued. Inside, agreements are made. Hands are shaken. The future is exchanged quietly between men who understand the weight of compromise. When they exit, their faces reveal little, but you sense that something immense has been traded. Autonomy for allegiance, tradition for integration, caution for obedience. And with that, the last significant institution capable of resisting the new regime steps into alignment. Gleichschaltung tightens another notch. The atmosphere after the storm. Weeks pass, and the purge becomes not a crisis, but a reference point. People still speak of it, but only in lowered voices. A neighbor mentions a missing acquaintance, then quickly changes the subject. A teacher alludes to the events only indirectly, through remarks about times of necessary firmness. In offices, employees look down when certain names are spoken aloud. And in this atmosphere, a strange thing happens. Life resumes. The markets reopen. Children return to school. Factories hum anew. Cafes fill with quiet chatter. From the outside, the world appears unchanged. But beneath the surface, something has shifted permanently. The fear that once spread in whispers now exists deeper, woven into the fabric of daily thought. People had hoped for stability. They received it. But at the cost of understanding that stability now comes from a single source. You walk along a riverbank at sunset, listening to the faint laughter of people picnicking nearby. The sky glows a soft pink. The water glimmers gently. It looks peaceful. It looks calm. But calm can mean surrender. Calm can mean resignation. Calm can mean the acceptance of something irreversible. The country is not drifting anymore. It is moving with purpose, one man's purpose, toward a horizon that grows darker with each passing month. A leader without rivals. By late 1934, Hitler stands alone atop the political structure. His rivals are gone, his critics silenced, his allies dependent, his enemies erased. The night of the long knives has done more than remove threats. It has solidified a myth that he is decisive, strong, necessary, that the nation depends on him. You stand near the Chancellery one evening as he steps out onto a balcony for a brief appearance. The crowd gathered below is small, not a rally, not a spectacle, but the atmosphere feels charged. People raise their heads. Some applaud softly. Some simply watch in silence. He raises a hand, just slightly, and the crowd reacts as if to a conductor's cue. It is not enthusiasm. It is reflex. The reflex of a nation already trained. The reflex of a nation that no longer distinguishes between stability and submission. The reflex of a nation sliding into the next phase of its transformation. The purge is over. The path ahead is clear. But the darkest turns of this road, the ones that will shake the world, still lie ahead. Chapter 6. The Engineering of Obedience. How a Society Learns to Bow. The year turns, and Germany enters 1935 with a brightness that feels almost unnatural. Shop windows glow with new displays. Factories churn with renewed energy. Railways operate with striking punctuality, their whistles slicing cleanly through morning fog. On the surface, the country looks reborn. But rebirth can be a mask, smooth, polished, designed to hide the machinery beneath. You walk through Berlin on a crisp morning, and the city feels orderly to the point of stillness. Not peaceful, structured. Not calm, choreographed. Germany no longer leans toward change. It has accepted it, absorbed it, conformed to it. The atmosphere carries a strange kind of quiet pride. Banners hung straight, uniforms pressed sharply, slogans painted with fresh coats of paint. But you sense what lies underneath. A society taught not to question, but to echo. This is not the Germany of Weimar. This is a new order, shaped not only by force, but by design. A nation redefined. After the night of the long knives, the government moves with renewed confidence. The boundaries between party and state blur until they become indistinguishable. Laws shift. Definitions shift. Expectations shift. Identity becomes not a private experience, but a public requirement. You walk past a registry office where long lines form, people presenting documents, answering questions, updating records. Their expressions are blank, resigned. They do not argue. They do not hesitate. The bureaucracy now extends into every corner of life. Employment files, housing requests, marriage certificates, religious affiliations, political alignments. Everything is catalogued. Everything is standardized. Everything is used to sort people into categories of belonging or exclusion. The air inside the office smells of ink and damp coats. A clock ticks on a wall. Each tick feels like the sound of a system slotting someone into place. And as people finish their paperwork, they exit with the same quiet acceptance. This is how things are now. Normalization is the most powerful tool of any regime. The language of control. Words change meaning in subtle ways. You hear it in newspapers: renewal, purification, strength, unity, enemy. You hear it on the radio: destiny, people's community, heritage, loyalty. The vocabulary expands like a new dialect, gradually replacing older, gentler language. Resistance becomes treason. Critique becomes decadence. Independence becomes selfishness. Diversity becomes weakness. At a small cafe, you sit near a table where two university students speak in hushed tones. One of them lowers his voice to near silence as he says, "You have to be careful what words you use now." His friend nods, stirring his coffee so vigorously the spoon clinks against the cup. Words have become dangerous not because they are loud, but because they are noticed. and people have learned to speak as though someone is always listening. Education rewritten. You walk into a school one afternoon as children finish their day. They file out in neatly spaced rows, their boots making soft, rhythmic taps against the polished floor. Inside classrooms, maps of Europe have been updated. New textbooks lie open on desks, pages filled with bold symbols, heroic stories, simplified lessons about strength and identity. A teacher erases a chalkboard with long, firm strokes. Her eyes dart occasionally toward the open door, checking who might be passing. She is not afraid of her students. She is afraid of how quickly innocence repeats what it hears. During a break, a boy shows his friend a badge he received for reciting a speech flawlessly. His chest swells with pride. He is not being manipulated, not consciously. He is simply absorbing. Children do not resist structure. Children internalize it, and generations can be shaped long before they know they are being shaped. Exclusion made ordinary. The year 1935 brings new laws, stiff, cold, legalistic, that define who belongs in the people's community and who does not. You read them printed neatly in a newspaper set out on a tram seat. The Nuremberg laws. Words wrapped in legality, sharp as knives. They do not shout. They do not threaten. They simply categorize. And categorization is the beginning of dehumanization. Jewish citizens are redefined not by culture or belief, but by ancestry. Marriage between Jews and non-Jews becomes prohibited. Citizenship becomes conditional. Rights become negotiable. The laws are written with bureaucratic precision, as though they were mere administrative adjustments, the product of meetings, not malice. You observe people reading the news on street corners. Some shake their heads. Some shrug. Some fold the paper quietly and walk away. The reactions differ, but the common thread is chilling. No one screams. Exclusion becomes part of the rhythm of daily life. A small shift, then another, then another. You hear a shopkeeper whisper, "It's not my business." But indifference is the soil in which tragedy grows. Strength through spectacle. Autumn arrives, and with it, the grand rallies. You find yourself again near Nuremberg, not within the crowd, but at the far edge of the field where the torches burn in precise rows. The sky glows with the beams of massive searchlights, their white pillars stretching upward like a cathedral made of light. People march in tight columns, banners snapping in the wind. The choreography is flawless, thousands moving as though guided by a single breath. From a distance, it looks almost beautiful, symmetrical, fluid, hypnotic. But beauty can be a tool. The spectacle is designed to overwhelm the senses, to replace questions with awe. A child on his father's shoulders gasps at the lights. A woman covers her heart with her hand, eyes wet with emotion. A soldier stands rigidly, chest expanding with pride. You remain still, watching. The power of spectacle is not merely in the display. It is in the message it implants gently, almost imperceptibly. This is unity. This is destiny. This is the future. In a world craving stability, spectacle becomes truth. The private becomes public. In Germany now, privacy is a delicate illusion. You walk through an apartment building where doors stay closed but ears stay open. Neighbors speak softly in stairwells. Conversations pause when footsteps echo down the hall. Windows remain slightly ajar, not for fresh air, but for listening. Informants blend seamlessly into daily life. A co-worker, a family friend, a student, a grocer, not malicious, just vigilant. The regime does not need millions of enforcers. It needs millions of people uncertain about who might be listening. You watch a man tear a page from his diary, rip it in half, then in half again before throwing it in the stove. His hands tremble, though the words he wrote were harmless. But harmlessness is subjective in a world where offense is defined by the powerful. Germany has become a place where silence is the safest form of speech. The Church and the State. Even faith bends. You enter a small church on a quiet Sunday morning. Candles flicker gently. Dust dances in beams of light pouring through stained glass windows. The pastor speaks softly, reading from scripture, but then the tone changes. He shifts to national themes: unity, loyalty, obedience. His voice becomes heavier, his words aligned with messages heard everywhere else. Some congregants bow their heads, some shift uncomfortably, but none walk out. The church has not been destroyed. It has been absorbed. Its language softened. Its autonomy thinned. Its purpose redirected. Sacred spaces remain, but the lines between sacred and political blur until they lose meaning. The illusion of prosperity. By the end of 1935, Germany appears to flourish. Factories run at full efficiency. Employment rises. Roads are built. Public enthusiasm grows. You stand on a bridge overlooking a construction site where workers pour concrete for a gleaming new roadway. Their movements are rhythmic, confident. Their faces are focused but calm. It looks like progress, and in some ways it is. But progress can be a cage disguised as opportunity. Rearmament, hidden at first, now becomes increasingly open. Military parades return. Factories produce weapons. Budgets tilt quietly toward war. But war seems far away. Impossible even. People are too relieved to question the source of the new prosperity. Too hopeful to wonder what it might cost later. A woman at a bakery says to the baker, "Things are better now. Whatever he's doing, it's working." The baker nods, and you understand something quietly devastating. When life becomes easier, people rarely ask why. A country without edges. By the start of 1936, Germany has lost its roughness, not in economy, but in expression. Everything aligns. Schools, newspapers, churches, local councils, youth organizations, courtrooms, businesses. Dissent is not debated. It is erased. Difference is not tolerated. It is categorized. Questions are not answered. They are discouraged. This new Germany feels smooth, polished, seamless, but only because the edges have been sanded away. You walk through a quiet street as evening settles. A light snow begins to fall. Windows glow warmly. A family laughs behind a curtain. The smell of roasted chestnuts drifts through the air. It looks peaceful. But peace can hide the most dangerous transformations, because it makes people believe that nothing is wrong. You stop for a moment, feeling the snow melt on your coat. Germany is no longer searching for its identity. It has been given one, and the cost of that identity will soon reveal itself in ways no one is prepared to face. The road to war is not paved with gunfire. It is paved with silence. Chapter 7. Kristallnacht. The night the glass remembered. Calm. Poetic. Silent devastation. Night descends on Germany with an eerie clarity. The kind of night where the cold presses against windows. The kind of night where sound travels too far. The kind where the moon hangs so still it feels like it's listening. You find yourself walking through a quiet street on the evening of November 9th, 1938. Autumn lies heavy on the rooftops. Leaves skitter across cobblestones in small, restless arcs. The air smells of wood smoke and early winter. If you didn't know what was coming, you would think nothing unusual was unfolding. People finish their dinners. Lights glow softly behind curtains. A tram rattles past with a lonely bell. But beneath the calm surface, something trembles. A low, tense vibration in the atmosphere, as if the country itself is holding its breath. You can almost feel history leaning forward. A spark in the dark. The trigger comes from far away. A young Jewish man, desperate and grieving, fires a gun in Paris. A German official dies. Grief becomes outrage. Outrage becomes opportunity. Leaders gather behind closed doors. Words sharpen. Plans align. And as the evening settles, quiet orders begin to ripple outward. Not shouted, not announced, just released like ink into water. You hear the first break of glass before you see anything. A crisp, delicate shatter in the distance, like a single star exploding somewhere overhead. The sound echoes strangely through the still night air. You pause. Listen. Another shatter. Then another. Windows breaking in different parts of the city. Not from accident. Not from weather. But from instruction. The night has cracked open. Streets fill with flame. You move toward the center of the city as small crowds gather. Not panicked. Not confused. Just watching. Some with unease. Some with curiosity. Some with a terrible sort of approval. Flames rise from a building ahead. Not a raging inferno, but a slow, deliberate fire. A synagogue. Its windows glow from within, light flickering across its stone facade, like a candle held too close to paper. Firefighters stand nearby, but do not intervene. Their hoses lie coiled, unused. They were told to protect the surrounding structures, not the synagogue itself. You watch the flames lick upward, quiet, methodical, as if consuming memory rather than wood. A man beside you whispers, "Is this allowed?" No one answers. In Germany tonight, silence is a form of permission. A night of shattered glass. You turn a corner, and the ground crunches beneath your feet. Glass. Small pieces. Large shards. Slivers that catch the light of street lamps and glow like frost. The sidewalks glitter with a strange, unreal beauty, as though the city has been dusted in stars. But the beauty is deceptive. These are the windows of Jewish shops, homes, schools, offices. You see a tailor's shop, its display overturned, fabrics spilled like fallen banners across the floor, a bakery window smashed, bread scattered on the tiles, the smell of yeast mixing with the cold night air, a bookstore with its shelves toppled, pages floating like frightened birds. The destruction is not wild. It is precise. Each window broken with the same rhythm, glass exploding outward, falling in sheets, settling in a sparkling carpet that the morning sun will reveal in stark, painful clarity. You walk slowly, each step sending a faint tinkling sound into the air. It feels like walking across memory. Searching for safety. In alleyways and side streets, families wait in doorways. Jewish families holding their coats tight, unsure whether to flee or stay still. But where does one flee at midnight, when the threat comes from every direction? A woman whispers to her husband, "Maybe we should go to my sister's house." He shakes his head, eyes cast downward. No house is safe tonight. You don't see their faces clearly, only outlines, shapes, shadows. Their fear is quiet, contained, a fear too deep for screaming. Across the city, thousands face the same impossible questions. Should we hide? Should we run? Should we wait? But the night offers no guidance, only glass, and fire, and footsteps, always the footsteps. The arrests begin. The destruction of buildings is only the beginning. Across Germany and Austria, doors are forced open before dawn. Men are taken from their beds, while families cling to stairwells and railings. Arrests unfold without shouts, without explanations, just names read from lists, commands given in clipped tones, instructions carried out with efficiency. You stand near a small apartment building as a group of men are led out, coats hastily buttoned, hair still mussed from sleep. The street is quiet. The moon hangs low. A dog barks once and then falls silent. The men do not resist. A resistance would be futile, a cry unheard. They step into trucks that rumble away into the night, disappearing down roads lined with glass. Their families remain behind, faces pale in the half-light, hands pressed against the cold door frame. A child asks, "When will Papa come back?" But no one knows the answer. A nation watches. Not everyone participates in the violence. Most simply watch. Some from open windows, some from darkened rooms, some from the edges of streets where they pretend to be passing by. You stand among them, feeling the weight of this collective witnessing, the heaviness of people who know something terrible is happening, but who have been taught that to speak is to endanger themselves. Fear is a leash. Silence is its collar. Yet among the watchers, you notice something else, a numbness that settles over the crowd. People inhale the scene as if it is weather, as if the violence has descended like a storm that cannot be blamed on any single hand. A man mutters, "It's not my business." Another says, "I don't agree. But what can we do?" A third whispers, "Best to stay quiet." Quiet is the only safe place left, and in a nation that has been trained to obey, quiet becomes a refuge and a prison. Ash in the morning light. When dawn finally breaks, the city looks surreal. Smoke drifts across rooftops. Ash clings to windowsills. The sky glows faintly pink, as though blushing at what transpired beneath it. You walk through the streets now illuminated by morning light. The glass that glittered under street lamps has turned dull and grey. Sweeping crews begin clearing debris, their brooms pushing aside not only glass, but the remnants of normal life. Some people step around the shattered storefronts carefully. Some hurry past with eyes averted. Some linger, staring at the destruction as if seeing it from a distance. A Jewish shop owner stands before the ruins of his store. He holds the key in his hand, but the lock hangs broken. He does not cry. He does not shout. He simply stands there, breathing slowly, as though trying to understand how one night could change the meaning of home. The morning feels colder than night ever did. The government responds. Later that day, newspapers appear with headlines that twist the truth into a shape that suits the regime. Spontaneous outburst of public anger, righteous indignation, necessary response. The language is clinical, emotionless, designed to absolve the state. But behind the printed words, you know the truth. Nothing about this night was spontaneous. Nothing about it was uncontrolled. Nothing about it was accidental. The destruction was coordinated. The arrests were planned. The silence was enforced. And the message is unmistakable. This is what happens when a society decides who belongs and who does not. The weight of the night. As evening returns, you stand once more in the streets of Berlin. The glass has been swept, the fires extinguished, the crowds dispersed. But the night feels different now, heavier, older, unsettled. A world has tilted, not completely, not yet, but enough that you can feel the slope beneath your feet. Kristallnacht is not the end of anything. It is the beginning of clarity, a declaration of intent, a line crossed without hesitation. The road to war has always been long, but tonight it becomes irreversible. You look down at the small crystals of glass still caught between cobblestones, fragments the sweepers missed. They catch the lamplight in tiny, trembling sparks. The night remembers them. History remembers them. Glass remembers everything. And the silence that follows is the heaviest silence you've heard yet. Chapter 8. The World That Looked Away. Anschluss, Munich, and the drift toward catastrophe. Winter fades, and Germany steps into 1938 with a quiet, unsettling confidence. The streets feel smoother beneath your shoes, as though the country has paved over its own fractures. Trains run on time. Factories hum steadily. Public squares fill with measured optimism. But beneath the surface, the machinery of expansion is already in motion. Germany is no longer content to realign itself. It is preparing to realign the world. You walk through a government district one pale spring morning and feel it in the air. Not tension, but purpose. Doors open with crisp efficiency. Officials stride down corridors with folders pressed tightly against their chests. Telephones ring with sharp intent. The country has formed itself into a fist. Now it begins to close. Austria. The quiet surrender. The first move is toward a place where German is spoken, where borders blur easily in memory and myth. Austria. You travel south as winter gives way to thaw. The Alps rise pale and immense, their ridges dusted with late-season snow. Villages appear like clusters of matchboxes beneath mountain shadows. For years, Austria has been fragile, its government unsteady, its economy thin, its politics fractured. Germany senses opportunity. You hear the radio static grow heavier as news of a plebiscite approaches, a vote to determine Austria's future. But under pressure, under threat, under the looming weight of its larger neighbor, the vote never happens. Instead, in March 1938, German troops cross the border. You stand beside a road as columns of soldiers approach, not with gunfire, not with violence, but with flowers thrown by crowds. Women step forward with bouquets. Children wave flags. Men salute with fervent eyes. The soldiers look startled by the welcome. This is not conquest in the old sense, but absorption. A nation swallowed whole in a single breath. You watch an elderly man on a balcony lower his head and whisper, "Not all of us wanted this," but his voice is too soft to carry over the cheers. In Vienna, music drifts from open windows as banners unfurl across public buildings. The city gleams under the orchestration of celebration. Unity, reunion, homecoming, words repeated endlessly, softening the truth beneath them. Austria did not join Germany. Germany consumed Austria, and the world watched, hesitant, silent, hoping peace could be preserved with quiet concessions. The world blinks. After the Anschluss, foreign capitals react with alarm, but not with action. London debates. Paris hesitates. Washington observes. You see diplomats pacing inside smoky rooms, papers spread across tables, maps marked with small circles of concern. But concern without conviction is weightless. The world is still bruised from the First World War. No one wants to believe another might be coming, and Germany senses the reluctance, tastes it like sweetness on the air, and prepares its next move. The Sudetenland question. Czechoslovakia stands alone in the center of Europe, a young democracy surrounded by old ambitions. In its western region, the Sudetenland, mountains, forests, small towns, a large German-speaking population lives uneasily under increasing pressure. You walk along a Sudeten street one summer afternoon. Shops stand neat and orderly. Children chase stray dogs through alleyways. Mountains rise in the distance like silent guardians. Nothing here suggests imminent conflict, but propaganda flows across the border like smoke. Radio broadcasts whisper of oppression. Newspapers stoke outrage. Tensions rise. And then, without warning, the region becomes the focus of the world. You picture diplomats boarding late-night trains, suitcases in hand, faces tight with exhaustion. A crisis grows, not from the ground, but from the ambitions of men who see land as chessboard squares. Munich. September 1938. You stand near a radio shop in Berlin as people crowd around the window. Dozens gather, faces close, breath misting against the glass. Inside, the radio crackles with reports from Munich. A city turns stage for the fate of a nation. Britain, France, Germany, Italy. 4 powers, 4 signatures. No seat for Czechoslovakia at its own dismemberment. You listen to the static as agreements are reached behind closed doors. The announcer's voice rises with triumph. Peace is secured. A cheer ripples through the crowd. Some clap. Some sigh with relief. Some look upward, as though thanking the sky. You watch a man whisper, "At least there will be no war." Hope is a fragile shield. The Sudetenland will be handed over. Czech defenses will be dismantled. Borders redrawn. All in the name of peace. You walk away from the crowd, sensing the quiet tragedy settling beneath the celebration. A small democracy has been abandoned. A dictator has been encouraged, and the world has mistaken appetite for stability. The Munich Agreement is not peace. It is postponement, and postponement is sometimes the costliest choice of all. The disappearance of Czechoslovakia. Barely 6 months later, the truth reveals itself. Germany moves again, not subtly, not indirectly, but openly, into Prague. No vote, no negotiation, no justification beyond convenience. You stand on a Prague street as German troops march through the old town. Their boots echo off stone buildings older than the idea of Germany itself. Citizens watch from balconies, their expressions cloaked in disbelief and bitterness. A cold mist settles over the city, muting the colors, making the occupation feel like a dream, or a nightmare that refuses to fully form. Czechoslovakia dissolves, its democracy erased in quiet strokes. The world does more than blink this time. It looks inward, terrified, ashamed. Appeasement has failed. The storm grows, and you feel something shift, not in Germany, but in the world's understanding of Germany. The mask slips. The intentions become clear. The patience of other nations begins to fracture. But the momentum now is too powerful to stop easily. The axis aligns. In Rome, Mussolini admires the speed of Germany's advances. He sees opportunity in partnership, strength in alignment, destiny in union. In Tokyo, militarists watch European hesitation and learn from it. Expansion thrives when opposition fears its own memories. What once were individual ambitions now begin to orbit each other. You imagine the world as a vast sky, with new constellations forming, dark shapes aligning silently. Germany, Italy, Japan, 3 separate storms, pulling toward a shared center. You hear diplomats speak of spheres of influence, balance of power, regional ambitions. But beneath the language lies a simple truth. The world is dividing, and the divide is widening with every move. Rearmament no longer hidden. By 1938 to 1939, Germany no longer disguises its rearmament. Parades become more frequent. New uniforms appear. Factories produce weapons openly. You stand near a train station as a shipment of artillery passes through, covered in tarps, but unmistakably heavy, unmistakably new. Workers watch with expressionless faces, some proud, some uneasy. No one speaks. In the countryside, airfields expand, barracks multiply. Soldiers train in formations that stretch across the horizon. The illusion of peace has ended. The preparation for war is no longer a rumor. It is the rhythm of daily life. And the world begins to feel like a chamber slowly filling with smoke. A pact of shadows. August 1939. You stand in a Berlin street as newspapers sell out faster than vendors can stack them. A new headline. Germany and the Soviet Union sign non-aggression pact. Shock ripples through the public. 2 ideological enemies now bound by convenience. But the pact is not just diplomacy. It is a map. Secret protocols divide Eastern Europe into spheres of influence. Borders are pre-drawn. Futures decided without the knowledge of those who live within them. You picture officials in Moscow and Berlin, drawing lines across countries as though sketching patterns on sand. And as you read the newsprint, as the ink bleeds faintly into your fingertips, you realize the truth. The pact does not bring peace. It removes the final barrier to war. Germany is now free to make its next move. The dawn before the storm. Summer ends. Autumn approaches with a strange clarity. The air sharpens. The leaves turn early. Nations call up reserves. Diplomats send urgent telegrams. Newspapers fill with anxious speculation. You stand at the edge of a Polish village. Fields stretching outward in golden rows. Birds circling slowly in the distance. The land is peaceful, achingly peaceful. Children chase each other through tall grass. Farmers harvest their crops. The smell of earth rises in warm currents. Nothing here suggests that the world is about to rupture. But somewhere to the west, engines idle. Aircraft sit ready. Maps are folded into officers' pockets. The road to war has narrowed to a single point. And you feel it. The gentlest shift in the wind. The softest tremor beneath your feet. The quiet before thunder. History is holding its breath again. The storm is now unavoidable. Chapter 9. September 1st. When the world finally shattered. Dawn rises slowly over Eastern Europe, the light hesitant, pale, almost shy. It glows along the horizon like a whisper of gold catching on the edges of distant fields. The countryside looks peaceful, far too peaceful for what is about to unfold. You're standing beside a narrow Polish road in the early morning chill. Mist clings to the grass. Birdsong drifts through the air in soft, uneven notes. A farmhouse in the distance exhales a thin curl of smoke from its chimney. A dog barks lazily at nothing in particular. The world feels suspended, caught between night and day, between what has been and what will soon become impossible to undo. Somewhere far to the west, engines rumble like a distant, approaching storm. You feel it before you hear it, a vibration in the soil, a pulse running through the roots of the land, a shift, a moment dividing one era from another, and then the first sound arrives, not loud, not flamboyant, but decisive, the low drone of aircraft. It rolls across the sky like a long, dark sigh. The first strike. The sun has barely risen when shadows pass overhead. Fast, mechanical, deliberate. Planes sweep across the horizon, their silhouettes sharp against the dawn. They fly in tight formation, moving with the assured rhythm of a decision already made. You watch them pass, their engines humming with cold purpose. Then, a flash in the distance. No explosion yet, just light. A brief, unnatural bloom on the edge of the morning. Seconds later, sound follows. A deep, echoing thud that makes the fields tremble. Bombs fall on Wylan. A hospital. A market square. A town just waking. You don't see the blast directly. Only the smoke rising, curling upward into the sky like a new, unwanted pillar of morning. A farmer nearby stops in his tracks. His hands fall to his sides. His mouth opens just slightly, as though searching for a word he does not know how to form. The dog that barked lazily before now runs beneath a wagon and hides. The day has changed, and with it, the world. The invasion unfolds. Moments later, Engines roar from the ground as German tanks cross the border. Metal beasts grinding through soil, their treads leaving long scars in the fields. You see them from a hilltop, rolling in steady waves, moving as if pulled forward by an invisible force. Soldiers march behind them, boots thudding in unison, faces unreadable beneath steel helmets. There is no hesitation, no confusion, no chaos. This is not an improvisation. It is a script rehearsed to perfection. You stand still, listening to the clatter of metal, the distant echo of artillery, the strange quiet that fills the space between each impact. Poland is being invaded, not declared upon, not negotiated with, not threatened, invaded. The simplicity of the word makes it heavier. Civilians in the path. You walk through a small Polish village just as families begin to flee. Women tie bundles of clothes with shaking hands. Men lift children onto wagons. Elderly parents shuffle toward the road, their steps small, their breaths uneven. The air smells of cut grain and smoke. A horse whinnies nervously as planes rumble overhead. A mother whispers to her son, "Stay close." Her voice is calm, but her eyes give her away. People look east, not west, towards safety, however temporary, away from the storm that approaches with steel and fire. A man standing near a well mutters, "It has started." His words float into the air, soft, resigned, as if acknowledging a truth long feared. He is not surprised, only devastated. Blitzkrieg. The strategy is new, terrifying in its speed, unlike anything Europe has seen before. Planes attack from above. Tanks smash through defenses. Infantry advance rapidly behind them. Blitzkrieg. Lightning war. But the word does not capture the atmosphere. The silence that follows each strike. The stunned breath of civilians watching their world unravel. The eerie precision with which the destruction unfolds. You stand by a railway line as a German armored train thunders past. The ground vibrates beneath your shoes. The rails hum with metallic energy. In the distance, telegraph wires snap in sparks, cutting communication lines, isolating towns before they can call for help. The invasion moves like a tide, not pausing, not faltering, not turning back. You can almost feel the weight of inevitability bearing down across the landscape. Warsaw holds its breath. By early September, the capital braces itself. You walk through Warsaw's narrow streets, the smell of fresh bread still lingering from early morning markets, children's chalk drawings marking the pavement, posters peeling from old stone walls. But the energy has changed, a nervous hum beneath the routine. People glance upward more often. Radios murmur updates, voices clipped and tense. Barricades rise in intersections, hastily built from sandbags and overturned carts. When the first bombs fall on Warsaw, the city does not break. It absorbs the shock, like a giant exhaling through pain. You stand near the Vistula River as smoke rises on the horizon. Ash drifts gently through the air, falling like an unnatural snow. People run, then stop running, then gather in doorways to watch flames in the distance. Fear is tempered by disbelief, a disbelief that this century, so full of promises, could descend into fire again. But it has. The world responds. On September 3rd, 2 days after the invasion, radios across Europe crackle with a message that feels both inevitable and surreal. Britain declares war. France declares war. You stand in a Berlin cafe when the announcement airs. The room falls silent. A young man looks up from his newspaper, blinks slowly, as if waking from a long, distorted dream. A woman puts down her cup and presses her fingers to her lips. No one cheers. No one shouts. The words, "We are at war," drift through the air like a cold draft. In Paris, people gather in streets, eyes full of dread, voices soft. In London, sirens wail for the first time, not in attack, but in rehearsal. A generation that survived one war now realizes it must face another. You can almost feel the weight of history settling across the continent, heavy as a winter blanket. Poland alone. Despite the declarations, the early days of the war remain strangely quiet in Western Europe. Soldiers mobilize. Borders are fortified. Bunkers are stocked. But the fighting, the true violence, remains in the east. Poland stands alone against a storm it cannot stop. You walk through a forest path outside Lublin. The trees sway, whispering to one another in the wind. The ground is littered with fallen leaves. In the distance, you hear gunfire, not constant, but rhythmic, like the slow tolling of a bell. Civilians hide in the forest, huddled around campfires that cast small orange halos in the dusk. A man murmurs, "It will be over soon." He does not mean victory. He means collapse. And collapse comes faster than anyone expected, because on September 17th, a new shadow moves from the east. The Soviet Union invades. 2 armies, 2 directions, no escape. Poland splits under the weight of history, and the world gains a chilling revelation. This war will not obey borders. It will devour them. A month that changed everything. By early October, Poland falls. The speed of it startles even those who planned it. Europe looks at the map and sees a hole where a nation once stood. You walk near the ruins of a train depot in western Poland. Twisted rails glint in the pale afternoon sun. Ash drifts across empty platforms. A single suitcase lies overturned in the dirt, its contents scattered by wind. The silence is immense. Not the silence of peace. The silence after something breaks. As you stand there, feeling the wind move through the wreckage, you understand something deeply. This is only the beginning. The world has entered a new era, one shaped by force, by fear, by ambition unrestrained. The road to war is not a road anymore. It is a plunge, and every nation, every person, every life will feel the tremor. A world forever altered. As autumn deepens, night comes earlier each day. You walk through a Polish forest at twilight, the air cool, the trees tall and silent. Somewhere far away, you hear the hum of an engine, the faint rumble of artillery, the distant notes of a song sung by soldiers around a campfire. The war has begun. The old world has ended. The next chapter of history looms like a dark ridge on the horizon. You pause, listening to the wind move through the branches. It whispers a truth that feels ancient. Wars do not begin with explosions. They begin with silence, with the quiet acceptance of small cruelties, with the world looking away, with the belief that storms pass if we pretend not to see them. But storms do not pass. They grow. And tonight, as the last light fades behind the trees, you understand. Humanity has stepped into the fire again. The night breathes deeply, as though bracing itself for what is to come. The world prepares to endure. Chapter 10. The Machinery of Total War. How a regime turns society into a weapon. The machinery of total war rarely begins with weapons. It begins with quiet orders, delivered in envelopes stamped with eagles and seals, slipped under office doors before dawn, opened by men and women who glance around before unfolding the pages. It begins with paperwork, the dull, administrative shape of power. Outside, the world appears unchanged. Trams still clatter along their rails. Shopkeepers still sweep their thresholds. Children still walk to school with satchels that bump against their knees. But beneath all of this, you can feel the tension tightening, a slow constriction disguised as routine. You watch the city from a high window, factories humming, trains rolling, crowds flowing like quiet rivers. And you feel it. The air itself has started to move differently. Not violently, not yet, but with deliberate purpose, like a gear beginning to turn. The soft reorganization. Total war begins with a soft reorganization, an unseen reshuffling of priorities that moves through society like a draft of cold air under a locked door. In Germany, ministries issue new quotas before sunrise. Factory boards are rearranged. Supervisors read updated instructions in break rooms that smell of grease and coffee. Schedules stretch. Hours lengthen. It is not announced to the public with fanfare. No marching bands. No declarations. The shift is quieter than that. You see it in the way a machinist picks up his tools, with a slightly heavier motion. You see it in the way rail workers glance at their watches, as longer trains roll in, their engines chuffing urgently in the morning fog. A single factory whistle becomes the rhythm of an entire district. The town rises with it, sleeps with it, breathes with it. Behind every shift in production is a shift in silence. People stop asking certain questions. They stop lingering in doorways. They move with the current, as if stepping sideways might draw unwanted eyes. Total war is not built on enthusiasm. It is built on compliance, layer by layer, until the layers become walls. You see the walls rising everywhere, not of stone, but of obedience. The factories that fed the storm. Factories become the beating heart of the new order. At dawn, steam rises from chimneys in long pale ribbons. Steel doors roll upward with a metallic sigh. German male machinists enter in small groups, lunch pails swinging, boots striking sparks from cobblestones. Inside, the air is thick with heat and iron dust. Rows of lathes and presses line the floor like iron sentinels. Belts slap against pulleys. Gears grind. Hammers fall. The symphony of industrial force begins anew each day. You watch from a catwalk above the floor. Lights flicker white along the ceiling, casting long shadows beneath the moving belts. The workers rarely speak, not because supervisors forbid it, but because the tempo of the machines, leaves little space for anything but breathing and work. Every new order from Berlin turns the machines faster. Every victory on the radio adds pressure to the furnaces. Every failure doubles the demands. Metal is shaped into parts that will be assembled far away, combined with other parts from other towns, other hands, other lives. A vast, interconnected storm, being built piece by piece, in places that look ordinary. You watch sparks leap in small bursts. They look like stars caught in a machine's teeth. The workers blink as they fly past. They do not look up. The hands that filled the gaps. Total war absorbs more than factories. It absorbs people, their time, their skill, their quiet willingness to keep going. As men leave for the front, gaps appear everywhere. In farms, in warehouses, in post offices, in the very veins of daily life. Those gaps are filled quickly. German female clerks replace absent office workers, stamping forms with steady hands inside long, echoing corridors. Polish female laborers, requisitioned or transported, sort coal beside rail yards, their coats thin against the wind. French and Czech male laborers repair track beneath winter skies, their breath rising in long, sorrowful plumes. None of them chose this work. The machinery chose them. You watch them through a train window, a group of Central European female workers, lining up outside a requisitioned factory, their shoulders hunched, their eyes lowered against the cold. A German male guard stands nearby, hands clasped behind his back, coat flapping in the wind. There is no shouting, no violence, just quiet movement, people stepping into place, like pieces sliding on a board, whose rules they did not write. Total war consumes labor, the way a furnace consumes coal, and the line never stops. The architecture of obedience. Total war requires something more than labor and machinery. It requires a shape, an architecture that guides the movement of millions. You see it in the buildings, large, imposing structures, with high windows and polished floors. The Ministry of Armaments, the Office of Rationing, the Central Bureau of Planning. German male officials walk briskly down long hallways, papers tucked under arms, shadows stretched across tile. Their footsteps echo sharply, the sound of authority carried forward. Inside meeting rooms, chalk squeaks across blackboards. As production quotas are recalculated, graphs climb in steep, urgent lines. Maps are marked with pins of red and blue. No one raises their voice. No one needs to. The architecture does the speaking. When you stand in a corridor, you can feel the building itself, pressing against your ribs, a space designed to elevate the state above the individual. Even the air seems organized. In this world, efficiency is virtue, doubt is weakness, silence is survival, and the walls listen. The propaganda that smoothed the edges. Total war must convince, must soothe, must explain the inexplicable, with words that sound almost gentle. In Germany, posters appear on brick walls, like leaves after rainfall, overnight, numerous, clinging to corners where light catches them. They never use the symbols you expect. Not here. Not now. Instead, they show silhouettes of workers in heroic poses, fields turning gold beneath tractors, hands reaching upward as if grasping a shared future. The message is simple. The machinery is your purpose. Your labor is your patriotism. Your silence is your contribution. You see German male officers distributing leaflets in town squares, their gestures calm, their coats immaculate. Civilians gather quietly, heads tilted, eyes moving from line to line, as if reading instructions on how to breathe. Inside cinemas, newsreels flicker across screens, grainy images of factories, workers, marches, flags blurred by motion, crowds rippling like fields in wind. People watch in silence, their faces illuminated by pale light, their expressions unreadable. Propaganda does not shout. Not anymore. It whispers. It persuades. It lingers. It tells people that the machinery is necessary, that efficiency is security, that obedience is protection, and piece by piece, the machinery tightens. Rationing and the quiet hunger. As the war expands, resources contract, bread becomes thinner, meat disappears first, butter follows, sugar becomes a luxury spoken of, like an old friend who moved away. German female clerks issue ration cards in long lines, their fingers stamping ink onto stiff paper. People shuffle forward slowly, hands tucked into coat sleeves, eyes drifting to empty shelves. You watch a market stall, where a single crate of potatoes is divided with mathematical precision. Shoppers count coins, with a care usually reserved for prayers. There is no chaos, no shouting, no riots. The hunger is quiet, disciplined, managed. Total war does not allow hunger to become visible. It allows just enough for people to keep moving, and they do, because the machinery requires movement. The railways that stretched the war across a continent. Railways become arteries. They pulse with cargo, supplies, troops, equipment, hope, desperation. German male railway workers signal trains through fog with lanterns raised high. The stations echo with metallic echoes, pistons, brakes, whistles, the steady clatter of cars coupling. You stand on a platform, watching a long freight train roll past, covered wagons swaying, doors bolted, chains rattling softly. The air tastes of coal smoke and cold metal. Rail networks stretch from Berlin to Warsaw, to Minsk, to Kiev, threads pulled taut across a map. That grows colder with each kilometer. Every mile of track is a promise and a threat. The machinery of war moves on steel. Surveillance as a form of weather. Total war needs information. It requires knowing who speaks, who doubts, who resists. Neighbors turn into quiet observers. Colleagues measure their words carefully. Men in tailored coats watch crowds from doorways, their expressions neutral, their presence unmistakable. You walk through a narrow Berlin street at night. Windows glow faintly behind curtains. Shadows shift. A German male official stands at the corner, clipboard under his arm, breath rising in thin, disciplined clouds. He is not here to threaten. He is here to notice. Surveillance becomes a form of weather, always present, always shifting, always something to dress against. People fold their shoulders inward. Conversations shorten. The machinery tightens another gear. When the machinery begins to groan, even the strongest machinery strains eventually. Factories report shortages. Railways grow overloaded. Workers fall ill under impossible quotas. Ration lines lengthen. Officials whisper about setbacks on distant fronts. You see the first cracks, not in speeches or decrees, but in the eyes of German male laborers, whose hands tremble after long shifts. You see it in a Central European female worker, who pauses at her sewing machine, pressing fingertips to her temples, before returning to her work. You see it in the empty shelves, that stay empty longer than usual, in the flickering streetlights, that go unrepaired, in the trains that arrive 5 minutes late, then 10, then 20. The machinery of total war is vast, but even vast machinery groans under the weight of an unwinnable pace. You feel it in the air, a low tension, an almost audible hum, like the sound of a bridge under strain. The system keeps moving, but the rhythm is faltering, even if few dare to admit it. The machinery continues, but something has shifted, a faint change in tone, like a long-held breath, finally trembling. The world outside Germany has begun to notice, not with shock, not with sudden alarm, but with a slow, dawning clarity that moves through capitals and villages alike. Storms do not explode. They gather, and the world is now listening to the sound of a storm being built. Chapter 11. The world responds. How silence turned into recognition, and recognition into resolve. Storms do not arrive all at once. They send warnings first, small tremors, shifts in pressure, distant rumbles that most people mistake for something ordinary. You stand on a quiet shoreline, waves brushing the sand with slow, patient strokes. Across the water, the horizon glows faintly. The world feels suspended, waiting. This chapter is about that waiting, the years when the world sensed what was coming, yet hesitated, hoped, delayed, whispered, debated, and finally understood. A global response does not begin with armies. It begins with awareness, and awareness spreads like light, touching one window at a time. The neighbors who watched the storm. The first responses to fascism didn't come from distant powers. They came from neighbors, the countries closest to the gathering shadow. In Prague, Czechoslovak female teachers write nervous letters home about the speeches growing sharper across the border. Radio broadcasts twist through static, carrying words spoken in tones that feel colder each week. In Vienna cafes, Austrian male intellectuals argue quietly over newspapers, their voices low, their coffee cooling untouched. They see the direction of the wind. They recognize its scent. In Warsaw, Polish female postal clerks pass telegrams to each other, hands brushing, eyes holding for a moment longer than necessary. silent acknowledgement of danger drifting closer. Everywhere in Central Europe, there is a sense of tightening, not yet panic, but a collective inhalation, as though millions feel a weather pattern shifting, even if they cannot yet name it. You walk through these cities in memory, hearing the soft rumble beneath their ordinary days. The world responds first, with nervous attention. Britain hears the echoes. Across the Channel, Britain listens. Late at night in London, lamplight glows behind heavy curtains. Inside cramped offices, British male civil servants review reports. From embassies in Berlin, Vienna, Budapest, the tone is cautious, the language understated, but the meaning is unmistakable. You stand outside the Foreign Office, as rain slips along the dark stone walls, in long, shimmering trails. You picture the scene inside, maps unfurled, notes detailed, tea cooling in neglected cups. British female analysts whisper theories. In corridors lined with portraits of older wars, British male intelligence officers mark certain names, with pencil strokes just dark enough to signal interest. The British public senses something too. In pubs and on street corners, people lean close, speaking in half sentences, as though afraid the full truth might rupture the air. Even as the government hesitates, the public grows uneasy. The world responds with quiet skepticism. France feels the weight of memory. France listens differently. France remembers the trenches. France remembers the mud, the thunder, the silence after shell fire stops, and the world feels hollow. In Paris, French male veterans sit on park benches, with coats buttoned tight, watching pigeons scatter near their shoes. When they read the newspapers, their brows crease. They know what rising certainty looks like. French female shopkeepers follow political developments, with an instinct older than logic, a memory of scarcity, loss, and the fragile peace that followed. Inside the Chamber of Deputies, debate is sharp, agonized, weighted with fear of repeating the past. The French response is shaped by ghosts. You walk along the Seine at dusk, as streetlights flicker to life. One by one, the river reflects them gently, as though trying to soften their glow. France watches the storm, with old, aching familiarity. The United States watches from across an ocean. Across the Atlantic, the United States sits at a distance, geographically safe, emotionally cautious. In small-town diners, American male factory workers fold newspapers to read foreign headlines they do not want to understand. In New York apartments, Jewish female immigrants write letters to relatives in Europe with trembling hands. Across universities, American male professors discuss foreign policy in slow, careful tones. Isolationist sentiment runs deep. People remember the last war, like a wound that never fully closed. You imagine standing in a Midwestern field, under vast, open skies, wind running through tall crops. It feels far from Europe, far from smoke and speeches, and marching boots. But even here, disturbances are felt. Radio hosts shift their tone. Editorials sharpen. Diplomats send increasingly urgent cables. The United States responds with uneasy detachment that slowly, quietly erodes. The underground responds first. The loudest condemnations come from the quietest places: basements, back rooms, attics, warehouses by night. In Germany itself, dissidents meet in cramped apartments near Berlin's river canals. German male intellectuals whisper over typewriters, with blankets pressed against doors, to muffle the sound of each keystroke. German female activists pass leaflets, folded into newspapers, so discreetly that the exchange looks like nothing more than a friend handing another a spare coin. In Prague, Czech male students distribute coded messages in university hallways, where chalk dust still lingers from afternoon lectures. In Amsterdam, Dutch female resistance members hide ink and papers beneath floorboards that creak if stepped on too heavily. The first global response does not come from armies or parliaments or grand speeches. It comes from people with nothing but conviction, acting with quiet, incandescent courage. You see them in your mind, a silhouette leaning over a small lamp, inking a message that might never be read, but must be written anyway. The world responds with whispers of defiance. The intellectual world sounds the alarm. Writers respond in ink. Philosophers respond in essays. Professors respond in lectures, delivered to half-empty halls, where the remaining students take careful notes, fingers trembling slightly. Books appear in London shops, arguing against appeasement. Newspapers in New York publish long editorials, warning of the dangers of surrendering truth itself. Parisian journals shift tone, from intrigue to alarm. Swiss and Scandinavian papers write with growing clarity, their distance giving them perspective. Others struggle to maintain. These are not fiery condemnations. These are quiet analyses, written in the language of fatigue, concern, and hard-earned clarity. You picture a dim library, dusty sunlight filtering through high windows, desks arranged beneath towering shelves. Somewhere in that stillness, a writer bends over a manuscript that might someday prove prophetic. The world responds with intellectual resistance, slow but persistent. Diplomats navigate a narrowing path. In embassies across Europe, diplomats attempt to thread a needle, whose eye narrows each month. British male ambassadors walk stone corridors, with documents tucked under their arms. French female envoys negotiate in drawing rooms, where tea cools untouched. Scandinavian officials draft memoranda, filled with cautious wording and carefully measured restraint. The world's political class is trapped between two truths. To act risks war. To do nothing invites it. You stand in a Berlin diplomatic district. As snow begins to fall, it lands silently on car roofs, on embassy gates, on polished boots standing guard. The diplomats inside speak in low voices, aware that history listens, through walls thinner than they appear. The world responds with hesitant diplomacy, as fragile as a single snowflake landing on the cold metal of a railing. The world's neutrals shift in their chairs. Switzerland tightens its borders. Sweden expands certain industries. Spain, recovering from civil war, watches with a mixture of fear and recognition. Portugal listens cautiously. Through radio static, neutral nations feel the pressure of a world being pulled apart, not by sudden violence, but by accumulating momentum. Bankers hesitate. Trade routes wobble. Harbour masters pause before approving shipments. Even neutrality has a pulse, and its rhythm grows irregular. The world responds with unsettled silence. When silence finally breaks, there comes a moment when the global response shifts from slow recognition to undeniable clarity. Sometimes it's a speech, sometimes it's a broadcast, sometimes it's a single photograph printed in a newspaper that stops readers cold. For many, the moment arrives when the scale of aggression can no longer be dismissed as strategy, politics, or negotiation. It becomes obvious what the world is facing. You see it in British male workers lining up to enlist. You see it in French female nurses volunteering in clinics already preparing beds. You see it in American male factory owners meeting behind closed doors to discuss production quotas for equipment not yet officially ordered. Even distant nations feel the shift. It is a collective exhale, the letting go of denial. The world responds with awakening. A planet leaning into its fate. As the 1930s fade, the world no longer walks, but leans toward confrontation, toward inevitability, toward a storm whose shape grows clearer each month. Ships change course, factories repurpose, armies rearm quietly, almost reluctantly. In Tokyo, newspapers write about Europe with sharpened interest. In Moscow, Soviet male commanders watch German movements with cold, analytical eyes. In Ottawa and Canberra, governments measure their commitments carefully, but seriously. The global mood shifts, like a massive weather front, rolling across continents. You stand again at the shoreline, where this chapter began. The wind is stronger now, the horizon darker, the waves more insistent. The world has responded. Not yet with fire, but with recognition. Recognition becomes preparation. Preparation becomes resolve. And resolve, once awakened, rarely goes back to sleep. Soft descent toward the epilogue. The world is no longer wondering. It is waiting, waiting for a spark that will ignite what everyone now feels in their bones, waiting for the moment when the quiet storm becomes something louder. You breathe in the cold sea air and feel the shift. The world has responded. Now it will have to endure. What comes next? The water at your feet retreats, drawing a long, thin line of foam across the sand. The epilogue waits beyond that line, soft, reflective, and ready to gather the story into silence. Epilogue, the wind that remains. Night settles gently over the present day, and for a moment you almost forget how far you've travelled. From torchlit rallies to broken glass, from annexed cities to fields trembling under the first roar of war. Time folds strangely when history speaks in whispers. You find yourself standing somewhere quiet now, in a world that has long since moved beyond the men and moments that shaped the storm. The air is calm, the horizon steady, the lights of modern life flickering in steady, unaffected patterns. And yet, if you listen closely, if you let your thoughts drift, you can still feel a faint tremor beneath the present, like a heartbeat carried across decades. History never disappears. It lingers, in the wind, in the silence, in the way we watch the world when it feels fragile. Tonight, the past rests like a gentle weight on the air, not heavy, not frightening, just present, a reminder. What the night leaves behind. As you breathe in the quiet, you sense echoes of the moments that shaped the road to war. The newspapers trembling in cafe hands during the chaos of Weimar. The glass glittering like frost after Kristallnacht. The boots marching across the Austrian border to cheers. The ink drying on the Munich Agreement. The smoke rising over the Polish countryside at dawn. These echoes do not ask you to judge. They ask you to understand, to recognize how easily fear can shape belief, how quickly certainty can silence doubt, how quietly freedoms can slip away when people are tired, how the world can choose hope over vigilance, and in doing so, misunderstand danger for a second time. You stand here now, in the stillness, and it feels as if the night is offering you something. Not fear, not sorrow, but clarity, a truth carried gently through the years. The rise of fascism was not an explosion. It was a drift, a slow tilt in the balance of ordinary days, a quiet rearranging of words, rules, expectations, 1,000 small moments where people looked away. The storm did not come because darkness was strong. It came because silence was easier. What survives the storm? But storms do not only destroy, they reveal. Even in the darkest chapters, you caught glimpses of something unbroken. The man in Vienna who whispered, "Not all of us wanted this." The teacher who hesitated before repeating a mandated phrase. The father in a Warsaw apartment who told his children to stay close, not because he believed in hope, but because he believed in them. A world can tilt, it can fracture, it can fall into ruin, and yet the small, human instinct to protect one another survives more often than history records. You feel it now as a soft ache in the chest. A reminder that courage rarely announces itself. It appears quietly, on the edges, in pauses, in refusals, in the simple act of remembering what kind of person you want to be. When the world turns uncertain, history tells us what happened. Memory tells us what mattered. Standing in the present. You look around your own world, different century, different fears, different hopes, and yet the patterns feel familiar in subtle ways. You hear echoes in conversations about division, in debates about freedom and identity, in the way truth sometimes bends beneath the weight of convenience. And you realize the rise of fascism is not just a story about the past. It is a mirror we hold up to the present, quietly, carefully, with the hope that we will notice the small shifts before they become storms. But this is not a warning whispered in fear. It is an invitation whispered in calm, an invitation to pay attention, to listen, to remain awake in the gentle human ways that matter most, because the opposite of darkness is not light, it is awareness. The wind moves on. A breeze stirs around you now, soft, unhurried. It carries no slogans, no marching boots, no smoke from burning cities. Just the night, just the present, just the quiet fact that you are here, listening to a story the world once lived through, so that you might understand your own more clearly. You exhale slowly. The past loosens its grip. The echoes soften. The long corridor of history recedes into a gentle hum. What remains is a sense of stillness, the kind that settles after the waves have pulled back from shore, leaving only the hiss of sand shifting beneath water. You stand in that stillness for a moment longer, feeling the calm settle around your shoulders, feeling your breath grow slower, heavier, warmer. The storm has passed. What remains is the wind, and the wind remembers everything. The ideas have taken root. They no longer live only in speeches or symbols. They move now, through factories, railways, airfields. What began as ideology becomes preparation. And above it all, the sky waits. The conflict is no longer theoretical. It will arrive overhead. Part 2. Battle of Britain. The sky holds its breath. You're standing at the edge of an airfield before dawn, where the grass is wet and the silence feels almost alive. The world hasn't quite decided to wake yet. Not the birds, not the engines, not even the horizon, which lies dim and indifferent, a thin grey line waiting for light to gather behind it. You breathe in the cold, and it tastes faintly of metal, the scent of fuel, damp earth, and a night that hasn't fully let go. Somewhere in the haze ahead, a single hurricane sits motionless, its wings beaded with dew, canopy closed like a sleeping eye, and beside it stands a pilot, young, motionless, wrapped in a heaviness that doesn't come from the morning air. You don't know his name yet. You don't need to. The way he stands, hands in pockets, chin lowered, tells you everything that words won't. He is listening, not for orders, not for engines, but for the first subtle shape of danger drifting across the sky. You can feel it too, a faint hum behind the silence, a tension as thin as paper, stretched between night and the day about to break. A van door shuts quietly somewhere behind you. Boots move along the tarmac. A mechanic coughs softly as he checks something beneath a wing. Nothing is hurried. Nothing is loud. Everything feels suspended, as if the entire country is holding its breath with the dawn. The pilot finally moves, a small shift of weight, a glance upward, as though expecting the sky to answer a question he hasn't asked out loud. In the half-light, he seems almost carved from the morning itself, pale, quiet, a little hollowed by responsibility. Yet there's something steady in him too, a stillness that has nothing to do with peace. The war has not arrived on this field yet, but it is close. A gust of wind slides across the grass, carrying with it the faintest echo of distant engines, or maybe that's only your imagination, stirred by the tension of the moment. Still, you listen, and in the quiet, your heartbeat feels like a small, steady drum inside your chest. Somewhere across the channel, wings are already rising. Somewhere beyond the horizon, metal is gathering in formations that glitter like dark constellations. Men you will never meet are climbing into cockpits with thoughts similar to the pilot beside you. A hint of fear, a hint of resolve, a hope that daylight will be kind. A soft light finally stretches across the runway, brushing the edge of the hurricane's fuselage. The pilot turns his head toward it, as though the sun were an officer stepping out of the dark to issue silent orders. You watch him inhale deeply, a slow, grounding breath, and something inside you shifts with it. Not fear, not anticipation, something quieter, The recognition that courage often begins in moments just like this. Not when engines roar, not when bullets fly, but when the world stands still and a single human being chooses to move anyway. In the distance, a dog barks once. A pair of mechanics walk by with a toolbox that rattles softly. No one speaks. Radios crackle faintly from a nearby hut. The voice is low and clipped. The day is assembling itself piece by piece, careful as clockwork. You might wonder what courage feels like in weather like this, in a dawn that is neither gentle nor cruel, only watchful. It feels, perhaps, like this pilot's breath misting in the cold, like fingers tapping an almost invisible rhythm against his leg, like a mind that runs ahead into the sky, imagining what may come, then returns quietly to the present moment. The air changes. You sense it first, a subtle pressure, a shift in temperature, the way silence rearranges itself. Then the pilot hears it too. His head tilts slightly, eyes narrow. A low vibration threads through the stillness, faint but undeniable. Engines, distant, waiting to be answered. He doesn't rush. He doesn't harden. He simply becomes more awake, more present in the space he occupies. A hand slides slowly across the metal of the aircraft. His breath deepens. The morning finishes unfolding around him, pale gold slipping across the field like a quiet tide. Soon, someone will shout an order. Soon, the ground crew will sprint. Soon, wheels will leave the earth, and the calm you feel now will be replaced by the violence of sky meeting machine. But not yet. For one final moment, everything holds. The airfield, the sky, the man beside the hurricane. Even the war itself seems to pause at the edge of the horizon, waiting for the day to begin. Chapter 1. When the island started listening. After the sea went quiet. Night has ended, but the day doesn't feel fully born. You stand now not on an airfield, but further back in time, on a beach that has just been abandoned. The sand is stamped with thousands of footprints, but almost no one remains to make them. Dunkirk has emptied. The last boats have pulled away. The sea has gone strangely quiet, as if exhausted by the weight of all it has carried. You imagine the silence afterward. Discarded helmets half buried in the sand. A single boot filling slowly with tide water. Burned-out vehicles rusting in shallow waves. The battle here is over, but the war has not left. It has only shifted its gaze. Behind you, across the channel, a country is counting its losses and running its fingers along a map that has suddenly shrunk. France has fallen. The Low Countries have collapsed like a line of fragile dominoes. Germany stands on one side of the water. Britain stands on the other. And for the first time in centuries, the island feels truly alone. You might think of those days as loud. Speeches, alarms, marching boots. But much of it is quieter than that. It's the sound of papers being spread across tables, of pens scraping over maps, of an entire government leaning over the same question. What happens now? The answer is not written in the sea anymore. It has moved to the sky. A map turned toward the air. In Berlin, fingers trace different lines over different maps. They slide from the coast of France up to the channel ports now in German hands, and then across that narrow strip of water to the outline of southern England. The plan is simple in shape, complex in execution. Soften the island from the air, then cross the water and break it on the ground. The Luftwaffe, which had roared across Poland and Western Europe, now stands at the edge of its next great test. Fighter wings and bomber groups assemble at airfields along the French and Belgian coasts. Men who once flew over forests and fields now look out toward open water, toward an enemy they cannot reach without crossing a blue, shifting barrier. On the other side, in Britain, the response is not grand in appearance. There is no single sweeping movement that looks powerful from the sky. Instead, there are small, steady acts repeated 1,000 times. Mechanics learning new routines with unfamiliar aircraft. Ground crews marking runways with tins of oil and scraps of cloth. Women in operations rooms pushing counters across vast table maps with long wooden rods. The country does not rise in a single wave. It stiffens one muscle at a time. You watch as fighter command structure takes shape in your mind, like a nervous system laid over the landscape. At the top, a single nerve center at Bentley Priory, where decisions will be made in rooms lit by shaded lamps and large wall charts. Below, group headquarters, sector stations, squadrons dispersed across the south and east of the island. You might wonder how a country prepares to meet a storm like the one coming. It does not shout. It listens. The quiet lines of radar. Along the eastern and southern coasts, strange structures rise out of fields and dunes, tall, skeletal masts of metal and wood, standing like unfinished cathedrals. To someone passing by, they might look like odd, utilitarian sculptures, or perhaps radio towers without clear purpose. But in the dim hum of their equipment, something radical is happening. This is Chain Home, Britain's early warning radar network. Lines of stations strung along the coast, their beams sweeping the sky with invisible fingers. Inside those stations, in rooms that smell faintly of dust, oil, and warm electronics, operators watch flickering screens. The images are crude by later standards, jagged traces, faint spikes of light on cathode ray tubes, but to trained eyes, they mean everything. You picture one of those operators, a young woman sitting in the glow of a screen while the outside world still sleeps. Her headphones rest lightly against her hair. Her pencil hovers over a plotting sheet. The room is quiet except for the murmur of machines and the occasional low voice. On her display, a small echo appears where there was nothing before, a tiny disturbance in the steady line of the sky. She frowns, leans closer, marks the range and bearing. Another echo. Then another. She speaks softly, passing numbers along a chain of voices. In another room, someone listens, then moves a counter on a large table map. At group headquarters, a controller watches these counters multiply into a pattern, a raid forming far out over the water. You can almost hear the system waking up, not with sirens, not with panic, but with measured responses. Pens move. Phones ring once, then twice. Orders begin to flow. You might not think of electricity and radio waves as emotional things, but here they feel almost like a sense of touch. The country extending its awareness into the sky, learning to feel incoming danger long before it can be seen or heard. The Battle of Britain will be fought with wings and guns, but it will also be fought with this, a network of listening posts and human attention, stretched along the coast like nerves under skin. Names without applause. On the airfields themselves, the men who will fly are waiting, much like the lone pilot you met at dawn. They are not carved from legend yet. They do not know that in later decades, their faces will appear in books, their squadrons listed in quiet memorials, their numbers recited with reverence. Right now, they are simply people in borrowed time. Some still smell of the sea from Dunkirk. Some are new arrivals from far away, from Canada, New Zealand, South Africa, Poland, Czechoslovakia. Some have flown only a handful of combat sorties, their logbooks thin but their training dense with repetition. You watch them as they sit in deck chairs outside dispersal huts, mugs of tea cooling in their hands, newspapers folded unread on their laps. They do not look like a shield yet, only a scattered collection of young men in uniforms that hang a little differently on each frame. Nearby, ground crews move around the aircraft with a different kind of calm. Methodical, hands blackened with oil, conversation minimal. They check fuel lines, ammunition belts, control surfaces, tires. They know that the pilot's life and the squadron's survival may hinge on a single bolt tightened correctly, a single leak found before it matters. You might find it strange how ordinary it all appears. How much of this great battle begins in routine? Checklists, log entries, scheduled maintenance, rotations, waiting. But that is how endurance often works. Not in grand gestures, but in the refusal to let small tasks slip. Somewhere in this mesh of quiet diligence is a man like Douglas Bader, whose missing legs have not kept him from flying, whose stubbornness will make him both admired and exhausted. Somewhere else is a leader like Sailor Mallon, whose measured calm will steady others. You glimpse them only in passing, silhouettes crossing the edge of your vision, voices on the wind. The script of heroism is not being read aloud here. It is being written silently in how they sit, how they smoke, how they nod to one another without too many words. You might wonder how they feel, really. Afraid, excited, numb. The truth is that feeling becomes less important than readiness. There is no time to explore each emotion fully. The war, like the weather, is approaching, and they must be ready when it arrives. A country of listeners. Beyond the airfields and operations rooms, the rest of Britain adjusts its breathing in smaller ways. In coastal villages, people look out from cliffs and piers, scanning the horizon for shapes that do not belong, fleets that might appear, parachutes that might bloom unexpectedly against the sky. Children listen to adults talk in low voices they're not supposed to hear. Windows are taped. Sandbags are piled. Shelters are prepared beneath stairs and in back gardens. In cities, siren drills become part of the rhythm of life. Shopkeepers glance up at the sound of aircraft overhead, learning to distinguish by ear the difference between friendly and foreign engines. Factory workers hear the roar of test flights from distant airfields and look briefly at one another before returning to their machines. Across the island, the war has settled into the air itself, not always as noise, but as awareness. The nation is not merely waiting, it is listening. You may think of the Battle of Britain as a series of dogfights, of dramatic climbs and spiraling descents. That will come. The sky will fill with trails of exhaust and smoke, and the calm you feel now will be punctured by sudden violence. But before that, there is this, a kind of collective inhalation, a moment in which an island turns its face toward the sky, not in triumph, not in despair, but in readiness. You stand again, in your mind, at the edge of that dawn airfield, the hurricane beaded with dew, the pilot half-shadowed by the growing light. Behind him, unseen but vital, the radar masts hum along the coast. The plotting tables await their markers. The civilians of 100 towns stir in their sleep. Somewhere out over the channel, engines are already forming into patterns that will soon become raids, sorties, counterattacks. But for now, the sky holds its breath, and the island listens. Chapter 2. The First Shadows Over the Water. The weight of gathering wings. Morning settles across the French coast with a pale, washed-out light, the kind that makes everything look both familiar and foreign. You stand at the edge of a Luftwaffe airfield now, far from the quiet English beaches of the previous chapter. The earth feels different here, harder, sun-dried, stamped with the confidence of an army that has known only victory for nearly a year. Rows of aircraft rest nose to tail, like metal birds waiting for migration. Messerschmitt Bf 109s stand with their canopies open, cockpits exposed to the daybreak chill. Nearby, the heavier bombers, Heinkel He 111s, WW17s, Junkers Ju-88s, sit in disciplined lines, their long wings casting thin shadows on the tarmac, and among them, scattered like markers in a sprawling equation, move the men who will fly them. You watch a pilot walk toward his aircraft, a young man, barely older than the British pilot from the Dawn airfield, though he carries his uniform with the crispness of someone who has been on the winning side of every campaign so far. His expression is calm, but beneath it lies something taut. Not arrogance, not excitement, something quieter, like the edge of a note held just a second too long. This side of the channel carries a different mood, less of listening, more of preparation. Ground crews tighten bolts, test radios, load ammunition belts with practiced efficiency. Officers gather around maps, tracing routes over the channel, through the haze of coastal defenses, toward airfields and radar stations that have been photographed from high altitudes. You sense a collective readiness, a force coiled not with fury, but with a precise, almost mathematical intent. And yet, beneath it all, a shadow of doubt flickers in a few minds. Britain is no longer just another country to overrun. It is an island that must be reached by air, an enemy that breathes through its machines and listens through its strange coastal towers. Even here, confidence is not absolute. Even here, some young men look up at the water and wonder. The radar's first whisper. Across that water, the English coast meets the day with its own muted rituals. Fog thins along the cliffs. Seagulls drift low over the waves. And somewhere inland, in a dim building filled with a low hum of electricity, a radar operator adjusts her headphones. You watch her sit in the glow of the screen, a WAF plotter named Margaret, or Joan, or Anne. The name doesn't matter. Her attention does. It is unwavering, narrow, attuned to the faintest irregularities. Her pencil rests just above the plotting sheet. Her eyes flick between the screen and the clock. Her breath stays shallow, as if exhaling too loudly might disrupt the weak signal stretching across the channel. Then it happens. A small pulse where there should be none. A faint, brief spike. Another. A suggestion more than a certainty. She leans closer, marks a coordinate, passes the information quietly along the chain. A controller in another room takes it. A group headquarters officer receives it seconds later. Sector stations begin to stir. The system doesn't roar. It unfolds with the gentle inevitability of ink spreading across paper. Counters move on a large map. Phones ring softly. A squadron leader is roused from his half-sleep. Mechanics step outside and glance at the sky, sensing the shift even before orders arrive. These first signals aren't dramatic. They are reconnaissance flights, probing the edges of British defenses, testing the rhythm of the radar stations, measuring response times. But to you, watching through this layered quiet, they feel momentous. The first shadows have crossed the water, and Britain has noticed. Scramble, but softly. On an RAF airfield not far from the coast, pilots sit in deck chairs outside the dispersal hut. They look relaxed, but the ease is fragile, resting on the thin margin between boredom and alarm. A bicycle leans against the wall. A mug of tea cools near someone's boot. A newspaper sits folded to a page with yesterday's casualty figures. Then the phone rings. Not urgently, just one clear, unwavering ring. A gunner looks up. A mechanic freezes mid-step. A pilot rests his finger on the handle of his mug. The dispersal officer listens for a moment, nods once, then walks briskly to the waiting men. Stand by to scramble. Not a shout. Not a dramatic unveiling. Just 4 words, spoken with the gravity of someone tightening a knot. The pilots move with soft speed, their bodies remembering what their minds have had to rehearse again and again. Mugs left half full, newspapers fluttering shut, chairs overturned in the grass. Engines cough awake, props begin to spin. The smell of fuel thickens in the morning air. You watch as a hurricane rolls down the runway, lifts, and rises into the pale sky with a single smooth arc. The wheels tuck in like a bird folding its legs. Another follows. Then another. This isn't the great clash yet. These are the first dances. Cautious, probing, learning. Up above, at the edge of the high cloud layer, a lone German reconnaissance plane turns away, having tested what it needed to test. The British fighters climb toward it, perhaps too late to intercept, perhaps right on time to force it home. Either way, something has changed. The silence of watching has turned into the rhythm of responding. You hear the calm voice of a controller through the radio crackle. Bandits at 15,000, heading east. Not angry, not afraid. Measured, as if guiding someone through fog. The RAF pilots tighten their formation slightly, scanning the sky with a calm born not from confidence but from necessity. The Luftwaffe plane disappears into haze. The RAF turns back. Both sides return to their airfields without loss. A small encounter, but monumental in its own way. For the first time since the fall of France, Britain has met Germany not as a fleeing army or a collapsing force, but as an opponent, alert and unbowed. Over villages and fields. The first shadows that cross the Channel do not fall only on airfields. They slip over fishermen's cottages, grazing pastures, chalk cliffs dotted with gulls. In a coastal village, an elderly woman hanging laundry pauses to look up at the faint glint of a distant aircraft. She cannot tell whose it is. The sound is thin, wavering, like a memory trying to form. In a nearby field, a farmer stands beside his tractor, listening. His animals sense the change before he does, a tension in their stillness, a subtle pause in their grazing. He wipes his hands on his trousers, looks toward the horizon, and waits. No sirens yet. No bombs. Just the beginning of awareness. A schoolteacher walking along a cliff path hears an unfamiliar engine note and stops mid-step. She shades her eyes, tracking the shape as it passes overhead. She has heard the radio broadcasts. She has read the news. But seeing the first hints of the coming storm makes it feel more real than any headline. You can imagine how many eyes lift to the sky in those early days. How many breaths pause. How many conversations falter. Britain is no longer listening only through its machines. Its people have become listeners too. The first small attacks. Probing flights soon turn into minor raids. A few bombers escorted by fighters. Quick strikes at coastal convoys. Short, testing runs against radar stations. Light attacks on ports and air bases. The damage is limited, almost tentative, but the psychological shift is unmistakable. On an RAF sector station, a controller marks the first confirmed raid of the day with a small counter on the table map. Her hand moves carefully, almost reverently. This, she knows, is the beginning. Outside, the siren rises. Not the long, undulating wail of a full raid, but a shorter, sharper alert. Pilots jog to their aircraft. Ground crews scatter to their stations. The air thickens with noise, but the underlying rhythm remains calm, structured, almost ceremonial. In the sky, the Luftwaffe pilots release their bombs with precise, practiced motions. They are not aiming to break the island yet. They are probing it, measuring its reactions, learning its systems. Afterward, the bombers return to France, engines droning steadily. Some pilots exchange quiet glances. Others light cigarettes as soon as they climb down from their aircraft, trying not to let the thin trembling of their fingers show. Even victory feels different when the sea lies between you and your enemy. Distance adds uncertainty. Water adds risk. The sky becomes the only bridge. Britain takes its first breath back. As days pass, the British response sharpens. Scrambles become faster. Communication smoother. The web of radar, observers, and sector stations grows tighter, more precise. You stand again in a dim filter room at Fighter Command Headquarters, where women push counters with long rods across a vast table map. Their movements are graceful, almost balletic, a quiet choreography of war. Voices call out altitudes, bearings, aircraft counts. Plotters echo the numbers. Telephonists relay them. Controllers issue calm, clipped orders. Nothing feels rushed, even though timing is everything. The system breathes like a living thing. You might not think of coordination as beautiful, but here, in the low light of this operations center, it has its own strange grace. A symmetry of minds, a harmony of effort. The first shadows over the water have met a country learning how to defend itself one breath at a time. The sky learns their names. In these early encounters, certain voices begin to stand out. Sailor Mallon's calm, authoritative presence in the air, guiding younger pilots with firm clarity. Douglas Bader's fierce determination, his legs gone but his spirit sharper than most. Polish pilots arriving with fire in their bellies and grief behind their eyes, their country ravaged, their families gone, their desire to fight sharpened to something nearly incandescent. But even here, the script avoids heroics. These men are not icons yet. They are simply voices on radio channels, silhouettes climbing into cockpits, shadows passing across the sky. They breathe, they sweat, they hope, they fear. You might wonder whether they feel the weight of history on their shoulders. They do not. They feel only the weight of the next mission. And that is enough. The channel holds its silence. By the end of this early phase, something subtle has shifted. The Luftwaffe has tested the defenses. Britain has answered. The channel lies between them like a held breath, a pause before escalation. Even the weather seems to wait. Winds soften. Clouds gather in loose, undecided formations. The sea darkens slightly, as though preparing for something heavier. You find yourself imagining the horizon not as a dividing line, but as a tightrope, thin, trembling, strung between two nations readying their strength. The first shadows over the water were small. The next will be larger. This is only the beginning. And still, in the slowness of these early days, you feel the calm that will soon be shattered, the hush between breaths, the stillness before a long and trembling storm. The island listens. The sky listens back. Chapter 3. The battle finds its rhythm. When the raids begin to gather shape. By early July, the sky no longer feels like an untouched canvas. It has texture now. Faint strokes of exhaust, echoes of encounters, the residue of tension settling into the air itself. You stand once again on the English coast. The sea below you is calm, deceptively so, its surface reflecting a muted morning light. Yet you can sense something beneath that calm, a heaviness, as if the water knows what is coming long before the first wave of engines reaches the shore. Far across that thin line of blue, the Luftwaffe is assembling in earnest. This is no longer probing, no longer reconnaissance, no longer testing the edges of a country's nerves. Raids take shape in the early light like dark constellations, bombers forming in disciplined geometric patterns, fighters orbiting them in protective spirals. The aircraft glint briefly in the sun, then settle into the dull metallic color of war. From the airfields near Calais and the Pas-de-Calais region, engines rumble in steady waves. Ground crews step back and shield their faces from the heat. Officers watch with binoculars. A few young pilots crack their knuckles unconsciously. Others cross themselves, or adjust gloves, or look briefly at the sky as though trying to imagine what lies beyond the distant haze. Even on this side of the channel, you can almost feel the vibration of that many engines, their low growl traveling across the water like a hidden pulse. In the shift from reconnaissance to real offensive, the war in the air finds its shape, a rhythm that begins softly, then deepens, then sharpens until it is the only sound that seems to matter. You sense that Britain is about to be tested not in the abstract, but in the concrete lines of smoke, fire, and relentless pressure. The battle has stepped forward. The rhythm has begun. The Dowding system awakens fully. Deep inside the filter room at Bentley Priory, the morning begins before the sun has finished rising. Lights flick on. Plotters take their positions. Telephonists adjust their headsets. Staff officers flip through fresh sheets of data and weather reports. The Dowding system, invented by Air Chief Marshal Hugh Dowding, now pulses with life like a vast mechanical heart. You watch the process unfold with quiet fascination. Radar stations detect echoes. Observer Corps posts confirm sightings with binoculars and sky-watching charts. The filter room assembles the incoming fragments into one coherent picture, a living map of the sky. Counters slide across the large table. WAAF plotters murmur bearings and altitudes. Controllers stand with arms folded, eyes scanning the evolving patterns. To someone outside the room, the noise might seem chaotic, but you hear it differently, as a slow, steady cadence, each element feeding into the next. A whisper becomes a signal becomes a plot becomes a raid becomes an order. Vector 2-3-0, climb to Angels 15. Squadron scramble. Stand by. The voices remain calm, even when the map fills with hostile formations. The calm is not an illusion. It is discipline. It is composure forged by necessity. The Dowding system turns fear into structure, into timing, into the measured breathing of an entire defensive machine. You can see why historians will later say that this system, this quiet, methodical process, was as vital as any aircraft. It allows Britain to fight with intelligence instead of chaos, with precision instead of panic. Outside, the world may shake, but inside these rooms, everything moves with quiet clarity. Scrambles become a daily ritual. On an RAF airfield in southern England, the morning hum has a new character. Gone is the slow drift of hours waiting for the first echo on the radar screen. Now, the air feels taut from the moment the pilots arrive, as though the day itself is leaning forward, anticipating the next scramble. Deck chairs still sit outside the dispersal hut, but no one relaxes in them for long. Mugs of tea are poured and left untouched. Newspapers are opened but never finished. Boots stay loosely tied, then tightened at the first ring of the dispersal phone. When the call comes, it is never dramatic, but it cuts through the air like the strike of a bell. Scramble. The pilots rise almost as one, not running wildly, but moving with swift, practiced purpose. You watch them jog toward their aircraft, helmets under their arms, parachutes slung across shoulders, faces half-shadowed by rising sun. Engines roar awake. Propellers slash the air. Fuel fumes mingle with morning mist. One hurricane lifts. Then another. Then a Spitfire arcs upward with a kind of grace that makes even war seem momentarily suspended in beauty. You feel the airfield exhale once they're gone, a collective breath held and released. Ground crews return to their tasks. Mechanics wipe oil from their hands. The dispersal hut door swings shut on its hinges. For those left on the ground, waiting becomes its own kind of battle. Birds scatter when the next scramble comes. Children watching from a nearby farm stop their games and look up. A dog barks, sensing tension before humans do. Scrambles now shape the rhythm of the day. Morning, midday, late afternoon, sometimes at dusk. The sky is becoming a place that must be defended again and again, sometimes every hour. And each time the gates open and the wheels leave the earth, a small, steady part of the island learns how to breathe in uncertainty. The first heavy engagements. Higher in the sky, the first major clashes of the Battle of Britain unfold not as a blur, but as something strangely slow, like watching storms build inside a vast cathedral of air. You drift upward now, through the cloud layers, through the bright emptiness where the blue grows deep and cold. Here, at 20,000 feet, the world shrinks to metal, breath, and horizon. The Luftwaffe formations approach in disciplined lines, bombers in tight groups, fighters weaving above them like guardians. RAF fighters slice upward to meet them. The first tracers sparkle faintly, like sparks from a distant forge. Then the engagements bloom. Contrails twist. Engines scream. Shadows fall and rise across the clouds. Yet the beauty remains. Strange, haunting, unintentional. Even in violence, the sky holds a kind of reverence. A Spitfire arcs through sunlit vapor, trailing smoke that glows golden. A Messerschmitt dives past, its wings humming with a sharp, metallic pitch of speed. Bombers hold steady, their crews gripping controls with white knuckles, sweat slipping down their backs. You remain an observer, always watching, never inside the cockpit. You feel the vibrations, the shifts, the danger, but not the personal fear. The sky becomes a moving tapestry of lines, vertical, spiraling, crossing, dissolving, and through it all, radio voices continue with the same steady tone. Brake left. Enemy diving. Stay with me. Returning to base. Some voices cut off mid-sentence. Others return shaking but intact. The engagements are fierce, but not yet decisive. Both sides learn. Both sides adapt. Both sides recalibrate the meaning of endurance. The sky, once empty, is now a place marked by intention. On the ground, the world tilts. As the air battles intensify, life below begins to warp around them. In a small Kent village, children walking to school pause whenever the droning of engines grows heavy overhead. They look up with a mixture of curiosity and fear, their lunches tucked under their arms, their hands stained with chalk from morning lessons. In coastal towns, fishermen check their nets while scanning the sky. Their boats rock gently in the water. Their eyes track the contrails drifting like faint scars across the blue. A farmer pauses his ploughing when he hears the first thud of distant explosions. His horse shifts nervously. Dust from the fields floats upward, catching the light in trembling columns. A mother in a seaside home watches smoke rising on the horizon. She doesn't know if it's from a burning aircraft or a targeted port. She turns down the radio slightly, not wanting her children to hear the broadcasted confirmation. Civilians become students of sky behavior, learning to recognize engine notes, patterns, altitudes. They cannot fight the battle, but they feel it tightening around them like an unspoken vow. Meanwhile, the first serious reports of losses filter through the RAF command system. Some pilots return pale and shaken, some limping, some not at all. And with every name missing from the next morning's roll call, the battle feels heavier. Yet the resolve deepens too. Even in quiet tears, even in late-night conversations whispered over teacups, there is a sense that the sky is worth defending, that endurance is a kind of quiet courage all its own. In German command rooms. Across the Channel, the Luftwaffe's leadership watches the early results with a mix of confidence and frustration. Air fleets report successful raids, but not decisive ones. Bombers return damaged more often than expected. Fighter escorts complain of fuel limits over the Channel, and RAF resistance proves far more coordinated than anticipated. Inside a command room near the French coast, maps hang on walls marked with blue and red arrows. Officers trace routes with sticks, adjusting targets. Teleprinters chatter. Messengers move through the haze of cigarette smoke. Hermann Göring, resplendent in his ornate uniform, makes grand promises about Britain's impending collapse. Many officers nod. A few exchange quiet looks. The Luftwaffe has been powerful across the continent. But here, facing an island defended by radar, discipline, and steel, the rhythm feels different. Each raid becomes a question. Each return flight, an answer. Each bomber cruise report, a reminder that the Channel is not simply water. It is a thin, perilous boundary that turns every mile into risk. The battle scale is increasing, but so is its complexity. By evening, smoke finds the horizon. As July deepens, the battle's rhythm stabilizes into something strangely predictable. Raids at dawn, raids at midday, raids at evening. Scrambles threaded between them like breaths. You stand now at a cliff top as the sun begins to lower, turning the edges of the clouds orange and soft. Smoke from the day's engagements drifts across the water. Thin, curling shapes that dissolve slowly into the cooling air. The sea below reflects it faintly, as though absorbing the day's memory into its depths. A Spitfire returns low, limping home with one wing torn. Its engine sputters, coughs, catches again. A single gull follows it briefly, then veers off toward the shore. In the far distance, the vapor trails of the outgoing Luftwaffe formations fade into the dimming sky. It is quiet, almost peaceful, and yet that peace feels weighted. The calm between heartbeats, the stillness that comes not from tranquility, but from exhaustion. You watch the smoke drift until it thins into transparency, until the sky reclaims its color. Then, softly, evening settles. The battle has found its rhythm. Chapter 4. The Eagle Day Dawn. The morning the sky tightened. The morning of August 13th, 1940 begins with a softness that feels out of place. A warm, slow light settles across the English countryside, brushing the tops of hedgerows, drifting over fields of ripening grain, touching church towers still dark from the night. To anyone waking in a cottage, farm, or seaside home, it seems an ordinary summer morning, the kind meant for washing hung on lines, for bicycles rattling over dusty roads, for the kind of quiet that lasts until children spill into gardens. But you feel it differently. There is a tension in the air, subtle as a drawn breath. The clouds hang lower, thicker, as if waiting. The birds fall strangely silent in the hour just before dawn. Across the Channel, Luftwaffe airfields hum with activity. Not the steady rhythm of the past weeks, but something more concentrated, more focused. Something rehearsed. Engines growl to life in long, vibrating lines. Mechanics step back from their work, hands still dark with oil. Officers stand at the edges of runways, binoculars raised. Pilots climb into cockpits with expressions that are not yet hardened but no longer soft. Today, the Luftwaffe means to strike a decisive blow. This is Adler Tag, Eagle Day, the opening note of a full-scale assault meant to break the RAF, cripple its airfields, and push Britain toward invasion. The sky is about to tighten. You can feel it in the stillness of the air, in the hush of distant waves, in the way the light seems to hesitate on the horizon as if uncertain whether to rise. Across the water, the first engines roll. In northern France, long rows of bombers stretch into the distance. Heinkels, Dorniers, Junkers. Their canopies glint in the early sun. Their wings vibrate as the throttles rise. Their shadows overlap in strange, geometric shapes along the concrete. You stand among the ground crews now, listening as crews receive last-minute instructions. Nothing about these briefings is loud. Orders are spoken in clipped, even tones. Pilots nod. Navigators unfold maps with steady hands. A few men glance across the runway at the channel beyond the haze, though they cannot see it. They can only feel its presence, like a challenge waiting in the distance. A young Luftwaffe pilot, no older than 21, runs his thumb across the edge of a photograph tucked behind a control lever. The face in the picture is blurred by sunlight. You cannot see who it belongs to. You only feel its weight. Engines roar louder. Propellers slash the air. The first bombers lift, heavy-bellied, climbing slowly into formation. They begin to assemble into precise patterns, dark swarms growing larger, circling like constellations being drawn into shape. Above them, fighters weave in protective arcs. Messerschmitt Bf 109s slice upward with confident speed, their engines sharp and taut, like wires strummed too tightly. This is not a probing raid. This is not reconnaissance. This is a full day of war. Eagle Day has begun. Radar sees what the eye cannot. The English coast receives the first echo not through sound, but through electricity. In a chain home station overlooking the sea, a young WAF operator listens to the hum of machinery beneath the floorboards. The radar screen glows faintly before her, a circle of light, thin lines trembling with static. At first, the echoes appear small, faint, uncertain, barely distinguishable from noise. Then the spikes strengthen. Multiple readings, aligned, growing. Her breath catches quietly. She leans in, pencil ready. Numbers, range, bearing, altitude. She passes them to the woman beside her, who repeats them calmly into a telephone headset. Down the chain they go. Filter rooms, group headquarters, sector stations. Within minutes, the big table map at Uxbridge fills with markers that multiply like dark seeds. A controller steps forward. Raid strength increasing, more contacts forming off the French coast. The room doesn't panic. It moves. Plotters adjust counters. Telephonists relay updates. Officers mark new threats along chalked grids. The dowding system breathes, expanding, tightening, coordinating. Someone wipes a bead of sweat from their temple, though the room is cool. Someone else adjusts the strap of their headset. No one raises their voice. Outside, church bells ring softly in a distant village. No one there knows what is forming over France. Not yet. But the radar does. And through it, Britain sees the storm before a single cloud darkens the sky. Scramble orders in 3 directions. On RAF airfields across southern England, the day begins with footsteps, with murmured conversation, with a clink of metal cups inside dispersal huts. A pilot sits on the edge of a wooden chair, helmet on his knee. He yawns lightly, rubs a hand across his face, then glances at the sky that has become a calendar, a clock, a warning. Another reads yesterday's paper without absorbing the words. A third tightens his bootlaces twice, even though they were already tight. Then the phone rings. Once. Sharp. Clear. The dispersal officer lifts it, listens, nods. He steps outside. Scramble. And the world shifts. Chairs fall. Boots pound the ground. Mechanics run alongside accelerating aircraft. Propellers ignite into spinning silver discs. Engines roar. Canvas maps slip from tables. Tea spills in forgotten mugs. Several squadrons launch almost simultaneously. Spitfires rising from one station. Hurricanes from another. Radios crackling with clipped orders that cut through the noise. Vector 180. Angels 12. Intercept inbound raid. Tally-ho as able. A single Spitfire lifts into sunlight, wings gleaming, then banks sharply toward the south. Another follows. Then a third. Within minutes, the sky above England becomes a lattice of climbing arcs, contrails beginning to form like faint chalk strokes against blue canvas. The air is no longer waiting. It is responding. The first collision of the day. At 15,000 feet, the two forces meet. The Luftwaffe formations appear first as tiny glints, then as dark shapes, then as a mass. Bombers clustered tight, fighters circling around them like hawks. The RAF fighters approach from below, from the sides, from the blind spots that experience has taught them. You hover at the edge of the formation, an observer suspended in the bright, trembling cold of high altitude. Voices spark through radios. Enemy in sight. Hold formation. Attack on my signal. Then a pause. Brief. Sharp. Decisive. Tally-ho. The sky erupts. Spitfires twist upward into spirals that catch the sun, making them glow for a split second like silver leaves. Hurricanes dive with heavier, darker force, their guns flashing in short, controlled bursts. Messerschmitts drop like falling blades, slicing down at impossible angles, engines screaming. Bombers tighten their formation, gunners firing into the empty air where a target might appear any second. Contrails curve. Smoke trails open like grey wounds in the sky. A bomber wing dips, then steadies. A Spitfire rolls inverted in a long, graceful arc, trailing light. For you, the observer, time seems to slow. Not out of drama, out of clarity. Each movement is distinct. Each engine note layered. Each decision made in less than a heartbeat. Yet the beauty remains. Terrible, accidental, undeniable. A Messerschmitt passes so close beneath you that you feel the heat of its engine wash. A hurricane climbs in a soft, determined curve, despite a smoking trail behind it. A bomber crew works in silence, their movements precise even as the aircraft shudders under fire. The sky is no longer a place of waiting. It is a battleground, enormous, bright, merciless. But through it all, the calm remains, not in the violence, but in the narration, in the distance that lets you drift through the chaos without being swallowed by it. Civilians hear the day unfold. On the ground, the sounds arrive as echoes. A woman opening her bakery in a village near Dover hears a distant rumble, too long, too sustained to be thunder. She pauses with her hands dusted in flour, glancing toward the sky. A farmer leading a horse across a field feels the animal stop abruptly. Its ears tilt upward. Its chest expands, tense. He looks up, shielding his eyes, and sees faint streaks drawing lines between clouds. Children in a garden stop their game and stand silent, looking toward the coast where a thin column of smoke begins to rise. None of them can see the full battle, but all of them feel its shadow. Somewhere inland, an air raid warden stands outside a shelter, ticking off names on a clipboard, listening to the distant percussion of bombs falling on an airfield. His pencil trembles slightly, though his face remains composed. A train conductor pauses before blowing his whistle, hearing the low hum of engines crossing overhead. He waits until the sound fades before signaling departure. In London, a clerk stepping out of an office building looks up to see a lone Spitfire flying low, smoke trailing from its tail. It banks slightly, trying to reach home. People stop and watch, breath held. War touches the island lightly at first, not with destruction, but with awareness. Command tension on both sides. At RAF Fighter Command, the pace is relentless. Reports pour in. Raids crossing at multiple points. Engagements over Kent. Losses on both sides. Airfields damaged. Squadrons rotating, rearming, refueling. Controllers speak with rapid accuracy. Plotters move counters without hesitation. Dowding watches in silence, one hand on the edge of the table map, his eyes steady despite the growing weight of the day. He does not shout. He rarely raises his voice. His calm steadiness holds the center of the entire defense. Across the channel, Goring grows agitated. Reports of losses. Bombers returning scarred. Fighters low on fuel. Targets not fully destroyed. He demands more pressure. Faster results. Decisive blows. But the channel, the weather, the distance, and the RAF all argue otherwise. The tension is no longer tactical. It is personal. Two systems facing each other, each with its limits, each testing the other's endurance. Evening gathers the remains. By late afternoon, the energy of Eagle Day begins to slow, not because the battle is resolved, but because human bodies and metal machines can only endure so much. Returning aircraft limp across the sky, RF fighters trailing smoke, Luftwaffe bombers missing panels, Messerschmitts gliding on fumes. Some pilots sit silently in their cockpits, eyes forward, faces pale. Others sag with exhaustion, hands trembling slightly as they taxi in. Ground crews run to greet survivors, glancing upward for those who are missing. On the English coast, wreckage drifts in on the tide. Fragments of wing, torn pieces of fuselage, small metallic shapes reflecting the last light of day. Smoke curls from distant airfields. Villagers gather outside pubs to read the latest notices. Children whisper in lowered voices, sensing the heaviness around their parents. Night falls slowly, gently, as if trying not to disturb what the day has left behind. The sky darkens. The engines stop. The last contrails fade into dusk. And somewhere, in that stretch of silence between the day's last breath and the night's first exhale, you feel the truth settle quietly. Eagle Day did not break Britain. It did not break the RAF. It did not open the door to invasion. It only opened the next chapter of endurance. The rhythm of the battle has deepened, and the long struggle for the sky has truly begun. Chapter 5. The longest month. August finds its teeth. August arrives without ceremony. No shift in the wind. No sudden break in the clouds. Just a slow tightening, a subtle deepening of the rhythm established in July. You stand in a quiet English lane at dawn, hedgerows heavy with summer leaves, the world washed in gold. The air hums faintly with insects, the roads still damp from last night's dew. Nothing in this peaceful moment suggests the violence gathering far overhead. But August breathes differently. It carries heat that clings to the skin, haze that blurs the distance, and a tension that settles into conversations like dust. On the French coast, Luftwaffe commanders review their plans yet again. Eagle Day did not produce a collapse. Britain did not fold. The RAF did not break. And so the pressure increases. Raids become larger, more frequent, more coordinated. Airfields are struck not once but twice in the same day. Fighter squadrons are rotated until exhaustion becomes a second uniform. You sense the month stretching ahead, long, relentless, heavy with expectation. It will be the longest month of the battle, not because of a single decisive blow, but because of how many times Britain must rise to meet the same storm. Morning raids, afternoon raids, evening raids, night alarms. The days become loops of endurance. Airfields under endless pressure. You walk now along the perimeter track of an RAF airfield in the southeast, the earth beneath your feet baked by days of sun and engines. The grass lies flat where Hurricanes and Spitfires have repeatedly taxied, their tires carving temporary paths across the heat-hardened ground. At the far end, ground crews work with mechanical focus, loading ammunition belts, checking hydraulics, patching bullet holes with metal plates hammered into place, refueling from trucks that smell faintly of petrol and dust. Their movements are fast, precise, without wasted gesture. They sweat under the sun, sleeves rolled up, hands blackened. You notice something strange. Each time a fighter returns, no matter how damaged, they move toward it without hesitation, as if a silent pact binds them, that nothing will leave this field unready. Behind you, a squadron leader confers quietly with a controller. Squadron down to 9 serviceable aircraft. Relief arriving from Tangmere. Fuel reserves. Enough for 2 more sorties. The voices are calm, but the math is brutal. Every sortie costs energy, machines, and sometimes lives. Then the siren rises, not the long, wailing rise of a civilian warning, but a clipped airfield tone. Ground crews stop mid-motion. Pilots jog from the dispersal hut. Engines roar awake. The airfield becomes a drum, a heartbeat amplified by metal and speed. Hurricanes lift first, heavy and purposeful. Spitfires follow with cleaner lines, climbing faster. You watch as one takes off with a faint trail of smoke from its exhaust, its pilot barely visible beneath the canopy. The aircraft is tired. So is he. But both rise anyway. The pressure on the airfields is constant, an attempt to break the RAF not in one day, but by wearing the ground beneath it thin. August becomes the month of attrition, and the days stretch long and hot. Supply lines of courage. In the hangars, new engines arrive in wooden crates marked with dates and factory codes. Wings lie stacked like enormous leaves waiting to be joined to fuselages. Propeller blades curl against the walls with subtle variations in shape and sheen. Civilian factories, hundreds of miles away, operate day and night, their workers unaware of who will fly the machines built by their hands. A young woman in a Midlands factory rivets metal plates long past midnight, sweat dripping down her temple. She wipes it with the back of her hand and continues. She doesn't know her work will hold the wing of a hurricane through a dogfight 3 days later. A machinist in Bristol polishes the last bolt of a Merlin engine, whispering something under his breath. Habit, superstition, hope. A convoy driver moves along dark country roads with his cargo of aircraft parts. headlights dimmed, listening to the occasional thunder of distant engagements overhead. You watch these quiet supply lines stretch and connect, invisible threads that keep the RAF flying. War depends on courage in the sky, but it survives on endurance on the ground. The heat that warps the air. By mid-August, the weather amplifies everything. The heat rises early, shimmering above runways, making the air dance in distorted waves. Pilots climbing into cockpits feel the warmth radiate through the metal before the engine even starts. Inside the glass canopies, the temperature grows stifling. Breath fogs briefly. Sweat gathers. Leather gloves cling to the controls. At altitude, the heat drops sharply, from sweltering warmth on the ground to the icy bite of thin atmosphere within minutes. Pilots feel it in their bones, in the stiffness of their fingers, in the way their breath becomes shallow and dry. The contrast exhausts them, but the sky offers no mercy. Engagements erupt in bright, shimmering air, where heat, haze, and smoke blend into illusions. Aircraft appearing closer or farther than they are, shapes twisting unpredictably. Even the earth suffers. Fields around airfields scorch under incendiaries. Hangars bake under the sun. Tarmac cracks lightly in places. The heat becomes part of the battle, an unseen force shaping every movement. Patterns of attack and response. You move now through the rhythm of a single August day, absorbing its patterns like breaths. Morning, raids on coastal convoys, low-flying attacks that send plumes of water rising near ships. RAF fighters scramble, intercept, return. Ground crews rush to refuel. Midday, large formations cross the channel, bombers with fighter escorts. Airfields are struck again. Sector stations feel the pressure. Controllers call. Squadrons scramble. Relief squadron airborne. Vector 080. The voices remain steady. Afternoon. Smoke rises from one airfield. Another runway is cratered. A hangar burns slowly, flames curling around metal frameworks. Pilots return exhausted, some silent, some shaking, some with a wild brightness in their eyes that fades only after hours of rest. Evening. The day ends not with quiet, but with distant explosions as the last raids withdraw over the channel. The patterns repeat, day after day, until the month feels like a single long inhale with no exhale. You sense how fatigue seeps into the smallest gestures. A pilot rubbing his temple before climbing into the cockpit. A mechanic blinking slowly as he tightens a bolt. A controller flexing stiff fingers over a radio set. Yet none of them falter. Not yet. Names that begin to matter. Within the RAF ranks, certain pilots begin to rise into quiet recognition. Douglas Bader, fierce in both skill and spirit, leads with boldness that borders on defiance. His artificial legs make his achievements almost unbelievable, but he treats them as trivial, something to be forgotten. Sailor Mallon, calm and authoritative, speaks little but commands much. His guidance steadies squadrons in the most chaotic engagements. Polish pilots, burning with grief and determination, enter the battle with a ferocity that surprises even seasoned British pilots. They fight not only for Britain, but for their homeland lost beneath occupation. Yet even these names remain grounded in humility. The war has no place for swagger, only for persistence. You hear their voices through radios, not speeches. You see their silhouettes climbing ladders into cockpits, not standing on podiums. You feel their presence in the air, not in headlines. In August, heroism is quiet. It looks like exhaustion endured rather than avoided. a civilian's summer of shadows. Life on the ground continues with a strange, fragile normality. In London, families eat breakfast to the sound of distant engines. In Kent, children run through orchards, pausing when they hear aircraft. In Sussex, farmers operate tractors with one eye on the sky. At night, people gather by wirelesses, listening to updates delivered in calm, measured voices. They step outside afterward, look upward, and see faint glow on the horizon where airfields or ports have been struck. In some towns, smoke lingers into the next morning. In others, nothing has happened at all. Only whispers, rumors carried by road and rail. You watch as the public learns to read the war like weather. The direction of cloud cover, the drone of engines at altitude, the quality of light at dusk. The shadow of the battle stretches over the entire island, even where no bombs fall. The ledger of losses. Both sides suffer. Luftwaffe bombers return shot full of holes, engines sputtering, crews pale from oxygen deprivation. Messerschmitt pilots sit on the edges of their bunks, staring at the floor, hands trembling. RAF pilots return with shattered canopies, damaged wings, bullet-riddled tails. Some stagger from their aircraft. Some limp. Some sit beside the runway, helmets still on, unable to speak. Controllers receive casualty lists. Commanders note losses in ledgers. Mechanics find blood on cockpits they must clean before the next sortie. You sense the price of each day, not in numbers, but in the weight people carry in their eyes. The battle becomes personal long before it becomes historical. Dusk finally arrives. By the end of August, the days feel longer than they should. You stand now on a hill overlooking the channel, the sky cooling into lavender and rose. Contrails from the afternoon's engagements drift slowly apart like dissolving chalk marks. A single Spitfire limps home low over the water, its engine coughing, its shadow stretched thin across the waves. A faint plume of smoke rises from somewhere inland. A fishing boat rocks gently near the shore, its lantern swinging in the breeze. A woman closes her shutters for the night, pausing to look toward the horizon. The long month exhales, not in relief, in endurance. The sky grows dark. The war quiets, but does not sleep. August has not broken the RAF, nor Britain, nor the Luftwaffe. It has only deepened the struggle, stretching it like tired muscle, forcing both sides to discover reserves of strength they did not know they possessed. You watch the last traces of smoke fade into dusk. The horizon dims. The sea sighs. The island settles into weary silence. The longest month is ending, but the hardest weeks are still to come. When September opens its hands. September arrives not with thunder, but with a strange stillness, a pause in the rhythm of summer, a quieting of insects, a soft cooling of the air. You stand at the edge of an English orchard at dawn, the apples swollen and heavy on the branches, dew shimmering on the grass. The world looks peaceful, even generous, but that peace is fragile, like a thin shell stretched over something deeper, darker, waiting. The hardest weeks of the battle are beginning. August has exhausted both sides. Machines are tired. Men are tired. Even the sky seems tired, its blue fading to a more muted shade. But the Luftwaffe, shifting strategy, pushes harder. New orders echo through German command rooms. Strike harder. Strike deeper. Strike until the RAF bends. Raids intensify. Bomb loads increase. Fighter escorts adjust their patterns. Commanders argue, then commit. Across the channel, RAF pilots wake before dawn with a heaviness in their limbs, the air around them tasting faintly of fuel from the previous day's sorties. The war has begun to feel not like a series of battles, but like a weight, one that presses on the shoulders of everyone who touches it. September opens its hands, and inside them lies a storm. When airfields become targets. In the first days of September, the Luftwaffe shifts its aim from coastal attacks to the very heart of fighter command. Airfields, sector stations, the nerve centers that keep the RAF alive. You walk now along the perimeter of Biggin Hill, one of the busiest stations in the southeast. The ground here is scarred, craters in the turf, singed patches where fires were recently extinguished, the faint smell of smoke clinging to broken glass. Hangars stand with gaping holes in their roofs. Windows lie shattered in long glittering arcs. Workshops hum with frantic repair efforts. But despite the damage, the field is alive. Mechanics move with hurried precision. Aircrew walk quickly, helmets under their arms. Office staff sift through charred paperwork, salvaging what they can. A controller steps out of a building that no longer has an entire sidewall. He brushes dust from his uniform as if it were nothing more than morning dew. A WAF plotter picks up a fallen bicycle from the grass, rights it, and rushes to her next shift. Her hair is coated in powdered plaster from a blast earlier in the day. Not far away, a young pilot kneels beside a broken section of runway, running his fingers over the razor-sharp concrete shards, as if to understand how close he came to not surviving the last landing. The Luftwaffe's intent is clear. Cripple fighter command's ability to function. Break the stations that guide the squadrons. Shatter the system. But the system bends. It does not collapse. Airfields shift operations to other sites. Controllers relocate to backup rooms. Squadrons disperse further. Repairs begin within minutes of each raid. You see something remarkable in this chaos. Endurance as instinct. The strain on the pilots. By the second week of September, RAF pilots begin to show the true cost of continuous combat. You watch a pilot walk toward his Spitfire, and something about his posture tells the story before he speaks. His shoulders slope slightly. His gait is uneven, as though one knee has stiffened from too many hard landings. His eyes carry a quiet distance, a far-off focus that lingers even when someone speaks to him. He climbs into the cockpit the way a tired man might climb into bed, not with eagerness, but with acceptance. Inside the dispersal hut, another pilot lights a cigarette with trembling fingers. He inhales deeply, exhales slowly, then looks at the clock without meaning to. He knows the next scramble is minutes away. A third pilot sits on a wooden bench, elbows on knees, staring at the ground. He's lost a wingman 2 days ago. He hasn't yet spoken about it. No one asks. Fatigue becomes its own weather pattern, subtle, pervasive, unavoidable. Some pilots fly 6 sorties in a single day. Some fly back-to-back engagements without touching the ground for more than a few minutes. Some land with fuel nearly gone, ammunition spent, nerves stretched to their limits. And yet, when the phone rings, they rise. They always rise. You might wonder what holds them together. Discipline, duty, habit, or simply the knowledge that if they don't go up, the next raid will come unopposed. The truth is all of these, and something quieter, a shared resolve that cannot be taught, only lived. The Polish squadrons take flight. Among the most striking stories of these hardest weeks is that of the Polish pilots, especially the men of No. 303 Squadron. They have waited for months, grounded by language barriers and initial British skepticism. Now, they finally take to the sky. Their flying is fierce, sharp, fearless. British controllers struggle at first to understand their radio calls, the words rushing out with urgency and raw emotion. But their skill is unmistakable. You watch them rise from Northolt, engines screaming, as though released from long captivity. Their formations are tight, their maneuvers aggressive, their accuracy shocking even seasoned RAF veterans. In the heat of battle, a Polish pilot tears through a German formation with lightning precision, turning in angles British pilots rarely attempt. Another fires a measured burst that sends a bomber spiraling downward, smoke trailing like a dark ribbon. And when they land, breathless, exhilarated, their relief is momentary, followed by a quiet, deeper grief for a homeland they cannot return to. Their courage changes the battle's rhythm. Their presence becomes a force multiplier. Their determination inspires the squadrons around them. Even the tired pilots feel something shift, a spark, a reminder, a companion in endurance. London begins to tremble. Though the full blitz has not yet begun, London feels the tremors. In early September, a misdirected raid hits the city. Bombs fall in unexpected places. Glass shatters across neighborhoods. People emerge into the streets, confused, shaken. You walk now through a London street at dusk. The lamps glow faintly, the air smells of soot, and the tension is palpable. A young mother sweeps broken glass from her doorstep. Her child clings to her skirt, eyes wide, trying to understand why the sky felt angry. A shopkeeper boards up his windows while listening to distant airplanes. He tells a passerby, "It wasn't supposed to happen here," but he says it quietly, as if afraid the sky might answer. In a small cafe, patrons sip tea with hands that tremble slightly. Their conversation trails off whenever an aircraft engine passes overhead. The city is not yet a battlefield, but it is becoming aware. September is the month where civilians begin to feel the war not just as news, but as presence. Luftwaffe fatigue and frustration. Across the Channel, the German effort strains under its own weight. Fighter pilots fly long missions over the sea, fuel limits always tightening like a noose. Bomber crews grow weary of evasive maneuvers through swarms of British fighters. Commanders argue over tactics. Goring grows increasingly impatient. Losses mount. Morale dips. Accuracy suffers. Weather conditions fluctuate unpredictably. You stand in a Luftwaffe operations room where cigarette smoke hangs low. Men speak in short, clipped tones. Maps are updated constantly. Frustration simmers beneath polite formality. They expected Britain to crack. Instead, they encounter resistance that feels like a wall, invisible but unyielding. And that wall is made not of aircraft or guns alone, but of coordination, geography, endurance, and will. The hardest weeks weigh on both sides. But for the Luftwaffe, doubt begins to whisper. The Dowding system under strain. Back in Britain, the Dowding system stretches to its limits. Plotters grow hoarse from hours of continuous updates. Controller voices lose their crispness. Telephone switchboards glow red with constant relay traffic. Sector stations operate in damaged buildings, sometimes in half-collapsed rooms. Yet the structure holds. Counters move on the map. Orders flow. Squadrons rise. You notice something else, something subtle. The silence between commands. Even at peak pressure, controllers maintain a tone of calm, as if offering stability by example. Squadron, standby. Scramble. Vector 150 at Angels 14. Steady. Measured. Unbroken. This discipline becomes the backbone of survival. A single day's wait. To understand these weeks, imagine a single day. Dawn. A raid crosses the coast. Squadrons intercept. A hurricane returns with smoke pouring from its engine. Late morning. Another raid forms. One pilot crash lands in a field. Farmers and home guard rush to help. Midday. Lunch is interrupted by the siren. Pilots eat sandwiches in the cockpit. Ground crews plunge into their tasks with sore muscles and blurred vision. Afternoon. Bombs fall on a sector station. Debris scatters across the runway. Operations shift underground. Evening. A returning Spitfire limps home with holes the size of fists in its wings. Another does not return at all. Night. Pilots collapse into bed. Boots still on. Mechanics work under lantern light until their hands cramp. A WAF plotter falls asleep beside a map table during a quiet moment between raids. This is just one day. The next will be the same. And the next. And the next. The hardest weeks are not defined by a single event, but by repetition. Endurance becomes the battle, breath by breath. Night falls on an unfinished sky. You return now to the orchard where the chapter began, the apples still hanging heavy, the air cooling into evening. Distant engines fade. The last contrails dissolve into dusk. Smoke on the horizon thins until it becomes part of the twilight. An RAF pilot sits on the grass beside the dispersal hut, helmet beside him, head tilted back as he watches the first stars appear. His breath rises in slow, quiet clouds. He doesn't speak. He doesn't need to. Inside a Luftwaffe mess hall across the channel, a bomber crew eats in silence, shoulders slumped, staring at plates they barely touch. In London, a child asks his mother why the sky makes such loud noises. She pulls him close and whispers something comforting, though she looks out the window with worry. Everywhere, the sky feels larger, stretched thin by the weight of these hardest weeks. Night gathers itself gently. Wind stirs through the trees. Lanterns glow in scattered cottages. The sea sighs against the shore. The war has entered its darkest passage. And yet, something fragile, stubborn, and unmistakably human remains. The willingness to stand another day. The hardest weeks are not over, but the island is still breathing, and the sky, though scarred, still holds its breath for what comes next. Chapter 7. The sky turns toward London. A change in the wind. Early September widens into something new, not through orders shouted in command rooms, not through sudden shifts on the map, but through a thin, invisible change. A wind turning, a mood darkening, a long-held breath finally exhaled. You stand in a quiet London street in the late afternoon. Children chalk pictures on the pavement. Laundry sways from windows. The air smells faintly of coal smoke and river water. Nothing suggests that the city is about to enter its darkest hours. But something subtle warns you. The birds flying lower. The way conversations pause when distant engines hum. The tension that curls along rooftops like gathering mist. Across the channel, something else is shifting. Goring, furious at missed objectives and mounting losses, approves a new plan. One that turns German attention away from airfields and toward the very soul of Britain, its cities. The first misdirected raid on London has already happened. Now the Luftwaffe prepares to make it deliberate. The hardest weeks of battle begin to reshape into something broader, deeper, more devastating. The sky is turning toward London. The decision to strike the heart. Inside a Luftwaffe command room in France, maps of southern England hang pinned to the walls, arrows marking previous attacks, circles indicating fighter ranges, notations scribbled in pencil. The shift in strategy is both emotional and tactical, a mixture of Göring's pride, Hitler's desire for retaliation after RAF strikes on Berlin, and a belief that breaking London's spirit might break Britain's will. Officers gather around the map. Some nod in approval. Others exchange uncertain glances. They know London is vast, dense, difficult to strike decisively. Its docks, factories, and railway lines sprawl outward like veins. But the order stands. Strike the capital. Strike it hard. Strike it until the island bends. Outside, bomber crews prepare for the new targets. Navigators memorize the angles of the Thames. Pilots study silhouettes of London landmarks. Gunners check their weapons with quiet resignation. You feel the tension hanging over them. Not triumph, not anticipation, but the heaviness that comes when a war expands into new territory. The sky above France waits. So does the sky above Britain. Soon, they will meet in a new kind of darkness. First shadows over the city. On the evening of September 7th, London receives its first deliberate blow. You're standing now on the banks of the Thames, the river moving slowly under the bridges, the water catching slivers of dying light. Workers from the docks move along the shoreline, wiping sweat from their necks, the day's labor etched into their gait. Then the sound arrives, a deep, rolling hum that does not belong to civilian life. Heads turn, conversations falter, children point upward. In the sky, shapes gather, small at first, then larger, like a distant flock of birds made of metal and intent. People squint into the late afternoon glare, and then realization falls, like the shadow of a cloud sweeping suddenly across a field. The sirens begin, long, rising cries that stretch across the city, echoing through alleys, bouncing off stone walls, reverberating along the river. The first bombs fall on the docks, huge, concussive blasts that send geysers of water into the air, shattering windows half a mile away. You step back as smoke rises behind warehouses, thick and black, rolling across the river like a dark tide. Civilians scatter. Some run for shelters. Others stand frozen, unable to comprehend the scale of what is beginning. London has entered the war, and the war has found its echo. The RAF rises in a race against time. Far from the city, at airfields scattered across the countryside, scramble orders go out as the first explosions bloom over London. Pilots sprint from dispersal huts, boots hammering across grass, the sun burning low along the horizon. Engines roar awake, propellers become shimmering discs. The ground vibrates under the force of takeoff. Spitfires lift first, sleek, bright, cutting upward through the thickening haze. Hurricanes follow, their silhouettes heavier, darker, dependable. You rise with them, through layers of smoke, past drifting clouds tinged with orange. into a sky that feels suddenly crowded. Above London, the scene is staggering. Bombers in tight waves. Messerschmitts weaving defensive arcs. Anti-aircraft bursts peppering the sky with black blossoms. The RAF plunges into the combat. Radio calls crackle through the haze. Bandits above the river. Break. Break. Tally-ho. Below, the city glows with fire. Patches of orange crawling along rooftops. Reflections flickering in the river. Smoke rising into the lungs of the night. Yet the RAF does not retreat. They fight through the smoke, through the glare of burning docks, through the exhaustion of weeks without rest. You watch one pilot climb sharply, his Spitfire nearly vertical, sunlight glancing off the glass canopy, as he chases a bomber through swelling clouds. Below, another pilot shouts into the radio, his voice taut but calm. He dives, firing short bursts, then returns upward in a long, swooping arc. Even as London burns, the sky refuses to surrender. Civilians in the glow of dusk. On the streets below, the world transforms. You move through a neighborhood near the railway arches, where people huddle inside shelters, hands clasped, eyes wide. A father sits with two children pressed against his sides. He whispers stories between blasts, trying to keep their focus on the rhythm of his voice, not the thunder outside. A fireman jogs through the smoke, helmet reflecting flames, shouting instructions to colleagues. A woman kneels beside a fallen window frame, gathering shards quietly, as if cleaning might anchor her in some kind of normalcy. Farther east, along the docks, warehouse rooftops burn in long, sweeping lines. Boats blaze along the river. Cranes stand silhouetted like broken monuments. Above them, the bombers pass in waves, dark shapes against the burning sky, their engines blending into a single, undulating drone. You feel the weight of the moment. How suddenly war has become intimate, not distant lines on a map. London is learning what it means to be part of the battlefield. A city that refuses to break. Despite the devastation, something remarkable emerges almost immediately. Fire brigades rush into the flames. Rescue workers dig through debris. Neighbors check on one another. Churches open their doors. Shelters become small communities of shared breath. You see a baker handing bread to people outside his damaged shop. You see a bus driver offering rides through smoke-thick streets. You see a nurse carrying a stretcher with quiet determination. London bends, but does not break. A young woman stands in the doorway of her shattered flat, hands on her hips, hair blown wild by the gusts of descending fire, and mutters under her breath, "Well, if they think this'll stop us." And she finishes the sentence with a small, defiant shrug. A city discovers itself in crisis, not through triumph, not through speeches, but through steady, unglamorous resilience. The pilots who fight until dusk. As the raid continues, you rise again into the sky, where the light is fading, and the horizon turns the color of bruised peaches, soft purple, muted gold, dying fire. RAF pilots fight until visibility dwindles. One pilot wipes sweat from his brow, his hands trembling on the controls. He dives through smoke to break a bomber's formation. then climbs with a sharp exhale that barely reaches his own ears. Another circles above the river, his engine sputtering, his eyes stinging from smoke leaking through the canopy. A third glances at fuel levels, almost gone, but stays aloft until his squadron leader calls him home. The city glows beneath them, not with celebration, but with fire. London burning, the Thames reflecting orange flashes, smoke drifting like ink rising through water. Yet even here, in this exhausted twilight, the RAF refuses to yield. The city breathes because the pilots do, and the pilots breathe because they must. Not heroically, not dramatically, just steadily, the way endurance is meant to sound. After the raid, only silence speaks. When the last bombers withdraw across the Channel, a profound silence spreads across London. Not calm, not peace, but absence. The engines fade. The sirens fall quiet. The sky darkens fully. You walk through the city now. The streets silvered by moonlight filtered through smoke. Fire hoses lie across cobblestones. Ash drifts like slow snow. Burned timbers creak softly in the cooling air. People emerge cautiously, faces pale, eyes reflecting firelight, bodies moving with mechanical slowness. Some cry, some clean, some embrace, some simply stand still, trying to understand what the night has taken and what it has left. Above them, the sky looks empty, as if exhausted by its own violence. But this emptiness is temporary. Tomorrow will come, and with it, another raid. London will not sleep long, nor will the pilots, nor will the radar operators, the firefighters, the mothers holding children tightly in railway tunnels. Endurance has entered a new chapter. The night leaves its mark. By dawn, the fires have not yet died. The smoke rises in slow spirals. The city smells of burning timber and damp stone. You stand on a bridge over the Thames, watching the glow fade from the river's surface. A barge drifts by slowly, its silhouette ghost-like in the first grey light. A lone Spitfire returns across the city, circling overhead before heading to its distant airfield. Its engine sounds tired, its shadow faint on the river. People walk through the streets with dusty shoes, and grey smudges across their cheeks. A boy sketches the silhouette of a bomber in chalk on the pavement. A fireman drinks tea from a dented tin cup, steam curling briefly into the morning air. The first deliberate strike on London has ended, but it has not accomplished what the Luftwaffe intended. It has not broken the RAF. It has not shattered British resolve. It has not opened the door to invasion. Instead, it has revealed something unexpected. The city will burn, but it will not bow. The sky has turned toward London, and London, battered and breathless, has turned toward the dawn, still standing. A city learns to sleep in darkness. By mid-September, London has changed, not in its streets or buildings, those still stand, though many bear new scars, but in its rhythm. The city now breathes in two worlds, the daylight world of work, dust, and river bustle, and the nighttime world of fear, shelter, and flickering firelight. You stand beneath a railway arch as dusk begins to gather. The trains above rumble softly, scattering fine dust down onto the pavement. People move with quiet purpose, some carrying blankets, others pushing prams with children already half asleep inside, their faces smudged with soot, but softened by weariness. London is preparing for the night the way a ship prepares for a storm, with routine, resignation, and an odd sense of ritual. Lamplighters no longer light their lamps. They move instead through the streets, making sure they are covered. Windows are taped. Doors are darkened. Shops extinguish every visible spark. When the last traces of sunlight fade, the city sinks into a darkness so complete you can barely see your own hand, and in that darkness you feel a strange thing. London is learning how to sleep inside the war, not peacefully, not deeply, but with a kind of practiced surrender to the inevitable. Above, the sky thickens. The night war is beginning. The Luftwaffe turns to the moon. Across the Channel, in airfields stretching from Calais to Brussels, crews prepare for another night, not of daylight precision, but of nocturnal persistence. The Luftwaffe has shifted its strategy again. The day raids continue, but now the nights are filling with purpose. Night bombing, continuous pressure, a rhythm meant to exhaust the island into submission. Inside one bomber, a navigator folds a map along creased lines. Moonlight slips through the cockpit's glass, illuminating his fingers. He traces the route with blunt pencil marks, down the French coast, across the Channel, straight toward the glow that still rises from London. The pilot stares ahead, eyes reflecting the faint silver of the horizon. He is young, but his hands are steady. War has already aged him in ways the mirror does not yet show. Ground crews slap the sides of the bombers as they begin taxiing. Engines roar, propellers blur into spinning halos, and the aircraft lift into the night like dark birds, seeking a distant coastline. You feel the air harden around them. The night becomes a corridor through which they fly, knowing only that something will be waiting on the other side. Searchlights, fire, bombs, or silence. Sirens as London's second clock. The first siren of the evening begins low, a distant hum, a trembling along rooftops, a warning carried by the wind. Then it rises, long and wavering, filling streets, tunnels, riverbanks, and rooftops, with a cry that feels almost alive. You walk through a narrow street as doors slam shut. People hurry underground, and shopkeepers usher neighbors into back rooms. A policeman on a bicycle rings his bell, not for traffic, but to alert stragglers to take cover. His silhouette moves through shadow, like something carved from the night itself. In a church crypt converted into a shelter, families gather with blankets and lanterns. Someone hums softly to a child. A man with thick, soot-stained hands pours tea from a dented flask. The air smells faintly of earth and candle wax. The sirens become London's second clock. Their cry marks the beginning of another night of endurance. Above, the engines approach. Searchlights draw their pale geometry. The first bombers reach London's outskirts. You hover above the city now, the river winding below like a dark ribbon, glinting occasionally in the moonlight. Then the searchlights ignite. Thin beams of white shoot upward, slicing the blackness into shifting patterns. Lines, triangles, quadrants, a geometry drawn not by mathematicians, but by exhausted crews in distant control rooms, turning wheels and levers with aching hands. The lights sweep the sky in long arcs. The beams catch smoke, dust, and occasionally a bomber's metal skin. The moment a bomber is illuminated, the whole sky seems to inhale. Anti-aircraft guns fire from rooftops and riverbanks, their flashes blooming like fierce white flowers. Around the trapped aircraft, inside the bomber, the crew flinches as the cabin floods with pale light. The pilot veers sharply, eyes straining, sweat sliding down his spine. The night war is not elegant. It is frantic, chaotic, blinding, and strangely beautiful. Searchlights bend and sway, painting the sky with trembling lines that resemble the bars of an enormous, shifting cage. But no cage holds the night for long. The bombers press on. Fire replaces sunlight. When the bombs begin to fall, they sound like sudden punctuation marks, sharp, violent, unmistakable. You move through a district along the river, as explosions ripple across warehouses and docks. The sky glows orange. Brick walls shudder. Glass rains down like brittle confetti. The ground trembles with the impact. Fire engines race down narrow streets, bells clanging, hoses uncoiled in long serpents behind them. Firefighters move with a precision born of desperation, helmets gleaming, faces streaked with soot, voices nearly swallowed by the roar of flames. A woman stands in the doorway of her darkened home, watching her street burn in slow, terrible motion. She grips the frame not to hold herself steady, but to keep from running into the fire for someone she loves, but knows she cannot reach right now. Smoke rises in thick columns. Sparks drift like desperate ash fireflies. The night turns the color of molten amber, reflected in the slow-moving river. Fire replaces sunlight, and in doing so, adds a new chapter to the battle's story. Underground, the city breathes together. In the deep tunnels of the London Underground, Londoners become a single community. You step into a station platform lit by dim bulbs, and see hundreds of people sitting shoulder to shoulder along the edge of the tracks. Blankets hang from railings. Makeshift beds line the walls. A man plays a harmonica softly to calm the children. Near the escalator, someone pours warm tea into rows of chipped cups. People speak in low tones, as if loud conversation might tug the bombs downward. A woman knits in silence, her needles clicking softly like a heartbeat. A group of teenagers plays cards on a flattened cardboard box. A small dog curls beside an old man's feet, trembling with each distant impact. This underground world feels strangely tender, not safe, exactly, but held. London breathes here, together, through dust and fear, through damp stone and flickering bulbs, through the slow passing of hours, measured only by silence, and the next distant explosion. The RAF in the night sky. Though the Luftwaffe dominates the night, the RAF does not disappear. Night fighters rise. Blenheims at first, later bow fighters, their engines thundering into the darkness, with a sense of purpose more than precision. Navigators lean over glowing instruments, trying to find shapes hidden in the black, while pilots strain their eyes for fleeting silhouettes. The night sky becomes a world without horizon, without depth, without clear direction. A Blenheim passes beneath you, its exhaust briefly outlining wings in orange halos. Its crew scans the darkness for any movement that doesn't belong. They rarely find it, but they try. They try because someone must, because the city burns below, because the night must not belong to one side alone. The night finally steps back. When the final wave of bombers withdraws, the night feels strangely hollow. The engines fade. The anti-aircraft guns fall silent. The searchlights flicker out, one by one, until the sky becomes starless again. You walk through a street still warm from the fires. Ash drifts like slow grey snow. A lamppost leans at an angle, twisted metal curled at its base. A rescue worker kneels beside a collapsed wall, hands trembling as he lifts debris stone by stone. He pauses only long enough to wipe his face with a sleeve smeared in soot. A boy picks through rubble looking for a toy. He finds it. He brushes the ash off. He smiles faintly. There are tears too, quiet ones, shared ones, ones hidden in the shadows so children don't see. The night leaves its mark, not only in destruction, but in the faces of those who survived it. Dawn finds a city still standing. At sunrise, you return to the riverbank. The water glows pink beneath the smoke. Birds begin to sing, softly, hesitantly, as if unsure the sky is safe again. Fire crews rest on curbsides, helmets on the ground beside them. A nurse steps out of a makeshift clinic and exhales a cloud of breath, tinged with exhaustion. London has survived the night. It will face many more. But this first chapter of the Night War proves something. The Luftwaffe did not intend to teach. The city can burn and still wake up. The Battle of Britain has entered darkness. But the darkness has not swallowed the island. Not tonight. Not yet. The Night War unfolds, and the dawn, trembling but steady, arrives anyway. Chapter 9. The Day the Sky Refused to Break. A familiar morning, with something hidden inside it. The morning of September 15th does not arrive with trumpets. It comes the way so many mornings have come before it during this long summer of war, with pale light drifting over fields, with mist gathering in low hollows, with the soft clatter of milk carts along village lanes. You stand on a small hill overlooking the patchwork of countryside that stretches toward London. The air is cool. The first leaves on some trees are beginning to hint at yellow. Autumn is close, but not quite here. To anyone not watching closely, this could be any morning in the Battle of Britain. But you feel something different beneath the quiet, a subtle tightening, a sense that the days of testing and wearing down have gathered into a single point, across the Channel, in bases where bombers and fighters have risen day after day. The Luftwaffe prepares another massive effort. In London, people button coats, check the sky, fold newspapers with headlines that speak of raids, losses, courage and strain. On RAF airfields scattered across the south, pilots drink tea that has gone lukewarm. Mechanics finish last-minute repairs. Controllers scan operations boards crowded with pins and chalk marks. No one knows for certain that this day will be remembered differently from the others, but the sky does. You can sense it in the stillness before the first engine stirs. The big raids form over France. On the other side of the Channel, The early light glints off wings lined up in long, disciplined rows. Bombers rumble down runways in heavily loaded groups. Heinkels, Dorniers, Junkers. Fighters climb to escort them. Messerschmitt Bf-109s slicing upward. Bf-110s circling like heavy, uncertain guardians. You hover above the formations as they assemble into vast, organized shapes. From a distance, they look almost abstract. Clusters of wings moving in slow, coordinated arcs, like migrating birds made of rivets, fuel, and orders. Inside one bomber, a radio operator adjusts his headset, trying not to look at the small talisman hanging from a switch. A charm from home, from another life. In a fighter above, a pilot checks his fuel gauge, calculating in quiet, practiced math how long he can afford to linger over England before the Channel becomes an impossible distance. Orders echo through the airwaves. Routes are confirmed. Targets are named. London again. The heart again, the will of the island again. Engines roar louder. The formations turn north and west. From the French coast, they look like bands of shadow stretching out over the water. The Luftwaffe believes that if it pushes hard enough today, something may finally crack. The radar picture fills and fills. Back in Britain, the first sign of what is coming does not arrive in the sky, but on a glowing tube in a dim room. In a chain home station, a WAF operator leans closer to her screen. She has watched flickers for weeks now, turning them into bearings and heights, and urgent calls down the line. Today, the flickers grow faster. Blips multiply at the edge of the trace. Spikes rise where there was emptiness a moment before. The line becomes crowded. She calls out numbers. Voice steady. Pencil moving quickly. The filter room at headquarters receives them. Counters begin to march inland across a map. Voices pass the news to group and sector stations. Multiple raids forming. Large. Crossing soon. In the underground operations room, lights glow on wall charts. Controllers step closer to the table map. WAF plotters move markers in swift, purposeful sweeps. The pattern is clearer now. This is not scattered, testing pressure. This is a concentrated push. You watch the map grow crowded, arcs of red counters crossing the channel, lines of blue moving to intercept, the battle's entire shape briefly visible, in wood, cardboard, and chalk. The Dowding system, stretched but unbroken by August and early September, tightens once more. The island sees the storm coming, and it decides to stand. When scramble becomes a chorus. On multiple airfields now, the same sound echoes in quick succession. The ring of the dispersal phone. At one station, a pilot dozing in a deck chair jerks awake, the newspaper sliding from his chest to the floor. At another, a man mid-conversation stops his sentence halfway, eyes turning toward the hut. The dispersal officers listen briefly, nod once, and step outside with the same word on their lips. Scramble. The word ripples through squadron after squadron. Chairs topple. Mugs are abandoned on tables. Boots pound along the grass. Leather helmets are grabbed. Straps pulled tight in motion. Engines cough, then roar. Propellers flash into spinning transparency. The air around the field vibrates. Spitfires surge forward, lifting into the sky with the agility that has made them both beloved and deadly. Hurricanes follow, sturdy and reliable, heavy with ammunition and fuel. You rise with them, caught in the slipstream of their climb, watching the ground fall away. Airfield, counties, rivers, all shrinking into a patchwork of green and brown. Radios crackle. Control, this is Red Section Airborne. Climbing to Angels 20. Vector, please. The responses come back calm. Turn to 090. Large raid approaching London. Good luck, boys. No one says anything more dramatic. The ritual is enough. The sky is filling with fighters. Not just from one station, but from many, all called into motion by the same converging storm. The sky above the city. At altitude, you see London spread out beneath you, a grey-brown sprawl threaded by the silver curve of the Thames. Chimneys like stubble, railways like faint pencil lines. Above it, the bombers arrive in waves. The first formations push inland, fighters circling over them, the late morning light flashing along their wings. From this height, you can see the full scale of the engagement, in a way no pilot or civilian can. RAF fighters climbing, Luftwaffe fighters accelerating to meet them, bombers pressing on, heavy and determined. Radio calls flicker through the air. Bandits 12 o'clock high. Stay tight. Watch your tail. Attacking now. The collision is sudden, but not chaotic. Spitfires dart through the fighter screens, seeking the bombers. Hurricanes dive on the formations, guns flashing in short, controlled bursts. Messerschmitts drop from above, firing, climbing, turning. Contrails twist into knots. Smoke trails lengthen and fade. Fragments glitter briefly before falling away. To someone beneath, it will look like scribbles drawn across the sky, like a child's chalk lines in white and grey. To you, it feels like an entire island's will, focused into a single, enormous effort. The RAF is not holding back today. Reserves are committed. Squadrons are turned around with brutal speed. The whole system stretches toward its limit, but refuses to break. Civilians looking up. Down in the streets and fields, people watch the spectacle overhead, with a mix of fear and awe. In a South London neighbourhood, two boys lie on their backs in a patch of scrub grass, eyes wide, tracking the weaving formations. A man delivering bread stops his bicycle in the road, one hand still on the handlebars, mouth slightly open as he watches. A bomber trailing smoke limp westward. A woman hanging washing in a garden lets the sheet slip from her fingers as she listens to the distant rattle of machine gun fire, like far-off sewing machines in the sky. They can't see each pilot, each maneuver, each narrow escape. All they see is movement and smoke, small shapes against a great height. But they feel something else too, a sense that, for once, the battle is not only descending on them, but being held above them. The sky is dangerous, but it is defended. In the operations room, a different view. Deep underground, in the bunker at Uxbridge, the day's battle plays out in markers and voices. WAAF plotters move counters across the table map. with long wooden rods, eyes focused, back straight despite the hours. Controllers call out. Raid bearing 085, strength 100 plus. Multiple squadrons engaged. Requesting reinforcement from 12 group. Phones ring. Orders are relayed. Information flows in a continuous loop. At the edge of the room, the Prime Minister, Winston Churchill, stands quietly, watching the map with narrowed eyes. He asks occasional questions, receives brisk answers, and falls silent again, hands clasped behind his back. He sees squadrons committed, sees their positions shift, sees new raids forming, as others break up and scatter. At one point, he leans toward Air Vice Marshal Keith Park and asks if Britain still has reserves. Park, eyes fixed on the map, answers simply, "There are none." For a moment, the room seems to tighten, but the plotters keep moving their counters. The controllers keep issuing orders. The system, exhausted as it is, continues to function. You watch Churchill's expression harden, not in despair, but in understanding. He will later put into words what this day truly meant, how much was carried by so few. But for now, he simply watches, listening to the quiet roar of coordination. The raids falter, and the tide bends. Above the city, the battle begins to tilt. Bombers break formation. Some jettison their loads early, to lighten their burden and turn back. Others press on, but with fewer escorts, as fighters peel away for fuel, or are drawn into desperate dogfights. RAF pilots, drained from repeated sorties, continue to press their attacks. One Hurricane dives through a broken formation, its guns blazing until they click empty. The pilot pulls up, glancing once at the battered bomber, falling slowly earthward, before climbing again toward another target. A Spitfire pilot, outnumbered, twists and turns in a series of tight, incredible maneuvers that leave his pursuers overshooting, their tracers streaming past empty air. The sky looks ragged now. Lines have dissolved into fragments. Smoke hangs in vertical columns. Parachutes blossom here and there, drifting down like pale seeds. For the Luftwaffe crews, the day becomes one of confusion. Radio calls mix. Fuel gauges drop toward red. London grows hazier beneath smoke and cloud. For the RAF, it becomes a day of near exhaustion, flying not on reserves of strength, but on reserves of will. When the last of the major raids turn back across the Channel, the sky feels both emptied and full, empty of enemy formations, full of the invisible weight of what has just happened. The tide has not turned in a single dramatic instant, but it has bent, and everyone, on both sides, feels it. Evening light on a worn-out island. By late afternoon, the guns fall silent, engines quiet. The smoke begins to thin. You stand on a rise overlooking the city and countryside, the sun lowering in a soft wash of amber. A damaged Spitfire limps home, one wing ragged, engine coughing gently. It manages to lower its wheels, touch down, and roll to an uneven stop. Ground crews run to meet it. The pilot lifts his canopy, face grey with fatigue, and manages a small, tired nod. On another airfield, pilots sit on the grass, helmets off, staring at nothing in particular. They are too tired to talk much. The shared quiet says enough. In London, people step cautiously from shelters, eyes searching the sky, as if expecting to see the day's struggle. Still written there, all that remains are faint contrails dissolving in the upper air. Later, in a speech that will echo for generations, Churchill will speak of this time, of these pilots, of how much was owed by so many to a small group of exhausted airmen. But right now, there are no grand phrases. There is only the low murmur of men comparing notes, the clink of tools as mechanics begin repairs, the rustle of evening newspapers printed quickly with early reports. The island has not won the war, but it has proved something vital. The sky can be attacked. It can be burned. It can be filled with metal and fear, but it does not have to break. As the sun sinks behind the horizon, you feel the day loosen its grip. Engines cool. Lights flicker on in houses and mess halls. The airfield grass darkens to soft blue. The Battle of Britain will continue. The Blitz will deepen. The nights will remain hard. Yet this day, this single, immense day, will live in memory as the moment when the island's spirit and the sky above it refused, quietly but absolutely, to yield. Somewhere in the distance, a lone aircraft drones home. It sounds small against the vastness of the evening. You listen until it fades, until only the wind remains, brushing gently over a country that, for all its scars, is still standing. The moment the invasion dissolved, the sea that waited for an army. October begins with an ordinary tide. Waves lap against the pebbled beaches of Kent. Seagulls drift over the grey horizon, their cries thin and wandering. A cold wind moves along the cliffs, lifting scraps of grass and forgotten paper. If you didn't know better, you'd think the sea was dreaming of nothing at all. But beneath the calm, you sense a history that almost happened, the invasion that never came. For weeks, the Channel was meant to carry fleets, barges, destroyers, landing craft, an armada of metal and men, crossing the narrow water to break an island that refused to bow. In ports along the French coast, hundreds of river barges had been assembled. They bobbed in the swell, roughly modified, their engines groaning with unfamiliar strain. Soldiers had trained for the crossing, shoulders heavy with packs, boots coated in dockside mud, eyes glancing nervously at the dark line of water that separated them from an enemy shore. Artillery had been positioned, maps printed, timetables drafted. Even the tides had been calculated, with the precision of a watchmaker. But this morning, the Channel lies empty. The barges, once crowded and restless, sit abandoned, their paint peeling, their decks collecting rainwater. It is as if the sea itself has breathed out in relief, for the invasion, Operation Sea Lion, never left the planning rooms. It dissolved quietly, without a single soldier stepping onto British sand. The sky decided the sea's fate, and the sea, patient and expansive, accepted the verdict. The Luftwaffe begins to fray. Across the Channel, The strain inside Luftwaffe operations rooms has begun to show. Maps are still pinned to walls, routes still marked with colored grease pencils. Crews still gather around briefing tables, with blank notebooks and tired eyes. But something fundamental has changed. Confidence has thinned. Pilots speak in low tones, discussing fuel limitations, fighter escort problems, the endless circle of raids never quite breaking the RAF spine. Bomber crews look older than their ages suggest, lines deepening around their eyes, hands trembling slightly as they strap themselves into narrow spaces, filled with the smell of oil and cold metal. Losses mount. Stress mounts. Doubt becomes a quiet companion in every debrief. One navigator traces the channel with his fingertips, on a creased map, not with anticipation, but with dread. Another pilot folds his leather gloves, too neatly, trying to keep his hands from shaking. The Luftwaffe has not collapsed, but it has frayed, not in bursts, but in threads pulled loose, by day after day of fighting, far from home, over waters that swallow wreckage whole. In their eyes, you no longer see inevitability. You see endurance, fatigue, a hope for the end of each shift, and in that shift of expression lies the beginning of the end. The RAF feels the weight ease, just slightly. On the British side, something equally subtle is happening. Not victory, not triumph, but a change in pressure. You stand on the edge of a dispersal field, where the grass is slick with rain, and the air smells faintly of distant smoke. Pilots sit outside the hut, exhausted but calmer than they've been in weeks. A few even manage small smiles, the kind that appear unbidden, after a long stretch of fear. Ground crews work steadily, still fast, still focused, but with a new sense of rhythm that feels less frantic, more sustainable. A mechanic rests his hand briefly on the side of a battered Hurricane, as if thanking it for one more safe landing. A squadron leader stands with his jacket unbuttoned, looking up at the sky, as clouds roll in low and grey. Weather has become a partner now. Bad visibility limits raids. Rain disrupts formations. Wind scatters bombers. Nature itself seems to give Britain brief moments of breath. And the RAF, tired, strained, aching, uses those breaths with quiet gratitude. Civilians learn a different kind of waiting. In London and along the coast, the civilian world adapts, not with resignation, but with familiarity. You walk through a market street, where stalls stand half-curtained, their goods covered with tarpaulins, in case the sirens sound. At a bus stop, a man reads a newspaper, with a hole burned through one corner, from a recent incendiary. Children skip along the pavement, their chalk games interrupted only when a bomber's engine passes high above. Women hang laundry, watch it sway in the breeze, and glance upward, as naturally as checking the weather. The Blitz has not ended, far from it, but the worst of the daytime raids has begun to ebb. Night remains dangerous, but day feels lighter. People notice it. They don't say it out loud. Superstition keeps them quiet, but you feel it in their pace, in the way they hold themselves, in the way they breathe. This is the strange in-between, after the hardest weeks. But before anyone dares to hope, life continues, wary but undefeated. Inside Churchill's war rooms. In the underground maze beneath Whitehall, where Churchill and his staff work, in cramped rooms lit by yellow bulbs, maps bloom across entire walls. Pins in red and blue mark every station, every raid, every squadron position. Radar charts hang beside weather reports. Telephones buzz and ring. Typists hammer at keys with a rapid rhythm that feels like the heartbeat of the war. Churchill paces with his usual energy, one hand behind his back, the other holding a cigar that burns slowly, ash dropping unnoticed onto the floor. He knows, in a way few others do, that something has shifted. The RAF is battered, but not broken. The Luftwaffe is powerful, but no longer confident. The invasion fleet still sits idle, its usefulness slipping away. With each day the air remains contested. Churchill listens to reports, frowns at casualty lists, makes notes on speeches, but at one point he pauses before a large map of Europe and simply stares, not at Germany, not at France, but at Britain, the small island that has held on. He does not smile. He rarely does on days like this. But his silence carries something that wordsmiths will later call defiance. A sky covered by cloud and possibility. October skies turn colder, lower, more unpredictable. You rise into the air with a flight of hurricanes that climb toward cloud cover so thick it feels like flying into wool. Visibility drops to a few hundred yards. The moisture clings to wings, tracing silver trails as the aircraft move. For the Luftwaffe, this weather is a hindrance. Formations scatter. Bombers lose their escorts. Targets become harder to find. For the RAF, it is protection, a fragile, shifting shield that blurs the enemy's vision. A pilot beside you wipes condensation from his canopy and mutters something under his breath, half complaint, half prayer. Cloud is no friend, but for now, it is not an enemy. The sky becomes a place where sound matters more than sight. The hum of engines in mist, the sudden flash of tracer fire, the thud of anti-aircraft guns, firing into obscurity. But the volume of battle is lower now, the density less crushing. The clouds swallow some of the violence, and in that swallowing, Britain breathes deeper. The Luftwaffe's turning point. By mid-October, the Luftwaffe faces the truth its commanders had not wanted to admit. Losses are unsustainable. Pilot fatigue dangerous. Aircraft spread too thin across too many missions. The plan to wear down fighter command has not succeeded. The raids on London have not broken morale. The shift to night bombing has not crippled industry or spirit. And the invasion fleet, the barges waiting impatiently in narrow harbours, begins to rot. Boats designed for rivers are not built for coastal storms. Several break moorings. Others capsize in rough water. Autumn winds batter the channel. Waves rise higher. Tides turn unpredictable. Nature has begun to vote, and it does not vote for crossing. Inside Luftwaffe headquarters, voices grow quieter, arguments shorter, reports more grim. They all know, though few say it out loud. The window is closing. The chance is slipping. The invasion is becoming a ghost. A country that realizes it still stands. On the British side, realization dawns more slowly. People do not wake one morning and discover joy. The war is not over. Bombs will still fall. Cities will still burn. But something spreads quietly. Belief. The sense that the island is not doomed after all, that its enemies can be held, that the sky can be contested, that the sea can remain uncrossed. You walk through a small town, where the church bells ring at midday, not for celebration, not for victory, just for time, and yet you feel something different in the sound, a clarity, a fullness, as though the bells recognize. They are ringing for a country, still alive. A shopkeeper sweeps debris from her doorway, with brisk, confident strokes. A butcher salts a cut of meat, while humming under his breath. Children chase one another, between sandbags stacked by the curb. Life continues, not in defiance, but in patience. The island has discovered endurance as a form of quiet power. The day the threat recedes. By late October, the truth becomes official. Operation Sea Lion is postponed indefinitely. Never again will it be revived. As a serious prospect, you stand on the same hill from the chapter's beginning, watching the channel spread out below, in a long, shimmering slate-grey expanse. The sea looks the same as it always has, but everything beneath that surface, every fear, every plan, every possibility, has changed. Waves roll toward the shore, and collapse gently, unburdened. Far across the water, the ports that once held barges now sit quieter, their frantic activity replaced by slow, uncertain movements. The invasion has not been defeated. In a single dramatic moment, no great battle at sea, no clash of armies on beaches. It has been defeated by endurance, by fuel shortages, by weather, by coordination, by the will of tired airmen, and by the simple, unglamorous refusal of a country to collapse. You breathe in the salt air. The wind moves softly around you. The threat that hung over the island like a storm has begun to disperse into distant cloud. The invasion has dissolved, and Britain, worn and wounded, still stands. Epilogue. When the sky finally breathes again. The war does not end when the last raid fades from the sky. It lingers, in memory, in landscape, in the way people walk a little more slowly at dawn. But something subtle changes when the Battle of Britain finally loosens its grip. You stand now where the island breathes most clearly, on a quiet stretch of coast, the same coast that watched the summer unfold in smoke and fire, the same coast that listened for engines in the dark, the same coast where people once looked across the channel and wondered if an army would come. Today, the water lies calm. Waves slide over shingle with a hush so gentle. It feels like nature trying to soothe an exhausted land. The sky above you is pale, soft as worn paper, its clouds drifting like thoughts that no longer press too hard. You listen, really listen, and for the first time in months, you hear no distant engines, no drone gathering on the horizon, no hum that turns into fear, only wind, only sea, only silence, the kind of silence that arrives after endurance has done its work. You walk along the beach, your footsteps crunching lightly, and you begin to sense how the memory of this battle settled into the island like sediment, not through pride, though pride will come later, not through celebration, though medals will shine later, but through something quieter, gentler, more deeply human, relief, a relief that feels almost fragile, because everyone knows the war is far from over. Europe remains consumed by fire. Cities still prepare for night raids. Families still live with uncertainty. And the world beyond Britain's shores is anything but peaceful. But in this small pocket of time, these few days, weeks, breaths, the island allows itself to stand still, just for a moment, just long enough to understand what it has done. You pause at the water's edge. The wind touches your face, cool and steady, as if it knows the story better than anyone else. The wind that carried smoke from Kent, the wind that pushed bombers off course, the wind that cleared the sky after the hardest nights. Nature was never a bystander. It was part of the struggle, sometimes harsh, sometimes merciful, and now it is gentle. You lift your eyes, and the past begins to settle around you, like dust illuminated in late afternoon light. You remember the pilots, faces tired, hands trembling as they tightened gloves, bodies running on little more than tea, adrenaline, and the need to protect something larger than themselves. You remember the ground crews, working until their fingers bled, patching bullet holes with metal plates, bending over open engines lit by lantern light. You remember the civilians, huddled in underground tunnels, singing quietly to keep fear from spreading, emerging each morning to sweep glass from their steps and straighten the frames of their windows. You remember the radar operators, eyes strained, voices steady, turning flickers on a screen into life-saving warnings. And you remember the sky, full of lines, of crescents of smoke, of silhouettes moving in impossible arcs. You do not have to imagine their courage. It is everywhere, lingering in the air, held in the silence that follows great storms. They were ordinary people. None of them asked to become history. Yet history gathered around them anyway, carried by wings and will. The island stood not because of one hero, or one moment, or one speech, but because thousands of quiet decisions were made day after day, to rise, to repair, to answer, to endure. You take a few more steps, the tide sliding up toward your shoes, and notice how the horizon softens into mist. The same channel that once threatened invasion now looks harmless, almost tender, as though holding its breath for a different reason, because peace, however distant, is still imaginable. Above you, a single gull drifts on the wind. Its wings move slowly, unhurried. The sky is no longer a battlefield. It is just sky, blue, endless, open, and in that openness, you sense what the people of 1940 must have felt. when the raids finally lessened, when the Luftwaffe turned inward, when the invasion fleet was dismantled, when the roar above them gave way to quiet, not victory, not triumph, but the ability to breathe again, a long, deep breath, carried across an island that had spent an entire summer refusing to fall. As you turn back from the water, the wind rises gently, lifting a strand of hair, brushing your shoulders with a touch that feels almost like reassurance. The war continues. Dark months lie ahead, but something fundamental has been proven to the island, to the world, and perhaps even to the sky itself. Courage can be quiet. Endurance can be steady. Small actions held together can shape the course of history, and sometimes the most important battles are won not by overwhelming force, but by the simple act of not giving way. The tide rolls in, then it retreats, then it rolls in again. Everything continues. Everything begins again, anew. Standing at the edge of a long-ago autumn, listen to the sea breathe, and the sky soften, and the world settle around you, like the last notes of a fading song. The engines fade. The cities remain standing, but changed. The war ends without ending the tension that created it. Victory does not dissolve fear. It reorganizes it. The world learns new rules, not about conquest, but about restraint, and the silence between decisions grows heavier than any bombardment. Part 3. Cuban Missile Crisis. 13 days that shook the world. The sea is still, almost too still. You're standing on a dock that smells of iron and old rain, watching men in dark coats speak without moving their hands. Crates sit like silent animals in the fog. Someone writes a word on a clipboard. Not the true word, never the true word. Just enough syllables to cover what's inside. You can feel it in the air. A plan pretending not to be one. Chapter 1. Maskarovka. They called it an Nadir, a name borrowed from a cold river far to the east, a place of tundra and reindeer and almost no one at all. It was a trick, a winter coat draped over a summer secret. Orders moved through offices like a draft under a door. Move the regiments. Ready the ships. Speak as if we're going to the north. In barracks, conscripts packed wool, not linen. They were told to expect snow. They carried skis onto trains headed south. At way stations, station masters raised their eyebrows and stamped papers anyway, because stamp first, ask later is its own kind of discipline. On the outskirts of port cities, warehouses breathed in the dark. Missile tubes were wrapped in wooden ribs and labeled agricultural machinery. Warheads traveled like shy guests, low profile, dim light, fewer witnesses. Each piece acquired a false biography, a name that would not betray it if overheard. You watched the clerks doing the arithmetic of silence. Tonnage without truth, schedules without explanations. They don't need to know where the ships are really going. They only need to make sure the manifests make sense to someone who never touches the sea. Chapter 2. The Cold Iron. At the quays in Severomorsk, Murmansk, Baltiysk, iron moaned the way ships do when they dream of leaving. Freighters stood with their mouths open, cranes feeding them in long, careful breaths. Night work, mostly. Night forgives. Crates came by rail, tarpaulins drawn tight like skin over bone. A foreman checked the balance with a cigarette tucked behind his ear and a pencil behind the other. "Careful," he said, though no one needed the word. Some cargo is obvious, even when it pretends not to be. The sailors learned their aliases. They practiced saying tractors with straight faces. They were told to wear civilian coats on deck, to keep to shaded corners if foreign eyes watched from nearby piers. One ship took aboard an entire regiment of men who were asked to become ghosts for a season. When the lists were complete, the harbor pilot signed the last page with a dull pen, blew on the ink, and nodded to the captain. Tugboats nosed the freighter's ribs. The rope fell from the bollard. A slow, heavy turning. Steel chose the ocean. Chapter 3. Blue that looks like forever. The Barents gave way to North Atlantic swell, grey on grey, wind trimming the tops of waves into white script. The ships spaced themselves like commas, never a sentence long enough to be obvious. Radio discipline became a religion. Short words, long silences, the grace of nothing to report. On deck, sailors stared into a horizon that never got closer. The cargo held its breath below, wood creaking, chains murmuring, bolts deciding whether to stay honest. Sometimes a crate sighed the way old houses do. Men looked up, swallowed, and went back to their work. A storm rose like a thought no one wanted to have. For 40 hours the ocean spoke in fists. A crate shifted, then another. The boatswain tied a prayer knot you had never seen before. Hands burned raw with salt and rope. A conscript vomited quietly into a bucket and apologized to no one in particular. At night, the stars took attendance. The ships answered by not sinking. Chapter 4. Customs without questions. Some freighters went the long way, hugging neutral harbors where the paperwork had to look normal in harsh daylight. In one port, a clerk with a tired mustache tapped a crate with the toe of his shoe and wrote harvesters on his form. He had never seen a harvester this shape, but it wasn't his field, he told himself, and fields are complicated. Sailors were told to smile like men who moved grain. They kept their caps low. They bought postcards and didn't write them. A man in a blue jacket asked a question in a language the captain did not technically understand, so the captain did not technically answer. Both men were relieved. When the ships sailed again, the harbor exhaled, unaware it had held a piece of the future in its hands and let it pass, the way water lets go of light. Chapter 5. Landfall. Cuba rose out of the haze like a coin from the bottom of a fountain. Suddenly there, suddenly heavy with meaning. The harbor smelled of diesel and mango peel, salt and new concrete. Dockworkers with thin arms and strong backs guided the ships in with small shouts and quick hands. Night unloading again. It was always night. Trucks lined up like patient insects. Canvas covers breathing in and out. Soldiers stepped ashore and learned the island by its sounds. Frogs, guitars, distant laughter that tasted of rum and bravado. They were told not to speak to anyone who didn't have a uniform, not to tell even those who did where they had come from. The crates found warehouses. The warehouses found guards. The guards found shade and cigarettes, and the habit of pretending to see nothing but the door. In the morning, fishermen pointed their boats at the horizon and squinted. Something in the water traffic felt new. But new is not a crime, and breakfast is breakfast, so they went on with it. Chapter 6. Sugar Fields, Red Earth. Convoys rolled inland under tarps, engines coughing dust. Roads narrowed through cane that shivered like green rain. Farm dogs barked as if they recognized the smell of strangers and couldn't place it. In clearings the color of dried blood, teams assembled what the manifests never admitted. Missile frames lay on trestles like bridges waiting for a river. Cranes spoke in careful syllables. Men in caps kept clipboards immaculate as if neatness might save them later. Warheads arrived last and quietest. Their containers were moved by the fewest hands, the most watchful eyes. A lieutenant ran a finger along a gasket and nodded to himself for reasons he didn't share. Everything had the tempo of a heart that intends to keep beating. Camouflage went up. Palm leaves, netting, a painter's thin miracle on raw concrete. Seen from above, the fields were fields again. Seen from the ground, they were promises. Chapter 7. Havana Nights. Radio Mornings. The city carried on. It always does. Cafes opened, dominoes clicked. A couple argued softly over a pay packet that would not stretch. On a rooftop, a boy launched a paper airplane toward the sea. It circled once and came back, as if the wind had changed its mind. Transit police waved trucks through with bored hands. A rumor floated. The Russians have brought doctors, maybe teachers, maybe tractors. The rumor was not wrong in the ways that mattered to people who had chores to finish. In a white office with a fan that wobbled, a Cuban colonel wrote a list of sites no one was to discuss on telephones. He locked the list in a drawer. Keys jingled like small bells of secrecy. Chapter 8. The Camera That Waited. Far away, a schedule tightened. Satellites were still rumors, but airplanes were real enough, and the men who planned their flights used pencils as if softness made better decisions. Weather was studied like a language. You learn to read clouds the way a doctor reads faces. One morning, the air over Cuba became clear as a verdict. The U-2 rose into it with the indifference of a tool doing its job. On the island, the cane breathed, cranes idled, tarps lay still. Above all that, a camera blinked the oldest spell there is. Show me. It did. The quiet before the breath. By the time the last ship left the last dock, the ocean had learned all the names it wasn't supposed to hear and promised to keep them. The crates had become shapes. The shapes had become shadows. The shadows had learned to blend with fields. You stand again where we began, on a dock that now remembers too much. The plan with the winter name has done its summer work. Somewhere far away, men in shirt sleeves will lean over light tables and see what was never meant to be seen. Part 2. The 13 Days That Almost Ended the World. A discovery in the sky. It starts, as many turning points do, with something routine. A pilot waking before dawn. The air hums with a quiet that feels unnatural. You're standing in a world balanced on a breath. Radios whispering static, clocks ticking louder than they should. Outside, children play under a pale October sky, their laughter cutting through a silence no one understands. In the distance, somewhere past the horizon, ships move slowly through blue water that could vanish in fire at any moment. You can feel it, a vibration beneath ordinary life, as if the planet itself is waiting to know if it will see another sunrise. Chapter 1. The Edge of the Abyss. It begins quietly, as endings often do. No trumpet, no thunder, just the small sounds of an ordinary morning. A kettle sighs on a kitchen stove. A newspaper rustles open, its black and white headlines whispering of distant tension, of ships and speeches most people barely understand. You pour your coffee and notice the stillness outside, the kind that carries a warning you can't quite name. The year is 1962, but it could be any year when fear becomes invisible and domestic, folded neatly between cereal boxes and evening news. Televisions murmur in living rooms across America, their screens showing presidents with lined faces and words carefully chosen not to frighten. But they do. In Moscow, a man straightens his tie, thinking of rockets hidden beneath foreign soil and the weight of decisions that can't be undone. And somewhere in Havana, A soldier watches the sea, counting ships that shouldn't be there. You're in all of these places at once, or maybe you're just in the space between them, where silence holds its breath. Every minute feels heavier than the last. You can almost hear it, the ticking of a clock that belongs to everyone and no one. It's the sound of diplomacy failing, of pride rising, of a world learning how fragile it really is. For 13 days, humanity will live on this edge, pretending to carry on as if the edge isn't there. Children will go to school. Lovers will argue about nothing at all. And beneath it all, the ground will tremble with the possibility of never seeing tomorrow. Now, close your eyes for a moment. Imagine the weight of that air, the faint metallic taste of fear, the paper-dry feeling of waiting. That's where our story begins, not in battlefields or ruins, but in living rooms, classrooms, and war rooms filled with smoke and second guesses. The world is holding its breath, and no one knows yet if it will be allowed to breathe again. Chapter 2: A Discovery in the Sky. It starts, as many turning points do, with something routine. A pilot waking before dawn, pulling on a flight suit that smells faintly of oil and cold air. Coffee half finished. A checklist murmured under his breath. The hum of engines warming in the Florida darkness, and the slow ascent into a sky too quiet to reveal its secrets. From 30,000 feet, the world looks harmless. Soft, folded clouds, the curve of an ocean pretending to be calm. Below, Cuba glimmers faintly through haze and humidity. A ribbon of roads, fields like quilt patches, and tiny shapes moving where no one should be watching. The U-2's cameras blink open, mechanical eyelids capturing more truth than words ever could. Each click of the shutter steals a secret. By the time the pilot lands, the world has already changed, though no one knows it yet. The film canisters, still warm from the flight, are locked in metal cases and carried into a room where men in shirt sleeves lean over light tables. Magnifying glasses slide across glossy strips of film, and suddenly the impossible has a shape. Long, dark cylinders resting in neat rows on Cuban soil. Missiles. Soviet. Pointed north. The analysts don't speak at first. One coughs. Another looks at the clock. There's a sense that history has just crossed a line it can't uncross. Outside, cars pass, children shout, phones ring, the ordinary world spinning on, unaware that the fuse has been lit. In Washington, the images arrive in sealed envelopes, carried through corridors where silence feels thicker than concrete. When President Kennedy sees them, he doesn't say much. Just a nod, a slow exhale, and a look toward the window where the light has already begun to fade. The photographs lie on his desk like confession and accusation in one. The room fills with quiet voices, advisors, generals, men who know the shape of war but not how to stop it once it starts. Every word is weighed like a coin dropped into a deep well. Each possible response, invasion, blockade, negotiation, carries its own kind of ending. Outside, the autumn wind shifts. Leaves scrape across sidewalks. Radios murmur love songs. And somewhere, thousands of miles away, a man named Khrushchev smiles faintly at a chessboard and wonders if anyone will call his bluff. For now, no alarms, no headlines, no panic, only a discovery, made in silence, stored in folders, and hidden behind locked doors. But soon, the sky will open again, and what it reveals next will hold the world in its shadow. Interlude: Ordinary Lives. Kansas. The drill. The bell rings too softly for what it means. A teacher closes the arithmetic book and smiles the way adults do when they don't want to scare anyone. Under the desks, she says, like it's a game. You fold your knees, Press your forehead to varnished wood that smells faintly of polish and pencil shavings. On the wall, a poster shows a cheerful turtle with a helmet, telling you to duck and cover. You're 7. You wonder if the turtle is afraid, too. Outside, the wind rubs the flag against the pole with a dry, metal whisper. When the bell rings again, the desks become desks, the day becomes ordinary, and no one mentions that a desk is not a shield. Havana. The horizon. The fisherman knows the water like a prayer. He reads the tide by the way pelicans sit, the way foam breaks at the rocks. Lately, the sea feels different, not in the waves, but in the quiet. Jets stitch the sky into thin white scars that never quite fade. He checks his nets, glances at the line where blue meets blue, and imagines shapes there, ships he cannot see but knows are waiting. Back on shore, he listens to the radio in the doorway, one shoulder against sun-warmed stucco, the announcer's voice both steady and unsure. His wife brings coffee. They drink slowly, as if time can be stretched by the way you hold a cup. Moscow. The operator. In a room beneath the city, a woman in headphones writes numbers with a steady hand. Her pencil is short. The paper is thin. The voice from the wire speaks English clipped by distance, and she catches fragments the way you catch snowflakes, knowing they melt as soon as they land. She doesn't think about missiles or maps. She thinks about accuracy, about the pride of getting the sequence right. Above her, trams ping through damp streets, and a man sells newspapers that don't say everything they know. When her shift ends, she climbs the stairs into a sky the color of tin, exhales into the cold, and forgets the numbers on purpose. London. The promise. A young couple stands in front of a wedding shop window they cannot afford. The glass shows lace, a suit, a little card with a price, and a smile that assumes everyone will have a day worth dressing for. They don't go inside. They talk instead, about spring, about a small flat with bad light and a kettle that actually whistles. A bus fans damp air across the pavement. From a radio in a cafe door comes a voice from America, measured and careful, full of words like quarantine and resolve. He takes her hand. They decide that love is a kind of defiance, and defiance, right now, is a kind of hope. Florida. The sand line. At dawn the beach looks innocent, a sheet of pewter, slow waves lapping at trenches where boys with crew cuts stand and practice being made of iron. They joke, because joking is lighter than fear. One writes his girl's name in the sand with a boot heel and erases it before anyone can see. When the lieutenant speaks, the sea swallows half his words. Ready positions. Hold, hold. Across the water, there is nothing visible, which is somehow worse. The sun climbs. They sweat. They wait for a thing they cannot picture and do not want to meet. New York. The corner store. A grocer stacks canned peaches into a pyramid that leans the way worry leans on a spine. Customers buy more than they need. They apologize when they notice the last can in a row, and then put it in their basket anyway. A small radio on the shelf behind the counter murmurs the president's voice. Firm, polite, a schoolteacher in a dark suit. The grocer leaves the radio on after closing, sits on a wooden crate, and writes figures into a notebook until the numbers blur. Somewhere above the storefront, a baby cries. Somewhere below, the subway shivers past like a giant holding its breath. Stockholm. The autumn light. The Baltic light falls clean through cafe windows, cool as water. A student reads headlines twice, slow, as if careful reading might rearrange the letters into something gentle. Outside, bicycles blink with raindrops. Inside, Spoons strike porcelain with the small chime of ordinary life. On the back page, there is a photo of men pointing at a map with straight faces and bent shoulders. He traces the line of a blockade with his fingertip, the way a child traces a river. Then he folds the paper and slips it into his satchel as if tucking away a storm. Cuba, the blackboard. Chalk dust floats in a thin beam of light like a private snowfall. The teacher writes evacuation and underlines it once. In the back row, a boy pretends to have a cough so he can keep the classroom radio turned up. The voice says there may be fighting at sea. The teacher erases the word and writes paciencia instead. She turns the radio down. The children copy the new word into their notebooks. A page of patience, neat and quiet. Chapter 3. The room where time stopped. The door closes with a sound softer than you expect. A hush, like a curtain falling before the play begins. Inside, the air feels heavier, as if time itself has been thickened and poured into this one narrow room. Ashtrays overflow. Coffee cools in paper cups. Somewhere a typewriter clicks, haltingly, as if afraid to break the silence. The men gathered here have been awake for too long. They speak in low tones, the way people do when they're afraid of waking something larger than themselves. At the head of the table sits John F. Kennedy, 45 years old, his face lined by responsibility more than age. He listens more than he talks, eyes flicking from map to photo, from general to diplomat, searching for an option that doesn't end in smoke. Each new sentence feels like it might tip the world one way or another. Someone suggests a strike. Take them out before they're armed. Someone else reminds the room that such a move could invite a response in Berlin, or worse. A third voice, quieter, speaks of a blockade, a word that sounds cleaner than war, though it hides the same teeth beneath. A fly circles lazily above the table. No one swats it. It's as if the entire room has agreed that movement itself might be dangerous. Down the hall, telephones wait on silent desks. Secretaries pretend to work. Every clock on every wall seems to tick just a little out of sync, as though even time is unsure which side it's on. Kennedy leans back, rubbing his temple, thinking of his brother Robert, younger, restless, sharp, waiting outside with another set of opinions and a fire in his eyes. He thinks of the Americans sleeping peacefully across the country, unaware that their dreams balance on a thread of restraint. He thinks of Khrushchev, distant, impulsive, proud, and wonders if the man sees him as weak or simply human. The discussion circles endlessly, like ships turning in fog. Words like probability, escalation, deterrence fill the air, academic ghosts haunting a room that smells of fear and old tobacco. Someone jokes, softly, that they're all just trying to keep the world alive until morning. No one laughs. By midnight, the decision begins to take shape. Not a strike, not yet. A quarantine, they call it. Not a war, not exactly peace. Something in between, a holding pattern for sanity. Kennedy stands, straightens his suit, and looks out the window. Washington glows dimly beneath a full moon, calm, ordinary, unaware. He thinks of his children sleeping a few miles away, and for the briefest moment, he lets himself imagine the unthinkable. Streets empty, cities gone, the silence after. Then he exhales, and the moment passes. The door opens again. The world moves forward by a single heartbeat, and somewhere across the ocean another door closes. In the Kremlin, in a different kind of silence, where another man is wondering whether he's already gone too far. The broadcast. The television flickers. The president sits behind a wooden desk, framed by flags and shadows. His voice is steady, almost too steady. No theatrics, no raised tone. Just the weight of words spoken for a world that may not see tomorrow. This government, as promised, has maintained the closest surveillance of the Soviet military buildup on the island of Cuba. The sentence falls like a gavel. Families lean forward. Somewhere in Kansas, a boy hears only the word missiles. In Boston, a woman grips the edge of her chair and wonders if she should wake her children. The broadcast continues. Measured, deliberate. A strict quarantine on all offensive military equipment is being initiated. He calls it a quarantine, not a blockade. A lawyer's choice of word, designed to slow panic without softening truth. He says America will not back down, that this hemisphere will remain the master of its own house. But beneath the confidence is something else, a tremor barely audible, like breath caught in the throat of civilization. When the cameras click off, the room exhales. Somewhere far away, Khrushchev watches a delayed transmission in silence, his jaw set, his hand trembling slightly as he reaches for a glass of water. Chapter 4: Voices Across the Sea. Far from Washington's clean light, the Kremlin breathes in shadows. Long corridors smell of polish and smoke, the kind that clings to heavy coats and quiet secrets. Outside, Moscow's autumn has turned metallic, a grey sky pressed low over onion domes, snow threatening but never falling. And inside, the clocks tick differently here, slower, heavier, as if measuring not seconds but consequences. Nikita Khrushchev sits behind a desk scarred by years of arguments. His jacket is off, his shirt clings to his neck, and his temper, once famous, now restrained, simmers beneath the surface. In front of him, a telegram glows under the lamp's yellow light, confirmation that the Americans know. They've seen the missiles. The secret is gone. He drums his fingers against the wood, each tap another unanswered question. Was it worth it, placing them there, so close to the enemy's shore? A show of strength, yes. A shield for Cuba, for the revolution, for the fragile idea that the Soviet Union could stand eye to eye with the United States. But now it feels like standing on the roof of the world, holding lightning in bare hands. Advisors shuffle papers, voices rising and falling in cautious waves. One man speaks of honor, another of logic, another of saving face. All of them say Comrade First Secretary before every sentence, as if the title itself could absorb the danger. But even here, pride has its gravity. No one dares say what they all think, that perhaps it has gone too far. A phone rings, distant and shrill. A woman in the hall answers, her heels echoing against marble floors. The sound fades, leaving the room hollow again. Khrushchev stares at a small framed photograph on his desk, his granddaughter smiling beneath a tree. He remembers a summer afternoon, sunlight filtering through leaves, the laughter of a world that did not yet know how close it could come to ending. For a moment he feels very old and very small. He stands abruptly, pacing. "We cannot be seen to retreat," he says finally. The words fall heavy, definitive, but then softer. And yet, we must not destroy what we built. Silence again. Outside the windows, Moscow glows in the fog, a living city unaware that its fate may depend on the next few sentences. Somewhere, in an apartment across the river, a mother rocks her child to sleep to the lullaby of a shortwave radio. She listens for news that never comes, the static her only comfort. Across the sea, Kennedy's blockade ships are already moving into position. On this side, in the Kremlin, the men return to their chairs, their faces pale, their pens scratching at impossible math, the distance between courage and catastrophe. And through it all, the voices continue, soft, deliberate, translated through layers of fear and diplomacy. Voices that will shape the next sunrise, or erase it entirely. Ordinary lives. Berlin, the echo. In a city that has already learned to live with the weight of history, people stand in queues the way they always do, coats buttoned, collars up, eyes forward. A man reads "Kreis" in a headline and feels something old wake up in his chest. He buys bread. He does not buy cigarettes. On the walk home, he notices the sound of his shoes on the pavement and thinks how loud footsteps are when you are listening for other kinds of thunder. The UN, the room with flags. A translator rehearses a single sentence in 2 languages until it feels like a prayer. Will the representative answer the question? She places the headphone cup to one ear, leaves the other bare for the room's breath. Paper, wool, the coats of men hung on the backs of chairs made for speeches. Flashbulbs pop like small storms. When the ambassador from one country stares at the ambassador from another, and the photographs come out, she will be the wire between the words. She hopes her voice won't shake. It never does. A farm near Pskov. The radio glow. Night comes in early, like a favor. A family sits at a kitchen table while the radio warms the air with a red eye. They eat stew, speak of boots and weather, the cow that will not fatten, the neighbor who keeps borrowing rope. When the newscaster's tone lowers, the mother lifts her chin, listening. No one moves their spoon. When the news ends, the father says, "It will be fine," the way a door says it will hold against the wind. They clear the table. The red eye fades. Boston, the letter unsent. On a third-floor landing, someone writes a letter they never planned to mail. It's to no one in particular, or to everyone. It says, "If this is the last week, you should know that I loved the sound of rain at 3 a.m., and how my father hummed when he shaved, and that once, on the bus, a woman smiled at me for no reason, and I wanted to live an extra day just to see if it would happen again." They fold the page, slip it into a book, and mark the place with a receipt for oranges. The book goes back on the shelf. The shelf is very still. Tokyo, the night shift. In a silent office high above streets threaded with headlights, a clerk stamps documents no one will remember. Sometimes the stamp misfires and the date smears, and she starts again, careful. An American broadcast comes faintly through a wall. Clipped, official, translated badly. She recognizes only the familiar cadence of an apology no one wants to make. On her break, she looks out at the city and thinks of water boiling. How quickly calm becomes motion. She turns back to her desk and finishes the stack. Finishing things feels like a promise. Somewhere at sea. The listening post. A sailor sits with headphones on, hearing nothing but the sea pretending to be a whisper. He notes the nothing carefully in a logbook that smells of salt and oil. The captain walks by, nods, says nothing, leaves a mug. On page after page the sailor writes, "Silence at 0200. Silence at 0300. Silence at 0400. When he finally sleeps, the sea keeps whispering into the headphones, though they lie on the table beside him. He dreams of a shore with no name, and a sky that doesn't choose sides. Anywhere, the prayer without words. A hand turns off a lamp. Another hand finds another in the dark. No one speaks. The house ticks and settles like an old animal finding a place to rest. You listen to your own breathing as if it belongs to someone you're trying to comfort. Somewhere, a siren tests its voice and then thinks better of it. Morning will come, you tell yourself. Let it. UN Confrontation, Adlai Stevenson. At the United Nations, Fluorescent light hums over a table lined with microphones and nerves. Ambassador Adlai Stevenson faces his Soviet counterpart, calm but cold. Behind him, aides unveil the photographs. Silver missiles laid across the Cuban landscape like bones under sunlight. Gasps ripple through the chamber. Stevenson's voice remains quiet. I am prepared to wait for my answer until hell freezes over. Cameras flash, capturing the frozen faces of men who suddenly remember the cost of rhetoric. For a heartbeat, no one speaks. It feels less like diplomacy than confession. The letter that pleads. Night in Moscow. Rain against the Kremlin windows. Khrushchev dictates, pacing, his words tumbling faster than the typist can capture them. He speaks of fathers and sons, of graves and harvests, of the absurdity of annihilation. It is a confession written in the language of power, but meant to sound like prayer. If there is no intention to tighten the knot of war, let us not pull on the ends of the rope. The typist hesitates. It's too poetic, too strange, but he insists. Leave it, he says. They'll understand. The letter is sealed and sent. No one in the room sleeps. In Washington, when Kennedy reads it, the words feel human, clumsy, sincere, almost desperate. He taps the paper once with his finger and whispers. He's scared. For a moment, fear feels like common ground. Chapter 5, 13 Days of Fear. The news does not arrive all at once. It seeps slowly, through headlines, whispers, and the uneasy tremor in a newscaster's voice. Missiles in Cuba, the radio says, as if naming the storm could keep it away. You're in your kitchen again. The same table, the same clock ticking above the stove. Only now, the air feels different, thinner, sharper, like the world has shifted a few inches closer to the edge. Outside, the wind moves the curtains and you flinch, not sure why. Across America, people begin to listen differently. Radios stay on longer. Children's laughter sounds misplaced, too bright for the moment. Mothers fold laundry while the president speaks about quarantine, defense, and utmost readiness. Fathers nod without speaking. In basements, boxes of canned beans and bottled water begin to multiply. At night, families gather around television screens that flicker like tiny campfires against the dark. Anchors speak in calm tones, but their eyes betray the truth. They are scared too. Every sentence ends with a pause that feels like an unspoken prayer. The next commercial break feels obscene. Schools hand out thin pamphlets with drawings of cartoon families crouched under desks. Children trace the outlines with pencils, not understanding the point. In small towns, sirens are tested without warning, just to make sure they still work. In cities, crowds gather outside storefronts to read newspapers pinned behind glass. U.S. blockades Cuba, one headline says. War possible, says another. And yet, life goes on, awkwardly, stubbornly. Buses still run. Cigarettes are still lit. A baseball game plays on the radio, half drowned by static. You hear the score, but not the comfort it once gave. In Havana, people sleep in clothes, ready to run. In Florida, soldiers dig trenches in the sand and stare toward the horizon, where nothing moves but the wind. In London, Paris, Stockholm, the same quiet dread spreads across borders. The world feels suddenly small, as if everyone is standing in the same narrow hallway, waiting for a door to open or a siren to sound. The nights stretch long. Letters are written, just in case. A man kisses his wife goodnight with more care than usual, memorizing the shape of her breathing. Teenagers sit on car hoods beneath a wide October sky, counting stars and wondering which one might fall first. No bombs fall. No orders are given. But the silence itself becomes unbearable. By the seventh day, people begin to dream differently. Dreams of light too bright to see, of running without moving, of time stopping mid-breath. They wake with the same thought. If it happens, will we even know? Somewhere, in an underground bunker, a switch waits. Above ground, the world turns quietly, still pretending to be normal, still daring to hope. And every human heartbeat, from Havana to Moscow to New York, keeps time with a single shared fear. That morning might not come. Chapter 6. The Letter and the Line. By the ninth day, exhaustion begins to feel like a language. No one speaks it fluently, but everyone understands. Eyes red from sleeplessness, nerves drawn thin. The men in Washington and Moscow no longer look like rivals, only mirrors. Each side waiting, listening, afraid to breathe too loudly. Then, a letter arrives. Typed on plain paper, carried through diplomatic channels that now feel like veins in a dying body. From Khrushchev, not the blustering, chest-beating Khrushchev of speeches and rallies, but the human one. The words are strange, emotional, almost pleading. He writes of children, of the sun that shines equally on all people, of the madness of mutual destruction. Let us not pull on the ends of the rope in which you have tied the knot of war, he says. If we do, the knot will be pulled tighter. Kennedy reads it once, twice, then again. He hears, beneath the rhetoric, something close to fear, and something closer still to reason. For the first time in nearly 2 weeks, the horizon seems less certain, less doomed. But hope, like peace, is fragile. The next morning, a second letter arrives, colder, angrier, written not by a man but by a committee. The tone has changed, the offer withdrawn. The line has blurred again between caution and chaos. Outside the White House, reporters wait in the cold, their breath rising in white clouds. In living rooms across the world, people sit beside their radios, listening for the sound that might end everything. Every transmission crackles with electricity and dread. One false move, one wrong order, and the world would become a whisper in its own history. On the 13th day, the sun rises pale and distant. In the Atlantic, American destroyers close in on a Soviet submarine. Inside the sub, the air is hot, heavy with carbon dioxide and panic. The crew hasn't heard from Moscow in days. Their instruments flicker. They believe war may already have begun. The captain orders the nuclear torpedo armed. A single man, Vasily Arkhipov, refuses. He talks, argues, pleads. His voice, quiet but firm, becomes the one thread holding the world together. The torpedo is disarmed. The sub surfaces, and history exhales, unaware of how close it came to silence. In Washington, another letter is drafted, one that answers the first, not the second. Kennedy chooses empathy over ego, restraint over victory. His message is brief. Remove the missiles, and the United States will remove theirs from Turkey. Simple. Human. A bargain wrapped in grace. The message is sent. Hours pass. Then a day. Then another. And finally, a reply. Short. Accepting. Almost tender in its simplicity. We agree to remove the weapons from Cuba, it says. The crisis is over. But the words come too late for celebration. Everyone is too tired to cheer. They only sit, staring at the paper, realizing how near they came to ending everything that ever was. The phones stop ringing. The sirens stay silent. In the stillness that follows, the world feels different, lighter but changed, as though the air itself remembers. The seas whisper. At the United Nations, fluorescent light hums over a table lined with microphones and nerves. Ambassador Adlai Stevenson faces his Soviet counterpart, calm but cold. Behind him, aides unveil the photographs. Silver missiles laid across the Cuban landscape like bones under sunlight. Gasps ripple through the chamber. Stevenson's voice remains quiet. I am prepared to wait for my answer until hell freezes over. Cameras flash, capturing the frozen faces of men who suddenly remember the cost of rhetoric. Back in Moscow, the second Khrushchev letter is already being typed. Curt, angry, stripped of humanity. The tone is official, almost bureaucratic. The words replace brotherhood with duty, understanding with consequence. It's as if a hand has torn the first letter in two. You are pushing humanity toward the abyss of nuclear war. Kennedy reads it with a hollow look. He closes his eyes, then opens them again, slower this time. I'm going to answer the first one, he says, and history pivots on that quiet choice. Near-miss sequence. The radar ghost. It's near midnight in North Dakota when the radar screen blooms white. An operator rubs his eyes, thinking it's fatigue, static, a trick of fluorescent light. But the trace doesn't vanish. It moves, fast, deliberate, straight across the Arctic line. For 3 seconds, the room becomes a cage of silence. Phones lift. Pens freeze mid-air. Then the lieutenant leans forward, heartbeat audible, and whispers, "Confirm." Another screen flickers. The contact splits in 2, then 4, then none. A ghost. False echo. Moonlight on high clouds. The operator exhales, feeling the air scrape his throat. He marks the log carefully. False alarm, no launch. His hand trembles as he writes it, as if aware that a few more seconds of doubt might have ended everything he loves without anyone ever knowing his name. The U-2 over Cuba. October 27th. A clear sky, sharp as glass. Major Rudolph Anderson's U-2 glides high above Cuba, cameras blinking open like patient eyes. Below, a missile crew stares upward through binoculars, waiting for orders that haven't come. A phone rings in the bunker. The voice on the other end is calm, almost bored. "You are authorized." The missile rises, invisible at first, then a sudden thread of white cutting the sky. Anderson never sees it. A flash, a shudder, then nothing. Fragments fall through blue air, through silence, through history. In Washington, word spreads through the corridors like wind under a door. One death, one spark, the first and almost the last. Kennedy closes his eyes. He says, "We must not answer. Not yet." The room feels smaller, as if the walls themselves are listening for restraint. The U-2 over Siberia. The same day, half a world away, another U-2 loses its bearings near the North Pole. The compass spins. Auroras veil the stars. The pilot taps the gauge, muttering to himself, unaware he has crossed into Soviet airspace. Below, fighters scramble from Chukotka, engines coughing frost. They climb into the green glow, guided by radar that shouts intruder. For 9 minutes, the sky holds its breath. The American pilot finally sees the horizon tilt back to west and turns hard, heart pounding. The Soviet jets never find him. They find only the echo of his wake. Later, both governments will classify the incident. No one will mention how close the Arctic came to lighting up like dawn. The misread message. That night, a teletype in Washington spits out a cable translated badly from Russian. A single missing comma changes the meaning of a sentence, turns "we will remove missiles" into "we will not remove missiles." For 20 minutes, the confusion holds. Telephones ring. Advisors argue. A colonel in the Pentagon begins drafting contingency orders. Then a young translator, a woman no one remembers, leans over the page, frowns, and says quietly, "There's a mistake." She corrects it with a pencil, erases the comma, and saves more lives than she will ever meet. The airfield that waited. At Homestead Air Force Base, Florida, pilots sleep in their cockpits. Engines are warm, fuel tanks full, coordinates folded into pockets. A red phone sits on a steel table, waiting to ring. It never does. Morning comes grey and humid. Someone brings coffee. Someone laughs at nothing. The planes stay where they are, silver and innocent beneath a sky that almost asked them to burn. The silence after. In both capitals, dawn arrives as apology. No one celebrates. No one trusts the quiet. Kennedy and Khrushchev sit miles apart, in rooms that smell of smoke and metal, wondering if the other is still breathing. For 13 days, chance had played the part of mercy. A cloud, a compass, a comma, a man who said wait. And when the world finally steadies, it feels smaller, older, and unspeakably fragile. Chapter 7. The world exhales. It ends the way most miracles do, quietly. No fireworks, no grand speeches, no applause. Just the slow return of sound to a world that had forgotten how to breathe. In Havana, soldiers lower their rifles. The sea, restless for weeks, lies calm again, pretending it never knew the word blockade. In Moscow, a man folds a telegram and sets it aside, his hands trembling not with fear now, but with something close to relief. And in Washington, the lights burn late, as they always do. But this time the conversations are softer. Someone laughs, just once, and the sound feels almost foreign. Across the world, people wake to a new kind of morning. The sun feels sharper, the air cleaner, as if everything has been washed in gratitude. Neighbors smile at each other on their way to work. Children play outside again. A few still glance at the sky, half expecting to see something there. A sign, a shadow, a reminder, but it's just blue, endless and ordinary. Kennedy walks through the White House garden, jacket off, eyes tired. He thinks of letters written, words unsaid, the thin line between courage and catastrophe. Somewhere, his daughter chases a butterfly through the grass, laughing. He watches her for a moment and feels the weight of what didn't happen. It's heavier than victory. In the Kremlin, Khrushchev sits alone, listening to the faint hum of the city outside his window. He knows this peace will cost him, politically, personally, but he also knows it was the only choice left to men who still believed in tomorrow. He exhales, slow and long, and wonders if the Americans understand that he, too, has a family. Around the world, those 13 days fade into memory, but they leave something behind, a scar, invisible yet permanent, a reminder of how close the world came to ending, and how fragile reason can be when pride holds the match. Years later, people will say it was diplomacy, or deterrence, or luck that saved them. Maybe all of that is true, but perhaps it was something simpler, the stubborn will of a few people, in 2 great cities, who refused to stop seeing the human on the other side of the ocean. For now, the radios go silent, the bunkers empty, the maps are folded away. The world exhales, a long, trembling sigh that drifts into history. And though the threat lingers, and the shadow of war will stretch on for decades, there is peace tonight. Not the kind written into treaties, but the kind that hums quietly inside the heart, where fear used to live. The sound of paper. When it is over, the letters are filed into folders stamped secret, then declassified, then for public release. Years later, they sit in glass cases, the paper yellowing around the edges. Visitors lean in, reading the words that once held the world in balance. The ink has faded, but the space between the sentences still hums, a low, steady reminder of how close we came to silence. Aftermath and amp. Reflection. The line between then and now. The world did not end. That, in itself, felt miraculous. But miracles are never loud. They sound like paper being folded, like boots on wet pavement, like the sigh of a city realizing it still exists. In Washington, the corridors emptied slowly. Aides carried stacks of documents to file rooms that smelled of dust and reprieve. Someone left a coffee cup beside the Situation Room telephone and never came back for it. Kennedy walked the garden path behind the White House, head bare to the autumn wind. He thought of the sea, that same sea where ships had faced each other in silence, and how thin the water had been between everything and nothing. In Moscow, the morning was pale and cold. Khrushchev listened to his grandson playing with a wooden airplane and smiled at the sound. He didn't tell the child that only days earlier, real planes had waited to carry fire. Instead, he poured tea, watched steam rise, and felt something loosen inside him. Pride, perhaps, or fear, or both. In Havana, soldiers packed away equipment under the bright Caribbean sun. Children ran through the dust, pretending the trucks were dinosaurs. A woman hung laundry that smelled of soap and ocean salt. She looked at the horizon, still guarded, still alive, and whispered a prayer not of thanks, but of exhaustion. Across oceans, the world tried to return to its rhythm. Factories reopened. Radios played songs again. But something had shifted in the collective breath, a faint hesitation between inhaling and exhaling. It would stay there for decades. Soon came new words for the new peace. Hotline, deterrence, mutual assured destruction. Metal cables were strung beneath the Atlantic, linking Washington to Moscow. A direct voice line so the next time fear visited, it could at least call ahead. The line clicked to life in August 1963, carrying its first cautious syllables. The world pretended to feel safer. But those who had lived through the 13 days knew the truth. Safety is only the brief pause between disasters. Decades passed. The men aged. The letters yellowed in their folders. Children who once hid beneath desks grew old and told their grandchildren that they had lived through the week the world stopped spinning. The grandchildren listened politely, not quite believing. And yet, in every generation since, there are moments when the air goes still again, when headlines sound too familiar, when the horizon feels too quiet. Then someone remembers October 1962 and whispers, "We have been here before." The lesson of those days was never written into law, but it lingers, in the hesitation before pressing send, in the silence between nations, in the knowledge that sometimes survival depends on a single voice saying wait. The ocean that once divided enemies now carries fiber-optic threads of light, thin as forgiveness. Messages travel where missiles once aimed. And if you listen closely, through the static of history, you can still hear the echo, a low heartbeat of restraint, still pulsing beneath the noise. The world keeps turning. The sea keeps its secrets. The line between then and now remains, invisible but alive, a reminder drawn across the map of time. Now close your eyes. Let the tension fade like tide withdrawing from shore. You are still here. The planet still hums beneath your feet. The story is not over. It never truly ends, it only quiets. By the time the last alarms fall silent, nothing feels resolved. The century has learned how fragile normality really is. Ideologies promised certainty. They delivered fracture. The skies proved that endurance could be quiet, measured not in victories, but in nights survived. And 13 days showed that the greatest power on earth can be the decision not to act. These hours are not connected by dates. They are connected by pressure, by moments when the world leaned forward and waited. What followed was not peace, but a long vigilance. A modern world shaped less by triumph, and more by what nearly happened. You've been part of echoes of war, where stories rise on quiet wings, and the past still circles above us, refusing to land.